I'm Zach Ferguson.
Are you ready for the most exciting day of the week?
It's Stampeders Game Day on QR Calgary 770.
Our CFL Hall of Famer Mark Steven is back with all the action, while Greg Peterson provides instant analysis. Jock Wilson and Dave McIver round out the team, providing in-depth coverage of the game.
QR Calgary is also proud to welcome back our title sponsor, your Alberta Ford dealers.
Our 90-minute pregame starts right now on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
Welcome back. Or should I say, take two. After the longest regular season pregame show in CFL history for the Alberta Ford dealers, yes, we are back. But it's not going to be a 90-minute pregame show tonight. Last night, it was almost 5 hours for a pregame show. Most of us are back this afternoon. I'm not back at the Deerfoot Inn and Casino. I think they got a little sick of me last night. Dave McIver has rodeo tickets for the greatest outdoor show on earth. Mark Steven and Greg Peterson, the longest-serving play-by-play team in the CFL, they're back. They're back in the Billy Powers broadcast booth at Mosaic Stadium. I'm Jock Wilson. And I am back. I am here at the QR Calgary Studios, downtown Calgary. Now, we started our pregame show yesterday at 5:30 in the afternoon. We were supposed to have a kickoff just after 7 o'clock. That was moved to 7:45. Then the smoke continued to stay in the area, the wildfire smoke. At 10:45 last night, the CFL finally made a decision. The game was postponed. They were not going to be able to play that game last night. Fans were sent home. Broadcasters were sent home. And the game has been rescheduled for this afternoon, a kickoff just after 2 o'clock. And we are anticipating a very exciting kickoff between two of the top teams in the Canadian Football League. A battle for first place between the Saskatchewan Roughriders, who are 4-0, and the Calgary Stampeders, who are 3-1. Riders head coach Corey Mace, he's expecting a showdown.
Guys are excited. You know, you go and sit down for a few days, and then you see all the other teams play, and you kind of get that itch. So I think for the guys, they're just excited to be able to come out and play in front of our fans, and they certainly know who our opponent is this week. It's a good football team over there, and what they're trying to establish and accomplish. But for us, we just hope that this is one of the hardest, if not the hardest, place to play in the league. So we're just trying to be a better version of us than where we were a couple weeks ago.
How many fans will come back? That's the question. And how will this delay affect the quality of play that we're going to see in this game? Well, for an update on that, why don't we go to the Billy Powers broadcast booth, Mosaic Stadium in Regina, as we hook up with our outstanding play-by-play team of Mark Steven and Greg Peterson. First of all, Greg Peterson, where did you stay last night? You did not have to stay in your car with Mark Steven, did you?
No, we stayed at the University of Regina dormitory, so have to thank them for getting us and many of the players and management in, but I wouldn't say I'd want to go there again, but still, we do have to. They got us in, we got a bed, got a shower. At one time we didn't think that was going to happen, so that's where we stayed.
Well, good on you, and obviously you sent me a text earlier today. You slept like crap. You didn't sleep very well, so I'm sorry to hear that. How did the players sleep? I think that's more important. Did they get a good sleep, or how is this going to affect the game?
Well, you know what, we got in around midnight, and I didn't get to sleep till about 1:30, and I'm sure a lot of the players were like that, and then they had to get up at probably 8 o'clock, and, football players like to sleep, and I'm sure at their age they slept a lot better than I did, but the beds were small, and a lot of them probably didn't have the best sleep they want, but you know what, they just got to put that behind them, and it's been a difficult 24 hours, and it's going to be a difficult next 4 to 5 hours, and let's just hope that they do what they need to overcome those little things that you have happen once in a while, such as this.
100%. Mark Steven, how has your day been, my friend?
Well, many of the same things. I want to, it was chaotic after the game because the team was broken up. They weren't all staying under the same roof, so that was a little hectic to coordinate things, and full marks to the Stampeders front office for pulling that off because this is all happening at, 9 or 10 o'clock on a Friday night to get all this done. So that worked out really well. Like Greg, it was at the dorms at the U of R. It worked. They were nice. It's not someplace I'd be itching to go back to, but that's where we had to go, and it all worked out. The conditions themselves, it's substantially improved. Now you got players from both teams on the field. I think the air quality is around 5, but just looking anecdotally, you can see buildings and, things around the city of Regina you couldn't see yesterday. I just went downstairs to the concourse level for a moment, and the smell of the burn wood wasn't there, so from my anecdotal viewpoint, it looks like it's substantially improved enough to play.
Okay. We'll talk about how the CFL handled this, Mark, but we'll save that for around the CFL for the Furnace family. A little bit of a change-up on our pregame show today because it is only a 60-minute pregame show for the Alberta Ford dealers. What we want to do is get to the coach right away because just a few minutes ago, Mark had a chance to sit down with Stampeder head coach and general manager Dave Dickinson. So that's up next. We're going to bring you the interview with the coach for Tom's House of Pizza. Keep it locked right here on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
It's time to Toyota under the tower at South Point Toyota. Hurry into South Point Toyota right now and discover why they're Calgary's #1 volume Toyota dealer. With brand new Toyota RAV4s in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Huge trade-in values. Free lifetime oil and filter offer. Plus, get up to $2,000 in free accessories with your purchase. It's time to Toyota under the tower at South Point Toyota.
The Stampeders have been thrilling Calgarians since 1945. It's time to take a look back with Throwback Thursday, presented by Second Harvest.
When the Calgary Stampeders take on the Montreal Alouettes July 24th, take a trip back in time. Enjoy the vintage vibes as the Stampeders honor the legends, the looks, and the legacy that made the red and white iconic.
Join the party and dress in your favorite retro fashions or Stamps gear from the past. Turn back the clock and get your tickets for Throwback Thursday at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride.
You're listening to 770 CHQR AM and 107.3 CFGQ FM Calgary, Chorus Entertainment radio stations. Every hit, every tackle, every touchdown. QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
And welcome back to the Alberta Ford Dealers pregame show here on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge. Opening kickoff between the Stamps and the Riders from Mosaic Stadium happening just after 2 o'clock this afternoon. So a quick look at the Alberta Ford Dealers kickoff countdown clock. We are just over 50 minutes away from that opening kickoff. Again, a little bit of a change up for you on the pregame show this afternoon because it's a shorter version of the pregame show, and we wanted to go to the most relevant right off the top, and that is Stampeder head coach and general manager Dave Dickinson. Just a few moments ago, Mark Stephen was able to sit down with the coach to talk about what went down last night, how they are now preparing for this game today. The Coach's Show is brought to you by Tom's House of Pizza.
Well, Dave, you're back at Mosaic Stadium. You left here about 10:30, 11 o'clock last night. How did the team handle going back, staying in Regina, and gearing up for the game this morning and afternoon?
Yeah, well, we made the best that we could. I bet, I didn't get to bed till about 1. We were doing quite a bit of trying to make sure everybody was getting to they needed to get to, getting food, organizing a pregame meal this morning. We were in 2 different locations, so it's what it was. Some people got a hotel, some got the University of Regina. We did what we could, and hopefully our guys can carry that energy forward because they were locked in yesterday and they were ready to go, and now it's our job to show that resiliency and do it again.
And that's just it. They were ready to go, but nothing anybody could do about it, so just hope that they've bottled that energy, enthusiasm, and locked into all their assignments.
Yeah, I know, you're right. It's frustrating when you see a whole building full of fans and you want to play as well, and it just didn't happen. So reload and come out with that same energy and hopefully play well.
Well, let's just talk quickly about the game itself. It's an afternoon game, and I like those. I think those are very fun for the fans. Specific to this game, though, you guys have been really good in the first 3 quarters. What's worked so well to keep teams off the boards? And, if teams have scored, I think it's largely been in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've solid season as far as we stopped the run, and we have been getting turnovers, protecting the ball fairly well on offense as well. Special teams is going to be key. I think we got to limit their returns. We got to get on top of their returner and be physical. And I do think fairly evenly matched teams. So they're at home, so bigger challenge for us. But we still like our chances. We know we can go out there and win, and we're excited for the opportunity.
And the ground game, you've got one going, and the defense is very good at slowing them down. I know it's a big challenge against Ouellette, but just thoughts on the ground game.
Well, I think whoever actually wins in the trenches wins the game. And it doesn't just have to be ground game. It's got to be protecting your quarterback and allowing him to have that extra second to see and do some things back there. But both similarities that both teams, I think, would rather, use their RPO or the run-pass option game, and that means you have to have the R part of it, and you have to run. And I think both teams commit to the run, and makes it easier for the quarterbacks.
So just back to circumstances, today was as normal as could possibly be. Just got up as if, you came in last night, even though you're supposed to play a game, but this was, it turned into a fairly normal day today?
Yeah, it feels like Groundhog's Day a little bit. I mean, we all just came in back, just like we just left. I mean, it really did. It just like, because we were here, I guess, for about 8 hours, and it is what it is. It's CFL. I mean, this will probably go into a book if I have a memory to write one, because, I've never really seen a game canceled ever. We play in 35 below. Just doesn't seem like football games get canceled. Maybe lightning, but other than that, it just seems like we find ways to play games, and it didn't happen last night. So off we go. Afternoon game, which are my favorite. I think the guys still have good energy. Let's get after it.
All right, let's get after it as well, Dave. Thanks for stopping by again.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks to the coach. Thanks to Mark Steven. The interview with the coach brought to you by Tom's House of Pizza, serving Calgarians pizza made to perfection since 1963. Greg, you have to make the best of the situation. It probably does have a little bit of an advantage for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. They got to sleep in their own beds. They were the home team last night. So, you don't want to use excuses, though, if you're the Calgary Stampeders. And that's sort of the message I took away from that interview with Dave.
Well, exactly. The home team definitely does have an advantage. Sleeping in your own bed is a good thing. Just having familiar circumstances, little things like what the equipment managers have, being able to feed you all that. You're waiting that you don't like to wait because you're trying to find things. So, but good teams just put that behind them, almost flush it, and just say, look, we're just going to go out and do what we need to do. And Dave said they were locked in. Well, let's just hope that they bring that locked-in attitude with them, even though all what's happening, just put it behind them and go out and play a good football game.
Hey, that's all you can do. And let's hope it's a good football game, because, we were expecting a very exciting game last night, and I'm still expecting an exciting game, although, there's now the excuse factor, and no one wants to use it. But if you get blown out, you might use it.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I would just no excuses. There isn't any excuses. You can't give anybody the doubt in their mind that there is an excuse.
Right.
Football players always play better. Teams always play better when they're a little bit under the gun and there's pressure. And the good players rise to the pressure. Well, if you alleviate that pressure by saying, well, if we lose, we can use this as a crutch or a reason, you don't even want to have that enter your mind.
It's a great point. Shane Holmes, once again partnering with Kids Up Front for another great season of Stampeder football through its Yards for Kids program. Every Stampeder offensive yard this regular season, Shane Holmes will donate $1 to Kids Up Front. So far this year, the Stampeder offense and Shane Holmes has already raised $1,500 for the kids and Kids Up Front. If it is your favorite, it's probably Shane Holmes, Calgary's favorite home builder. When we come back on the pregame show for the Alberta Ford dealers, we're going to go around the CFL for the Furness family. Mark Steven will rejoin us. We're going to talk a little bit about whether or not the CFL handled last night's situation properly. What else could they have done? We will dive into that a little bit around the CFL for the Furness family as you're listening to QR Calgary and online at QRCalgary.com.
Make your down payment go further. This summer, Shane Homes is matching your down payment dollar for dollar up to 10% of your home's base price. The more you put down, the more you save. Put down 5%, get 5% off. Put down 10%, get the full 10% off. It's that simple. Hurry, this promo is only valid for the first 5 homes sold per community. Once they're gone, they're gone. Available for Shane Homes front drive, laned, duplex, and townhome product types on select lots. Visit ShaneHomes.com.
Promotion subject to change without notice.
Summer's here, Calgary, and Furnace Family Home Services by ATCO and Lennox are teaming up to bring you unbeatable comfort and serious savings. Upgrade to the Lennox Ultimate Comfort System, the high-efficiency solution that keeps your home cool, your energy use low, and runs so quietly you'll barely know it's there. Right now, enjoy up to $2,000 in rebates or no payments for 6 full months. Visit FurnaceFamily.com and book before August 15th to lock in your comfort and savings. Furnace Family Home Services by ATCO and Lennox. Your home, your comfort, our promise.
Every hit, every tackle, every touchdown. QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
It is a first-place showdown in the CFL's Western Division. The Saskatchewan Roughriders, they lead the way at 4-0. So far, a perfect season as we are heading into week number 6 of the CFL season. The Stamps coming off a huge win in the Stampede Bowl against the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. They are 2 points back at 3-1. The Stampeders, as you know, Stamps fans, they have had some very, very good success at Mosaic Stadium in Regina. As a matter of fact, since that building was first opened in 2017, the Stampeders have only lost once at Mosaic. They have a 7-1 regular season record. As a matter of fact, you go back to the old Taylor Field, in their last 11 visits to Regina, the Calgary Stampeders are a very impressive 10-1. Can that trend continue this afternoon? Let's go around the CFL here on the pregame show. Of course, this is week number 3 in the CFL. There are 3 games on this schedule. You've got this delayed game kicking off this afternoon just after 2 o'clock, the Stamps and the Riders. Then later this afternoon, starting at 5 o'clock, the Ottawa Red Blacks will play in Hamilton. The Tiger Cats have won a couple in a row. And then tomorrow, week number 6 will come to a close. The BC Lions play in Edmonton. Let's go back to Mosaic Stadium in Regina as we hook up once again with our voice of the Calgary Stampeders, Hall of Fame broadcaster Mark Stephen. And Mark, of course, as we go around the CFL for the Furnace family, everybody is talking about how it transpired last night. And I do get it. Due to air quality concerns, the Canadian Football League could not play that game last night. It was quite clear. The air quality index was off the charts. It was plus 10 most of the night. They tried. They were hoping the wind was going to come in. They were hoping that wind was going to blow that smoke out. It never happened. They delayed it to 7:45, and then they finally made the call at basically 10:45 last night. I must admit, I got a little frustrated on the air last night because I was thinking, this is just stupid. And I know it's a decision made by the CFL League office, the competing teams, and the CFL Players Association, but I just didn't like the way it was handled. What are you hearing? What are officials telling you about how it was handled last night?
Well, first, a couple of things. Noah, you have every right, and fans have every right to be frustrated, too. I think it was poor communication, top to bottom. Saskatchewan will start right here, since I'm staring out of their stands, and I don't think they'll be anywhere near the crowd there was expecting, because a lot of people made plans today. The Rough Riders, I think, were really slow off the mark in telling their fans here and keeping them in the loop. Again, you can't control the haze and the smoke, but they have responded today. They're giving gift certificates to fans that were here yesterday, season ticket holders, and they're going to work with people on either rebates or credits for if you're an out-of-town fan that drove in from Yorkton or somewhere. Somebody just sent me a note. Said, should I come in from Yorkton? I don't know. I mean, if you want to, but it looks good from my vantage point, but he did, and they're going to give some rebates that way. But overall, I don't think they handle it very well. I don't think the league handled it very well. They left people up in the air guessing and wondering. There was no periodic updates on what was going on. And, I think Commissioner Johnson, they'll have to, work on some protocols. Yes, technically, when the game didn't start at 7, they went into some kind of a delay, but they needed to give updates on what was going on, and that just wasn't there. And lesson learned from everybody as far as I'm concerned.
I do think the league is going to have to look into this, and they are going to have to do a deep dive into it, Mark. They're going to have some sort of protocol in place. And hey, this is the new world we're living in with wildfire smoke, and that seems to be a bigger concern. As Dave Dickinson mentioned, we can play in 30 below weather. We can play if it's blizzarding. We can play if it's raining. You got to be careful if there's lightning and electricity in the air. But this is the new world we're living in. So I do think the league is going to have to come up with some better protocol to handle these situations, because it's becoming a little more prevalent.
Yeah, it's more the communication issue. There is a collective agreement with the players on when they can and can't play, and the PA today said they agreed with what happened, so that was good that they're on the same side. But it was a communication issue. I mean, right from the start, when it didn't start at 7, I think the league needed to be on top of it and telling people what was going to happen, what the scenarios were. And, as I say, there was people just sitting here for hours upon hours, and I don't think they were well served, to be brutally honest. They were served well when they went to the concession stands, but not well served by the team. So, and by the way, that's one other thing. They did send out a note. They're allowing people to bring in limited quantities of their own food or drink today because the concession stands can't restock. They sold most of a lot of their stuff last night, so they're going to run out. So you're allowed to bring up to a liter of non-alcoholic beverage with you.
What do you think, and we discussed it last night, this cost the Calgary Stampeders. They had to find alternative accommodations. They had to, obviously, cater again this morning. They had their private jet sort of on the tarmac for another day. Is there going to be some compensation for the Calgary Stampeders, or have you heard anything on that front?
I haven't heard anything on that. We're just trying to get here, but I do wonder if there's a contingency fund of some kind, but it's an extraordinary set of expenses. I don't know if there's any provision for it, but yeah, Stampeders are going to be stuck with the bill for that matter. So with the Saskatchewan Roughriders, a bunch of employees that are day of game only, and that's another reason they're shutting down concession stands. A lot of people built their weekend, service workers around working the game and then taking off for the weekend. Well, they took off for the weekend, and that's a problem.
Well, no, I get it. You make plans. Yeah. I was supposed to be in Edmonton tonight to watch, a rugby game between Canada and Belgium. That's obviously off the table. Dave McIver, he had booked, rodeo tickets for today. He's got family in town, and hey, I said, Dave, go to the rodeo. We can handle this ourselves. So I do get it. People do have plans, and so it's a tough situation.
Yeah, I just think the league starting with the league is going to have to be far more clear on what was going on, because people were dangling in the air, and nobody's blaming anybody for this for the decision to postpone it, but I think communication was at a minimum. I would have to say it needs to be substantially upgraded.
I think the most important thing for me now, and you're right, I didn't like the way it was handled last night, but I'm glad they're playing the game. I'm glad they're not just wiping the game off the calendar, giving each team a point or a tie or something like that. Let's still play the game, because this does have an impact on the standings.
Totally, and I think it would have been really, really unfortunate to have potentially a playoff decided by a little 55-yard gimmick half game kind of thing. That would have been really, really tough. If that's the only alternative, I guess they'd have to do it. But I'm with you. I'm glad that they could, push it back 24, whatever it is, 19 hours, and play the game, and they go head to head. I'm certainly on board with that. So they're making the best of it.
Great, Mark. Thanks so much. That's a wrap for the CFL, for the Furnace family around the CFL. Done right, day or night, furnacefamily.com. Greg Peterson is going to rejoin us in just a couple of minutes. We'll take a look at the injury report for the Cooperators. Just want to remind you as well, twice a week on Sports Talk with Jock, we are joined by our CFL insider, Glenn Suter. Glenn Suter, Dustin Nielsen, they were in a similar situation last night. It was supposed to be Friday Night Football. Luke Wilson, part of the broadcast team as well. Well, TSN is getting ready to roll again today, but our CFL insider, Glenn Suter, joins me twice a week on Sports Talk with Jock. We do that for Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak every Tuesday night and every Thursday night on QR Calgary. Okay, the injury report for the Cooperators right around the corner as the pregame show continues as you're listening to QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
New look, new innovation, the same luxurious standards. Wolf Cadillac Calgary is now open with incredible grand opening specials. For a limited time, save up to $15,000 on Cadillac Lyriq or get 0.99% financing up to 84 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 savings on Lyriq Optic and Escalade IQ. Wolf Cadillac Calgary, 756 101st Street Southwest off Stony Trail.
Farmers, summer is here. Get ready with the all-new Claas Zerion 12 Series tractor. With a CVT transmission for smooth operation, a powerful 140-gallon per minute hydraulic system, and unmatched visibility, it's built to handle your toughest jobs. Plus, with industry-leading fuel efficiency, ride quality, and comfort, the Zerion 12 Series keeps you going strong all day long. Don't wait. Secure yours today. Visit your local Claas dealer or Claas.com. Claas, made for more.
QR Calgary is the proud radio home of your Calgary Stampeders.
And has been for over 3 decades.
Stampeders football brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
And welcome back as we are getting closer and closer to the opening kickoff between the Stamps and the Saskatchewan Roughriders. I'm Jock Wilson, live in Calgary at the Billy Powers broadcast booth in Mosaic Stadium in Regina. We're also joined by our outstanding color commentator, Greg Peterson. Quick look at the injury report for the Cooperators. And Greg, as we discussed last night, poor Clark Barnes, he can't play an 18-game season. He's still very, very young. Scored a beautiful touchdown against the Winnipeg Blue Bombers to open the game last week, and then he suffers an ankle injury on that play. Didn't practice all week. Fortunately, he's only on the 1-game injured list, but you mentioned last night, high ankle sprains, they can be a real kick in the butt.
They can drag on. They just don't heal very quickly because the blood just doesn't get to that area, the high ankle sprains. Had one myself. It was not very good. It dragged on for about 6 to 8 weeks, and they're really losing something when Clark isn't in there because they got, as I mentioned last night, you got Reggie Begelton, you got Clark Barnes, who are real great route runners. And what I mean by that is they know how to work a defensive back. They know where to settle in the hole. They just are smart, good players. And then you got the big striders, people like Dominique Rhymes and Tavon Jones and people like that. We're missing our route runners, and we got to hope some other guys step up because missing those 2 guys is really going to hurt that receiving corps.
Well, guys that are going to have to step up, obviously, first overall draft pick, Damian Alford, his first ever CFL start. He'll start in that wide-out position. The Stampeders also putting a young first-year player from Guelph, Vashon Genesis, is going to be in this game in the slot back position, backing up, Jalen Philpott. And I guess on the defensive side of the ball, unfortunate for Ben LeBras. He was the Stamps' top draft pick from last season. He suffered a little bit of a hamstring injury, so he is on the shelf. And, even though I thought he was going to start at that field side corner this year, he kind of lost out because of an injury to Adrian Green. But, Ben LeBras has still been pretty good on teams for this team.
He has, but he's now going to get replaced this game by Kai St. Cyr, who really is, as I said last night again, kind of a guy that can play everything. He can play halfback, can play Sam, can play Will. And, Ben was the guy going into camp. He was going to be number 1, but Adrian Green has stepped up, the 4th-year player from St. Mary's. And, he had that big, long touchdown and big game he had in Toronto, so he's kind of solidified that spot right now, and I think Ben's lost that job, and good to have Adrian do well, but poor for Ben.
The Stampeders have their injuries, without a doubt, some 6-gamers that are a tough blow for this football club. You mentioned Reggie Begelton, Bryce Bell, your starting center, and I do think that's going to be a factor in this game. If it is a noisy crowd, we'll see how that one plays out. Mark Kelly is on the 6-game injured list, Gary Johnson Jr., we've talked about the linebacking situation, but who's in a tougher situation? Because I look at the injury bug for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Their offensive line has been just decimated this season, and they are missing some top receivers like Kean Schaefer-Baker, like Sam Emelis, like Sean Bain Jr., and their great Canadian defensive back, Tavon Campbell, back from the NFL. He is going to miss this game, so it's almost like a saw-off with the injuries for both of these teams.
Yeah, and that's the way it is this time of year. People start getting injuries, and everybody goes, kind of us reporters or us people in the media say, our team's got more than yours. No, we got more than you. Because if you talk to them, they're probably over there talking about how they're decimated. So, yeah, but you got to have guys step up. I mean, injuries are part of football, so people have to step up, and have a guy like Adrian Green step up and do well, and now he's a starter. So, and we just got to hope that some of these young guys, we're obviously going to miss Reggie, we're going to miss Barnes, but we got to hope that Damian Alford steps in and does well, and a guy like Jalen Philpott maybe fills in and becomes a bigger role. I don't know, but injuries open up opportunities, and we'll see which ones opportunities open up tonight.
Injuries open up opportunities. I love that. That's a great saying. The Injury Report brought to you by Cooperators Insurance Plans, Investment Plans. They do both. Cooperators.ca. All right, a quick look at the Alberta Ford Dealers kickoff countdown clock. The opening kickoff happening just after 2 o'clock this afternoon. We are about 33 minutes away from that opening kickoff as the pregame show rolls along here this afternoon. When we come back, we're going to take a look at the marquee matchup. The marquee matchup is brought to you by Country Hills Toyota. You're listening to QR Calgary. We are the proud voice of your Calgary Stampeders.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
It's the Midsummer Sales Event at Volvo. In Sweden, midsummer marks the height of the season, and here in Calgary, it's the perfect time to embrace the road, the sun, and the spirit of summer. Experience refined Scandinavian design with the Volvo XC60. Lease yours from just $799 a month with $3,050 down. Offer available for a limited time. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or go to VolvoCarsCalgary.com.
As a business, you rely on advertising. Buying media is a partnership. When did a tech billionaire buy a product from you or support your community? Ask how business is going. The advertising landscape in Canada is in crisis. Instead of supporting Canadian companies and jobs, Canada's ad market is dominated by foreign tech platforms that spread misinformation, hate, and foreign interference. Keep ad dollars at home on radio, TV stations, websites, streaming, and news services that are Canadian-owned. Buy Canadian. A message from QR Calgary. The Stampeders have been thrilling Calgarians since 1945. It's time to take a look back with Throwback Thursday, presented by Second Harvest.
When the Calgary Stampeders take on the Montreal Alouettes July 24th, take a trip back in time. Enjoy the vintage vibes as the Stampeders honor the legends, the looks, and the legacy that made the red and white iconic.
Join the party and dress in your favorite retro fashions or Stamps gear from the past. Turn back the clock and get your tickets for Throwback Thursday at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride.
Ever get that feeling when you walk around certain rooms in your house? That wouldn't it be nice feeling about a renovation idea for your kitchen, bathroom, or basement? Maybe you even pull out the tape measure or sketch out your ideas. But the fear of an unreliable contractor or costs spiraling out of control holds you back. At Renovations by Hearth and Home, we call those healthy concerns because it means you're asking the right questions and you've just found a team with the right answers. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
Your place for Stampeders football play-by-play. QR Calgary at 107.3 The Edge.
We had a very active text line last night during our 5-hour pregame show. If you want to weigh in anytime during the broadcast, 403-974-8255. Welcome back to the pregame show. I'm Jock Wilson with Greg Peterson. And Greg, we got to get to our marquee matchup for Country Hills Toyota. Now, I'm curious, has your matchup changed after what has transpired over the last 24 hours?
No, I'm not. I'm going to keep the same stuff I had last night. So I'm going to stick with what I had yesterday, and that's Stamps O-line, who have been playing very well, versus the Sask D-line, who I think are the best in the CFL. And so I think the Sask D-line get a lot of push-up field on the pass. They're good at stopping the run. And with regard to them getting the push-up field, I think what has to happen is Vernon Adams has to find seams in that push up the field and make plays with his feet. And with Saskatchewan stopping the run, I expect the Stampeders to maybe load the box a little bit with some wide receivers coming down, but we're going to have to get upfield push to get some good yardage. And I'm interested in that lineup, or that matchup between the O-line of our Stampeders and the D-line of the Riders.
Well, it's a great marquee matchup. And the only reason I asked if it changed, because it sort of changed for me, because I said, yeah, I agree with you, but I wanted to centralize it even a little bit more. I was really looking at Chris Fortin in this game because, I thought it was going to be a loud, noisy crowd last night, and, the Stampeders with the silent count, I thought this could be an issue, and this could certainly help guys like Mike Rose and Micah Johnson for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. I'm not sure the crowd is going to be quite as much of a factor from what, Mark was telling us earlier and what you're seeing right now. So I agree with you, the marquee matchup. We'll see how that does play out. I am still concerned about the Riders ball hawks, though, because even though they don't have Tevon Campbell, they got Roland Milligan, they've got Marcus Sales, they got CJ Rivas, and we know Vernon Adams likes to throw it up. He likes to throw up those 50-50 balls. That's going to be an interesting thing to watch in this game tonight for me.
Yeah, it's a good point. A good matchup. The Riders do have one of the better secondaries. I think they got the best defensive back in the league in Roland Milligan in his fifth year. But one thing about Vernon, these last couple of games, he's protected the ball pretty well. Let's hope he continues to do that. And he's been warned, if you're, don't be throwing up 50-50 balls with these guys. But I've been happy with how Vernon's protected. Got to hope he continues that tonight.
Okay, that's the marquee matchup brought to you by Country Hills Toyota. Get your best deal during the Get In and Go event at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills Toyota. When we come back, a little bit of a player profile for you. Mark Bassett, he is going to be punting in his second straight game for the Calgary Stampeders. We'll hear a little bit from Mark when we do come back here on the pregame show here on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge. We are a Chorus Entertainment radio station.
Time and effort, sweat, and tears. You put a lot into making your business a success. We know because we've been partnering with businesses like yours for more than 75 years. With Cooperators, you get personalized advice and service from a team that understands your unique needs to build the right plan for you, your business, and your employees. Find us at cooperators.ca. Cooperators. Investments, insurance, advice.
It's time to Toyota, under the tower at South Point Toyota. Hurry into South Point Toyota right now and discover why they're Calgary's #1 volume Toyota dealer. With brand new Toyota RAV4s in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Huge trade-in values. Free lifetime oil and filter offer. Plus, get up to $2,000 in free accessories with your purchase. It's time to Toyota, under the tower at South Point Toyota.
It's the Midsummer Sales Event at Volvo. In Sweden, midsummer marks the height of the season, and here in Calgary, it's the perfect time to embrace the road, the sun, and the spirit of summer. Experience refined Scandinavian design with the Volvo XC60. Lease yours from just $799 a month with $3,050 down. Offer available for a limited time. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or go to volvocarscalgary.com. Summer's here, Calgary, and Furnace Family Home Services by ADCO and Lennox are teaming up to bring you unbeatable comfort and serious savings. Upgrade to the Lennox Ultimate Comfort System, the high-efficiency solution that keeps your home cool, your energy use low, and runs so quietly you'll barely know it's there. Right now, enjoy up to $2,000 in rebates or no payments for 6 full months. Visit FurnaceFamily.com and book before August 15th to lock in your comfort and savings. Furnace Family Home Services by ADCO and Lennox. Your home, your comfort, our promise.
Nobody calls the game like Mark Steven and Greg Peterson. Stampeders football, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
And Mark and Greg will have that call for you. The Stamps and the Riders just after 2 o'clock this afternoon as we're getting closer and closer as we take a look at the Alberta Ford dealers kickoff countdown clock. We are about 28 minutes away from that opening kickoff. Yesterday on our player profile, we had a great chat with the Regina native Jackson Sombach. And you know, I didn't want to reset that interview, so this was a chat that Mark did yesterday with, you know, new Stampeder punter Mark Vassett. Fraser Mazin, who punted the first couple of games for the Stampeders, he's dealing with a little bit of a knee injury, so Mark Vassett is going to get his second straight start in the punter's role.
Mark, you did kick in game 1. You're on here for game 2. How did you find your first outing last week?
Yeah, it was very enjoyable. Obviously, a great win by the boys, and it was good to be a part of it. I thought I played my role pretty well.
What did you learn from game 1 that you're going to, incorporate into game 2 here?
I'm not too sure what I learned. Punting's punting. It doesn't really change a whole lot whether I'm playing college or up here in the CFL. So just got to keep doing what I'm doing and just improve during the week like I think I did. So yeah, just got to execute.
We have a dangerous returner in Alford. Do you do anything different knowing that he's a guy that can flip the game on his head there pretty quickly?
Yeah, it's definitely just been a hang time emphasis this week, and obviously placement, getting the ball outside the numbers. So those two things is what I've been focusing on this week, and that will hopefully take him out of the game.
All right. Just thoughts on it? I know it's really early in a long season, but it's a bit of a fight for first place here.
Yeah, well, hopefully we can get the job done. I think I like our chances. We'll see.
We will see. And it's interesting, Greg Peterson. First of all, is there any wind today? Because Taylorfield Mosaic Stadium, normally the wind can be a factor. Is it fairly quiet, or is it going to be a factor in this game?
No, it's just like that. Last night, there's no factor at all. It's not going to be a factor. It's hardly blowing at all.
And of course, special teams will be a very interesting thing to watch in this game. As Mark mentioned with Mark there, Mario Alford is one of the best returners in the game. The Stampeders are still trying to find their returner this year.
Yeah, we just haven't been able to get our return game going, so a little bit of a mix-up now. They got Kalen Horton in the game, the little 5'8", 172-pounder, but he's fast. He's one of the faster guys on the team. So, and what we haven't been doing, we haven't been making our first guy miss, and so you're not getting any yards whatsoever. So I think with Horton, maybe we can get that spark that's needed on the other side. I think we're going against probably the fastest guy in the CFL in Mario Alford. The guy has track speed, and he can get the edge. He's also very good in limited space. He just seems to have good vision, and he's in that really tight hole. He seems to just find the seam and hit it really, really good. So they got their work cut out for him with that guy.
Kalen Horton going to make his CFL debut, first-year player out of North Texas. And another guy making his CFL debut today is Vashon Genesis, first-year player out of Guelph.
It's your first game. Just your emotions, 24 hours out.
Honestly excited. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. And I couldn't be more happy and more excited to get going.
In terms of it, what's sort of your expectations of how much time and what you're going to be able to do out there?
Honestly, I'm not too sure about how much time I'll get on the field, but whenever the coaches will expect me on the field, I'll be ready.
The situation is that Clark Barnes, kind of a cascading effect, he's off, so one Guelph guy replaces another Guelph guy.
Correct. Yeah. No, it's pretty ironic when you mention it, but just next man up mentality. That's pretty much how it is nowadays.
And that's exactly how it is. So one Guelph guy in for another Guelph guy, and Genesis is slotted in as the backup for Jalen Philpott. So we'll see how that one certainly plays out. All right, we're going to take another quick timeout. We're getting closer and closer to the opening kickoff. Go nowhere. Keep it locked here on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
Ever get that feeling when you walk around certain rooms in your house? That wouldn't it be nice feeling about a renovation idea for your kitchen, bathroom, or basement? Maybe we even pull out the tape measure or sketch out your ideas. But the fear of an unreliable contractor or costs spiraling out of control holds you back. At Renovations by Hearth and Home, we call those healthy concerns because it means you're asking the right questions and you've just found a team with the right answers. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
Make your down payment go further. This summer, Shane Holmes is matching your down payment dollar for dollar up to 10% of your home's base price. The more you put down, the more you save. Put down 5%, get 5% off. Put down 10%, get the full 10% off. It's that simple. Hurry, this promo is only valid for the first 5 homes sold per community. Once they're gone, they're gone. Available for Shane Holmes front drive, laned, duplex, and townhome product types on select lots. Visit ShaneHolmes.com.
Promotion subject to change without notice.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
The Stampeders have been thrilling Calgarians since 1945. It's time to take a look back with Throwback Thursday, presented by Second Harvest.
When the Calgary Stampeders take on the Montreal Alouettes July 24th, take a trip back in time. Enjoy the vintage vibes as the Stampeders honor the legends, the looks, and the legacy that made the red and white iconic.
Join the party and dress in your favorite retro fashions or Stamps gear from the past. Turn back the clock and get your tickets for Throwback Thursday at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride.
Every hit, every tackle, every touchdown. QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
After missing a game because of concussion protocol, Trevor Harris is back for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, and he is looking forward to facing a very tough Calgary defense.
I don't think anybody scored a touchdown in the first 3 quarters on this defense. They make things very difficult on you because the best defenses they don't do 65 different coverages. They play what they play and they get really, really good at it, and they make things difficult for you. And so to some degree you know what you're going to get, but we also know that they're going to give us looks that we haven't seen before. They're gonna keep us guessing and show us a few things that they haven't shown yet this year. And this is pro football, and so we're gonna do the same thing. But we're excited about the challenge. They bring a great challenge to us, but we think we bring a great challenge to them as well.
Hey, the quarterbacking matchup tonight is one of the best in the CFL. Vernon Adams for the Calgary Stampeders, Trevor Harris for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. I love this clip from Corey Mace. Corey Mace, the head coach of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, was asked, "How do you stop VA?"
Tough. I mean, he's been doing it a long time. He can beat you in a couple different ways. Just over the history, coaching against him. He's had games where he's ruined it with his legs, and he's had games where he sat in the pocket and delivered. So, they obviously felt strongly about bringing him in, and you can understand why. But certainly, we're going to stick to kind of our game plan, what we see this week, and not putting too much emphasis on trying to eliminate one guy. It's just, we're 12, they're 12. We just got to make sure we do our part.
So how do you beat VA?
Tough,
Greg Peterson.
Well, I hope they don't beat him tonight.
Yeah, I just love that reaction from Corey Mace. Hey, it's a great quarterbacking matchup. You've got Trevor Harris, one of the older, established veterans in the league. And the one thing about Trevor Harris, he may not be the most mobile guy on the planet, but he can still get out of the pocket, and he's got one of the quickest releases, doesn't he, Greg?
Well, exactly. And you know what? You're not going to sack Trevor Harris too much or at all. He's a little bit like Bo Levi in that way. He gets the ball out of his hands within 2.4 seconds usually. That's the average I was told to by a coach. He throws a lot of the quick game, and so you're not going to get to him. You can't get too frustrated if you're a defensive lineman. You don't get too many sacks, but they love the quick game. They love to get the ball out really, really quick. And Trevor Harris, being a big guy at 6'3", 212, he can see over the line, and he can do that. But you got to get your hands up and just eliminate that real short game that he's very good at.
Okay, we're going to take our final break here on the pregame show. When we come back, Greg Peterson will set up the game as he breaks down his keys to the game. The keys to the game for our title sponsor, the Alberta Ford Dealers. This is the home of the Calgary Stampeders, QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
It's time to Toyota at the Giant Country Hills Toyota. Your Toyota Giant has brand new RAV4s in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Buy now and get up to $2,000 in free accessories with purchase. Free lifetime oil and filter offer. Plus, giant trade-in values. Country Hills Toyota will surprise you with how much they'll pay for your vehicle. It's time to Toyota right now at the giant Country Hills Toyota.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
Every hit, every tackle, every touchdown. QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
It is a first-place showdown at Mosaic Stadium in Regina. The 4-0 undefeated Saskatchewan Roughriders against the 3-1 Calgary Stampeders. And Greg Peterson, that brings us to our keys to the game for the Alberta Ford dealers. Now, unlike last night, where we basically just carried it on and on and on, we don't have to do that tonight. So let's get to it. What are your keys to the game for the Calgary Stampeders in this one?
Same as I said last night. Number one, stop the run. The Riders lead the league in rushing, and they have the best running back right now in the CFL with A.J. Ouellette. They are effective at running the ball, and we have to stop them because they take that running the ball and need to get that play-action pass series of theirs going, and they're very, very difficult to stop unless you stop them first in the run. Number two, you talked about it, was yours, control the crowd noise. That's got to be something the QB and the offensive line and the wide receiver all get together and do, and it's timing when they snap the ball, and just controlling that crowd noise. If they all can do that, they can play faster and play better, so control the crowd noise. Number three, win the return game battle, and I think we need to stop Mario Alford. He's the fastest player in the CFL. As I indicated, he's got that track speed, so you got to stop him, and we have to do a better job tonight of getting some return yards. We're just not getting it. We need to get at least 10, 15 yards on some of those returns and not get stopped all the time like we have been the last couple of weeks.
I don't know about you, but a 1-hour pregame show is a heck of a lot easier than a 5-hour pregame show.
Yeah, I feel a little bit more just get your thoughts out and get to it. Yeah, no, it's better than a 5-hour. I don't want to ever do another 5-hour pregame show.
You and me both. And that is a wrap for the pregame show for the Alberta Ford dealers. Up next, we have 4 quarters of Stampeder football action with Mark Stephen and Greg Peterson. Yes, we are going to play football this afternoon in Regina. And, of course, when the Stampeders touch the ball, it's going to be the Stampeders opening drive brought to you by Kloss Tractors. First, Mark is going to take a look at the starting lineups. Thanks so much for listening to the pregame show on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
You're listening to 770 CHQR AM and 107.3 CFGQ FM Calgary, Chorus Entertainment Radio Stations. This is the only place to listen to Calgary Stampeders football. Brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers.
QR Calgary 770 on AM, 107.3 The Edge on FM, or online at qrcalgary.com.
And welcome to Mosaic Stadium in Regina, Saskatchewan. Afternoon football after an evening postponement last night. The Calgary Stampeders and the Saskatchewan Roughriders. The sun is fighting to get through. There's a minimum of haze, so we are playing football today as the Stampeders run on the field to a chorus of boos here at Mosaic Stadium. Let's take a look at the Stampeders starting offense. Tevin Jones, one wide receiver. Damian Alpert, Eric Brooks, Jalen Philpott, and Dominique Grimes, the other receivers on the field. Deontay Demary, Zach Williams, Christian Fortin, and Canu and Coker are the Stampeders' offensive linemen. Vernon Adams is the starting quarterback, and Dedrick Mills is in the backfield. The front four, the Marlik Carney and Shane Ray are on the ends. Interior linemen, a couple of familiar players to Stampeder fans, Micah Johnson and Mike Rose, who was let go in the offseason. Jameer Thurman, another former Stampeder, is the starting middle linebacker. Outside backers, A.J. Allen and C.J. Rivas. Starting middle safety is Nelson Lacombo. Roland Milligan, defensive player of the year in the CFL, is one halfback. DeMarcus Field is the other to the wide side. Antoine Brooks and Marcus Sales are on the corners. For the Saskatchewan Roughriders, offensively left to right, they go with Daniel Johnson, Zach Fry, Logan Furlan, Jacob Brammer, and Jamarcus Hardrick. Tough break. They've had 3 starters go down, including the former Stampeder and Dino, Sean McEwen, who is likely lost for the season with a serious knee injury. Trevor Harris is the starting quarterback. A.J. Ouellette in the running back department. Kadeen Terry backs him up. Joe Robustelli, Deshaun Johnson, Del Duncan Busby, Dante Myers, and Mitchell Picton, the receivers for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. The Stampeders front 4 on the ends. Clarence Hicks and Flo Ormalad. Inside, Jalen Hutchings having a tremendous season, and Miles Brown. Jacob Roberts, the middle linebacker, but they'll be changing this all around on a regular basis. Derek Moncrief is the chase backer, and Micah Tight is the short side linebacker. The starting safety is Damon Webb. Sheldon Arnold and Jaden Grant are the halfbacks, and Tyler Richardson and Adrian Grant are on the corners. The Calgary Stampeders enter this game with a record of 3-1. The Saskatchewan Roughriders 4-0, so the winner leaves this game in first place in the CFL West. We've had a reduced crowd here. A lot of people kind of built their weekend around this game. There's a big country music festival on. A lot of people said, yeah, we'll kick off the weekend with the Rider game last night, then go to the festival. Well, looks like a lot of those people have taken the festival. That's just the way it goes with the unfortunate postponement of last night. But listen, that's last night. We're here this afternoon. We're going to have a blast of Calgary Stampeder football. Welcome to your Alberta Ford Dealer Stampeder football on QR Calgary. I'm Mark Stephen in Regina, our play-by-play broadcast only moments away on QR Calgary, 770 CHQR and 107.3 The Edge.
It's almost here.
We're 90 seconds away from the opening kickoff on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
Mark Stephen and Greg Peterson bring you all the action just as they have for over a quarter century. Call it a wrap on the pregame show. Up next, it's game time.
Calgary Stampeders football, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers.
On QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. Big skies, rugged landscapes. Now that's Alberta in a nutshell. And if you're looking for an SUV that can keep up with this place, check out the Ford Bronco. Built for those who crave adventure, with serious off-road capability and style to spare. Whether you're hitting the mountain trails or exploring the back roads, it's the perfect ride for those who want to experience everything this province has to offer. The Ford Bronco. Adventure awaits at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PB sent you.
The Stampeders have been thrilling Calgarians since 1945. It's time to take a look back with Throwback Thursday, presented by Second Harvest.
When the Calgary Stampeders take on the Montreal Alouettes July 24th, take a trip back in time. Enjoy the vintage vibes as the Stampeders honor the legends, the looks, and the legacy that made the red and white iconic.
Join the party and dress in your favorite retro fashions or Stamps gear from the past. Turn back the clock and get your tickets for Throwback Thursday at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride.
Ever get that feeling when you walk around certain rooms in your house? You know, that wouldn't it be nice feeling about a renovation idea for your kitchen, bathroom, or basement? Maybe you even pull out the tape measure or sketch out your ideas. But the fear of an unreliable contractor or costs spiraling out of control holds you back. At Renovations by Hearth and Home, we call those healthy concerns because it means you're asking the right questions and you've just found a team with the right answers. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
Here we go, Stamps fans. The moment you've all been waiting for. Every hit, run, pass, and touchdown. Right here on your Alberta Ford Dealers Stampeders football.
Kickoff is now with Mark Stephen and Greg Peterson on your home of the red and white for over 30 years. QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
national anthem. We're coming to you live from the South Point Toyota Billy Powers broadcast booth. Get your best deal during the Get In and Go event under the Toyota Tower at South Point Toyota. Welcome, football fans. This is the time and this is the place for another edition of Calgary Stampeder football. QR Calgary and the Canadian Football League are proud to bring you today's game involving your Stampeders and the Saskatchewan Roughriders. We'll bring you all the drama and excitement from our broadcast location at Mosaic Stadium in Regina. In the booth, Mark Stephen and Greg Peterson, former All-Star safety, forming the longest broadcast tandem in league history. And Greg, what are you watching for today?
Well, Mark, it seems like we've been talking about this game forever. I guess we have, but it's good to finally get it to. They have two of the better teams in the West right now, fighting for first place. I think this should be a great afternoon matchup.
Hey, I won't tell you things have changed around here, but about 12 or 15 hours ago around here, you were looking for face masks. Now I might be looking for sunglasses. Yeah, it's poking through. It's turned into a very nice afternoon. Coming up, the opening kickoff, 90 seconds away. More great Stampeder football on your voice of the Stamps, QR Calgary.
Summer's here, Calgary, and Furnace Family Home Services by ATCO and Lennox are teaming up to bring you unbeatable comfort and serious savings. Upgrade to the Lennox Ultimate Comfort System, the high-efficiency solution that keeps your home cool, your energy use low, and runs so quietly you'll barely know it's there. Right now, enjoy up to $2,000 in rebates or no payments for 6 full months. Visit FurnaceFamily.com and book before August 15th to lock in your comfort and savings. Furnace Family Home Services by ATCO and Lennox. Your home, your comfort, our promise. Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn and Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootin.com.
We're fun!
Farmers, summer is here. Get ready with the all-new Claas Xerion 12 Series tractor. With a CVT transmission for smooth operation, a powerful 140-gallon per minute hydraulic system, and unmatched visibility, it's built to handle your toughest jobs. Plus, with industry-leading fuel efficiency, ride quality, and comfort, the Xerion 12 Series keeps you going strong all day long. Don't wait. Secure yours today. Visit your local Claas dealer or claas.com. Claas, made for more.
Thanks for listening. This is Dave Dickinson. Now back to Stampeder Football on QR Calgary.
And welcome back to Stampeder Football on QR Calgary. Make a confession here. I'm stealing this line from Chris Edwards, TSN producer. He said, welcome to Friday Night Football on Saturday afternoon. But Greg, it's really a nice day all of a sudden.
Yeah, it turned out to be a very good night or day, Mark. It's just beautiful. The sun is no wind, and the sun's come out, and you don't smell that smoke anymore, and you can see right across the stadium into the back, almost to the downtown. So it's going to be a good night for a good day for football.
You got that right, and certainly the Stampeders throwing into some tough circumstances. You know, when we talk about the team, we talk about Vernon Adams and Mills, etc. There's a great team behind the scenes here with the Stampeders that, you know, got things sorted out under very adverse conditions. They had zero notice to, you know, house the team, feed the team, transport the team. It was not ideal. Anyway, the Stampeders are going to return. They'll start out from our broadcast left, the north end of the stadium. They're in their road uniforms, red helmets, red numbers, white pants with a red striping down the side, red numbers and white tops. Saskatchewan out in what they call obsidian green. Yeah, not thrilled about those. They are black jerseys, green numerals, green striping around the uniforms with the outline, black pants and black socks. So a lot of black for a team that's known as Team Green. Anyway, that's the way it's going to be. The Stampeders are ready to return. They have 2 returners deep. Ludovic Choquette is deep, along with Horton, who's very pumped up, the young man from Texas. Greg's right, he is a very tiny athlete, but he can fly. Lowther is ready to address the ball. We're ready to kick this thing off and get this rescheduled game underway. I don't anticipate any kind of delays from this point forward. Here we go. Lowther runs up to the ball. Underway, 2:08. Local kicks off from the south end. Be returned by Horton. He'll catch inside the 5 at the face mask. runs straight ahead. 10 at the 20, 25 years left. Breaks the tackle, 35, up near the 40 before he's bumped down. A nice return as he's dumped in front of the Stampeder bench. But the Stampeders start out in some pretty good field position.
Yeah, good thing about Horton, he hit it and he did not hesitate. Just went straight up the field. Mark found a little bit of the seam and broke a tackle. I talked about that. We hadn't been breaking that first tackle. He broke an arm tackle, got another 10, 15 yards. Pretty good field position for the Stamps.
Time now for the Claas Stampeders opening drive. The makers of precision farm equipment. Claas, made for more. Bernard Adams with the Stamps greeted with boos as they start out on the 39-yard line. Left side hash marks. Mills crouches in the backfield. Play fake to the line. Backers Adams has time, sets up, pitching downfield. That's tipped and intercepted by the Saskatchewan Roughriders. They have the ball at the 50-yard line of Calgary down to about the 48-yard line. That was an interception right away, right out of the gate as the new corner. Brooks went up, pulled the ball in. Saskatchewan takes over.
Well, just a football that Vernon Adams should not have thrown, Mark. He had great protection, stood in the pocket for a long time, and he tried to throw it a little deep crossing route. The linebackers had gotten real deep on their drops. He never should have thrown that football. Gave the Riders a big break to start with. They're already past midfield.
They are. It is a tremendous opportunity right off the bat as they're at the Calgary. Let's make that the 47-yard line for veteran Trevor Harris. He has Ouellette. Hair spilling out the back of his helmet. He's his running back. Snapped into the left flat by Harris. That is caught in the open side of the field. Trying to turn it upfield before driven out of bounds as Myers makes the catch. Grant is over to push him out of bounds on the near side. That'll be about a 2 or 3 yard gain at the most. Jaden Grant, by the way, was a bit of a question mark yesterday, but he's obviously playing.
Yeah, and that was a great play by Jaden Grant because little Hicks screen to the wide side with 4 receivers to that side. There was good stock blocking in front of him. Grant was one of the few guys not blocked, shot up there, and limited that gain to 2 yards.
All right, here we go. It's second down, 8 yards to go. Saskatchewan, they're at the Stampeder 45-yard line. We are just underway. It was a 2 o'clock kickoff here in Regina. Riders will go to the air. Harris takes the ball as back. Pitching short side. Ball is caught, and the tackle is made immediately. Nice play by Derek Moncrief, who swallowed up the local product Mitchell Picton for about a 4-yard gain, but they're well short of the first down end. Are they thinking field goal here? They are.
They are thinking field goal, but as I talked about, Trevor Harris likes the quick gain. He gets the ball out and a lot of stop routes and quick slants, but good job by our secondary on both those plays to limit that gain. No yak yards after and limit the game, causing this pretty long field goal here, Mark.
It's 47 yards. He being Ouellette is 9 of 13, or at least he being the place carrier Lowther is 9 of 13 this year. On the left side hash marks, the snap, it's pinned, it's kicked, it's going, and no questions asked here. The Rough Riders are on the scoreboard with a 3-0 lead. All right, Stampeder football has a home, and it's QR Calgary. We're in the first quarter. The score, Saskatchewan 3, Calgary 0. You're listening to Stampeders football, now streaming on QRCalgary.com.
Hi, this is Jalen Philpott. Your Stampeders play here on QR Calgary.
Saskatchewan leads 3-0, and if you want a reason why they're 4-0, Greg, they are +5 in the giveaway takeaway department, and they just punched 3 points on the board off of that turnover and lead 3-0.
Yeah, Stamps we can't be giving the ball away. Like we just gave him 3 points on the interception. Vernon Adams, he was doing a really good job of protecting the football last couple of games, but didn't do it on that play.
Welcome back to Stampeder football on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge. Stampeder scrimmage on their 40-yard line. Mills to the right of the quarterback in the backfield. Adams at his count. Adams gives on a counter. Keeps the ball, rolls right, pitches downfield. Ball is caught by Brooks. He gets up to the midfield marker where he's knocked down. But the Stampeders have a first down. That time he took care of the ball and pitched it downfield for a first down.
Yeah, a little fake handoff, and everybody got sucked in on that play on the D-line. Faked it to Dietrich Mills, and just a good read by Vernon Adams. He's rolling to his right, saw a guy in the flat, covered guy in the curl wide open, and threw a perfect strike for a first down.
Ball is just short of the midfield marker. Thurman on the tackle. First down, Stampeders. Jalen Philpott looks back at the formation, now comes back in to help block. Give is Mills. He runs off right tackle, has open field, 50, 45, down to the 43-yard line. He's tackled in the secondary, but as he goes down, a marker on the field. Revis, the linebacker, over to tackle.
Well, it doesn't look good. We'll have to get the call here, but good run by
Calgary, number 23. It's a 10-yard penalty. We'll repeat first down.
Well, they had a 23 line lined up at the tight end position mark, and he kind of just went down, and I didn't think it was too much of a hold. I thought he got a pretty good crack block on the tackle, and then he scooped out to the end, but the referee disagreed, so what was a very good run now is 1st and 20.
That's exactly what it is. 1st down and 20. Stampeders moving left to right to the scoreboard end, the south end of Mosaic Stadium in Regina, Saskatchewan. Dominique Grimes, the big tall target, goes left outside him. There's Devon Jones. Now Longley adjusts left as a blocking back. Adams has the ball in a deep drop. Pitching across the middle, pulling it in. Great grab made on the play by Jalen Philpott before he is sandwiched, knocked down at the Saskatchewan 48-yard line. It's a big pickup, 2nd down and about 8 yards to go.
Yeah, Vernon Adams is having lots of time to step in that pocket, and offensive line doing a great job of giving him protection. And as you say, Jalen Philpott, they're killing them on the... Right now, the Riders are playing zone, and the receivers are just finding where that zone is, and Vernon Adams is picking it up.
Stampeders are 2nd down, and let's make it 2 yards to go at the 48-yard line. They bring in Big Vaughn as a tight end. He lines up to the left. Vernon Adams is in the gun. Adams play fake to the line. Rolls right to the near side. Floats the ball downfield. That is caught coming out of the backfield. Dragged in, making the catch is Big Vaughn down at the 34-yard line before he's wrestled to the ground, and it's a Stampeder 1st down as the tight end slipped across the formation.
Yeah, he was in the tight end position, and again, they're really faking the handoff. Lots of play-action pass. Vernon Adams and Dietrich Mills doing a great job of that fake, and then they've got a guy in the flat, and this time they had the tight end on the opposite side drag across, and Vernon saw him and threw a perfect strike.
Stampeders are marching. They're at the Saskatchewan 34-yard line. Vernon Adams at the controls. Saskatchewan holding a 3-0 lead. We're 5 minutes into the opening quarter of this game. Adams again will pass. Looks left, throws right, out of the backfield. Mills has the ball, follows his tacklers, and the ball is popped loose. Follows it, it was popped loose. Saskatchewan ball at the 27-yard line. Followed his blocker. Who came up with the football? Doesn't matter. It is Revis. It is Saskatchewan ball, a 2nd turnover by the Calgary Stampeders.
Turnovers are killing them, Mark, and they're on a drive and doing a great job. And that time it looked like Mills was just hit from behind as we go to a timeout.
Saskatchewan 3, the Stampeders 0. This is Stampeder football on QR Calgary. Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak are proud sponsors of Stampeder football on QR Calgary, bringing you all your CFL action for over 3 decades.
Ever get that feeling when you walk around certain rooms in your house? You know, that wouldn't it be nice feeling about a renovation idea for your kitchen, bathroom, or basement? Maybe you even pull out the tape measure or sketch out your ideas. But the fear of an unreliable contractor or costs spiraling out of control holds you back. At Renovations by Hearth and Home, we call those healthy concerns because it means you're asking the right questions and you've just found a team with the right answers. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
Wolf Chev GMC Buick Calgary is leading the pack. Celebrating an all-new location and the same amazing experience. For a limited time, save up to $12,000 or get 0% financing for up to 60 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 off select vehicles. Run with the pack to Wolf Calgary, your General Motors superstore. Now open at 768 101st Street Southwest, just off Stony Trail.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
This is Micah Tights, number 42. Now back to Stampeders football on QR Calgary.
Stampeders give the ball up for a 2nd time, so that's why Saskatchewan will start out at their 27-yard line. 1st down and 10, ball in the near left hash marks for Trevor Harris. He'll give it to Ouellette, runs into the middle of that Calgary line, and they are right there, knocking him down. Micah Tights and the linebacker Thurman, or at least the linebacker Moncrief comes up to help. It's about a 2-yard gain, 2nd and 9.
Well, the Riders loaded the box. What I mean by that, they bring their big slot backs down and put them up through the holes there in the middle. So they got 9 guys, 8 guys blocking. Well, Stamp said, okay, if you're going to do that, we're just going to blitz our guys down, and they just anticipated that was going to be a run, and good job by stopping the run.
Harris breaks the huddle. 5 receivers out, 3 to the far side, 2 to the near side for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Stampeders showing blitz. They back off. Harris in a deep drop. Harris standing. He's in trouble. He's in the grasp, and down he goes at the 20, and the ball popped loose. The ball popped loose. They say the referee says no, that he was down before the ball popped out. But regardless, it is a sack. I think Flo Ormelad gets credit for that sack, Greg. It'll be 3rd down and very long Saskatchewan.
Well, and I thought he was trying to just throw that ball, and I thought, well, just a good job by the defense. They only rushed 4, Mark, and what they did is they 2nd and long, and Trevor Harris did not want to throw that ball away because he was getting, but got good pressure. Flo beat his guy and made the sack. Right now they're conversing because, I don't know, I thought that was a fumble, but now we have a flag thrown really late, and they're pointing at the Stampeder bench, the Stampeder special teams, and I just hope that it's not...
Intentional grounding, Saskatchewan, number 7. Lost it down, 3rd down.
All right, well, that's what it is, intentional grounding, yeah, because it looked like Trevor was in the grasp of Flo, and he just threw the ball away.
Couch is on to punt, another never-ending series of Australian punters.
Likes to spray the ball all over the field. He's got several different types of kicks. And, Horton did a really good job on that opening kickoff. We'll see how he does now on a punt.
He stands on the 35-yard line. His own. Bit of a breeze, but not much. Couch takes the ball, pounds it downfield. Bit of a helicopter kick. Horton will catch inside the 35, lost the handle. It rolls back to the 20-yard line, picks it up, bobbles it, picks it up again, and is knocked out of bounds at the 22-yard line. Very, very tough break for the youngster who was in position, but the ball got away on him, but at least they maintained possession.
Well, that's what I said about the kicker coach. He likes to just spray the ball all over the field. That time it was kind of an end over end, and Horton had it. He had lots of time. He just misjudged it, Mark. He just did not get his square up on the body. He just did not do a good job of fielding the ball. Consequently, that's going to cost the Stampeders about 20 yards.
Yeah, backs him up to their 22-yard line where they'll start out. Offense on the field, 9:07 to play in this quarter, 3-0 for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Here comes Vernon Adams out. Stampeders overload right with a tight end. Adams leans in, checks off. Now checking off again. And takes the ball, fake to the line, looks downfield, throws, and it's a low throw intended, trying to set up Dominique Grimes, but the big fella just couldn't go down far enough to pick that off his feet, so it's incomplete.
Well, lots of play-action pass, and a little play-action pass that time, and Vernon Adams felt like he was a little bit rushed, and he didn't step into his throw mark. He kind of threw it going back off his back foot, and consequently a low throw, and not able to complete it by the wide receiver.
So a 2nd down situation for the Stampeders here. The rookie Alfred in his first start. He splits wide left, lines outside the numbers at the 22-yard line. And as the Stamps come over the ball, somebody jumped. There's fingers pointing every which way. And flags are on the field.
Well, I think our Deontay Demery popped up.
Procedure, Calgary, number 60. 5-yard penalty. It remains 2nd down.
That's precisely what happened. So Stampeders back up to the 17-yard line. It'll be 2nd down, 15 yards to go. 8:36 to play in this quarter, 3-0 Saskatchewan. Stampeders send 5 receivers out. They start receivers in motion to the line. They back off. New cadence by the quarterback. Snap back to Adams. Adams back. Looking, dealing downfield, coming back, making the catch, then absorbs a real blast on the play, but a nice pass to break back on. Pulled in by Jalen Philpott before he is hit by Fields in the corner, and that about 20 yards. That's
that got him out of a huge hole. They're backed up in their own end. And 2nd down and 20 yards to go, and they do a deep, deep curl. And right now, the Stamps are really capitalizing on Vernon Adams just sitting in the pocket and throwing darts on those deep curls.
Stampeders at their 34-yard line. It's 1st down. Mills stays in the backfield. Adams works. Deep handoff to Mills, finds a hole right side, 40, 45, at the 50-yard line before he's finally knocked down. He hit the hole right side, finally brought down deep in the secondary. Allen, the linebacker, peeling back, but it's another first down.
Well, they had 4 receivers to the left side. That brought both halfbacks, even the linebacker out, and then they ran it back off tackle on the weak side with the guy flanked out, and all they had to do was push the end out and seal on the tackle, and Mills is really running hard, had a big hole.
Looking for his first 100-yard game of this year. He had 3 90-plus yard games, so still very, very productive. The Stampeders have Brooks. He comes in motion near side from the 49. Outside linebacker blitzes on. Adams back. Pitches to a wide-open target on the far side. Pulled in, getting up to the Saskatchewan 50-yard line as it's pulled in by Jalen Philpott, who's on fire, and he has really close to a first down at the Saskatchewan 50 before he's pulled down.
Well, right now the Stampeder offense are just marching the ball at will, doing a good job. They just can't turn it over. So that time the Riders came on the Sam blitz, and right away they picked that up and threw it where the blitzing linebacker had vacated.
Stampeders have 4 first downs. It's a short yardage play. 2nd and 1. What do they do here? They go short yardage, pushing straight ahead. And Bond has enough for the first down for the Stampeders.
Bond's getting a little bit better on that short yardage mark, but he's still a little bit too high. It's okay to kind of hesitate and sniff out where that hole is, but once you kind of sense where it is, you get shoulders low and just keep those feet going and get a little bit low. He's a big, tall guy, so you don't want to stand up too high.
Well, just looking down at one of the best that we've had in recent years in Calgary, Tommy Stevens is on the sidelines. He set the table for guys that are short yardage quarterbacks. Stampeders are marching. They're at the 50-yard line of Saskatchewan. First down and 10. 6:06 remaining in the opening quarter. Philpott has been the big target. He comes into the backfield to help block. Instead, he'll get the handoff. He runs off left tackle, gets to the line of scrimmage, upended about 3 yards downfield before he is sent to the ground. A little bit of a change of pace.
Usually when they have Philpott go in the backfield as a halfback or a running back, they give it to him. Well, they did that time and ran a little off-tackle play. Didn't get much, though.
Sales knocks him down as the Stampeders are now 2nd down, 6 yards to go at the 46-yard line of Saskatchewan. 3-0 for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Adams, long count. Adams, draw to Mills. He finds some room. Left side, 40, up to the 39 of Saskatchewan. Falls ahead 37, and will await the spot of the ball, but it is enough for a first down before he is knocked down, and the tackler.
What a great drive this is, Mark. And we got an injured rider right now, but they're just marching the ball. And that time, a good play call. They had 4 receivers to the right side, ran a draw to the other side. And good job by DeMonte Emery to kind of push his end out and come and seal on the backer. And that opened up the hole for Dietrich Mills, who's running very, very hard.
The injured Rough Rider is the Defensive Player of the Year a year ago, Milligan. He's okay. I just think it was a rough, tough hit, and he just needs a bit of time to recuperate.
Dietrich Mills is a tough runner. We got 2 of the tougher runners in the league right now. The 2 best, I think, in Dietrich Mills and, of course, A.J. Ouellette for the Riders.
Stampeders marching, 9th play of the drive as they advance to the Saskatchewan 37-yard line. Here they go. Choquette in the backfield now to spell off Mills. Play fake to the line. Adams has the ball on the snap. Dancing in the pocket. He takes off on a run. There's room. 35 to 30. Cuts it upfield. Slides at the 25-yard line of Saskatchewan and has another first down.
Yeah, good job. And I talked in the pregame, Mark, about how the front 4 of the defense for the Riders really get a good upfield push. They did that time, and right away were pressuring Vernon Adams. But what Vernon can do, he finds a seam in that defensive line. He can take it and run and use his feet to get a first down.
They spot him about a foot short of the first down, so that means Big Vaughn is in the game as a short yardage quarterback. He comes under center. Christian Fortin takes the ball, surges ahead, has room, rolls off a tackle, and gets down to about the 21-yard line of Saskatchewan. However, we do see a marker on the field.
Well, it's going to be offside on the Riders. They lined up offside. Good job by Vaughn that time. That time he kept low and kept his knees pumping and went off tackle and got about 5 yards.
Offside, Saskatchewan, defensive line. Penalty is declined. First down.
10th play of this drive for the Calgary Stampeders. Make it 11th play now.
This is just a great drive.
Saskatchewan 21. The sun has burst through. It's really a nice July afternoon here in the Saskatchewan. As the Stampeders huddle up, ball on the right side, hash mark. Stampeders enter the game at 3-1. Saskatchewan 4-0. Stampeders fan out with 4 receivers to the right side of the formation. They overload right with a tight end. Adams takes the ball, looks left, sets up, throwing down by the corner of the end zone. There's a jump ball off his feet, pulls it in. It's a touchdown. Damien Alford, wide open. Second game, second touchdown.
Good job by Vernon Adams, a little fake handoff. And then he had a guy, Mark, that was running down a post. He was open, and Vernon looked at him, but he also had Alford going deep outside. He just had to read the safety. Where's he going? He threw an excellent ball up for the big guy, and Alford went up into the air, used that 6'6" frame, and as you said, second touchdown of his career, 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, he played a lot in the first game. This is actually his first start, so it's his second. And the Stampeders take the lead on just a superb drive after they were thrown a little adversity with back-to-back turnovers on their first drive. But here they go with the extra point. Rennie Paredes, it's down, it's kicked, and it is good. And we'll go to break. Stampeders defense will be on the field. This is the first quarter of Stampeder football. We're here in Regina. The score, Calgary 7, Saskatchewan 3. This is Stampeder football on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
Farmers, summer is here. Get ready with the all-new Claas Zerion 12 Series tractor. With a CVT transmission for smooth operation, a powerful 140-gallon per minute hydraulic system, and unmatched visibility, it's built to handle your toughest jobs. Plus, with industry-leading fuel efficiency, ride quality, and comfort, the Zerion 12 Series keeps you going strong all day long. Don't wait. Secure yours today. Visit your local Claas dealer or Claas.com. Claas, made for more.
Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn and Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootinn.com.
We're fun!
This is Micah Tights, number 42. Now back to Stampeders football on QR Calgary.
Welcome back, Stampeders leading 7-3. Yeah, Mike had 5 years here with the Saskatchewan Roughriders, now back home in southern Alberta. Welcome back to Stampeder football on QR Calgary, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers. My goodness, it is suddenly really a sunny afternoon. You can see sharp shadows on the field. It's beautiful.
Suddenly a really good afternoon, and suddenly our Stampeder offense is on fire, Mark. They're just moving the ball. But for those 2 turnovers, Mark, they're playing great. That last drive, third drive of the game, 66 yards, 14 plays, 4 passing, and they were running the ball very well. Of course, capped off with that touchdown to Damien Alford. That was just a super drive.
Got that right. Myers is back as a returner for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. But, of course, the guy to watch is Dangerous Alford. He lines up to the far side. Great sense and awareness of what's going on the field. Yeah, he's fast, but he's much more than fast.
He's very good in limited space. I mean, when he can just, guys all around him, he knows which hole to pick and take off and get through it. Right now, first down, Stamp 7. Saskatchewan haven't got a first down yet.
Kicked off by Rennie Paredes, but this is in the direction of Myers. He'll catch inside the 10, near side. He starts upfield. 20, cuts it upfield. 30, 35, at the 40 before he's bumped out of bounds by Stampeder's long snapper, Malgugan, who is down. I think that's who it is, Greg. I don't want to get carried away.
Yeah, he ran in. It looked like he hit his arm as he was trying to you know what, long snapper Guggen, that's going to hurt because Aaron Crawford's out and Guggen's out, and you don't have a snapper. You don't get the punts back there, and it looks like he's really hurt. They got the Stampede. He's right on the sideline of the Riders.
Yeah, right in the Saskatchewan.
He made the tackle. He did a great job because that was not very good cover down the field. Riders getting pretty good field position. Would have even had better if it wasn't for Guggen making that pretty good tackle.
Yeah, we'll see if it is him. Nice, pleasant young man. He was in training camp. They let him go, but said, hey, listen, we'll call if we need you. Well, they needed him, and he came back. He stayed working out in Southern Ontario.
Well, he's in a lot of pain right now, and it looked to me like he hit his arm right on a helmet, and that hurts when that happens. And you've seen many breaks, but you hit that arm, and they're going to help him up. good, tough kid getting up.
Well, he is.
Oh, yeah, no, there is.
No, it's not. It's actually Faranicho.
Okay, it's
the rookie. Yeah, it's the rookie Faranicho, a Canadian draft choice. He is hobbling. Being helped off by teammates to the far side.
He's doing a good job on teams drafted in the 4th round. Montreal, as you said, the rookie, 6'1", 205 pounds, and it looks like his leg.
There's something happened. Maybe slipped or something, not sure, but he's slowly getting off to the far side. Meanwhile, the Rough Riders will start out at the 41-yard line as the Stampeders hold a 7-3 lead, 3:35 remaining. So, yeah, he's being taken off the sidelines, and they're getting the medical tent up so they can look at him.
Yeah, I thought it was his arm, but it looks like it's definitely a leg injury.
And it was right in the Saskatchewan bench area, so
he made the
couldn't identify. Yeah, we couldn't identify him immediately because so many players were surrounding him. So Saskatchewan will start out at their 41-yard line. Here we go. Rob Estelli goes right. Kashawn Johnson joins him that way as well for Trevor Harris. Time whistled in. Harris spies that Calgary defense. He throws downfield. It's tipped at the defensive line. It's into the hands of a lineman. The ball falls out. The pass was tipped by the end. I think that was Flo Orbalat that got his hand up. And I think Micah Tights tried to come in and pull the ball in. He just couldn't pull it in, but it's incomplete.
Yeah, that's too bad. That was, again, a little fake handoff, quick throw over the middle. Good job by our defensive line to jump up and time that throw, and it was catchable. Mark was flopping around there. We had two guys that two defenders on the Stamps that kind of hit each other and knocked the ball out.
That's the issue. It was two guys that were ended up as friendly fire bumping into each other. Stampeders show a 4-man front. 2nd and 10, Saskatchewan at their 41-yard line as Harris will go to the air. Harris sets up, throws in the right flat out of the backfield. Got by Ouellette, gets across the 45 to about the 48-yard line, but he's short of the first down as the linebacker Roberts is over to bring him down. It'll be 2nd down, 3rd down, and about 5 Saskatchewan.
Saskatchewan still doesn't have a first down, but great job by our linebackers and our defensive backs not to give the Riders any yak yards. That's how they've been making first downs. They like throwing little short ones and then letting guys run another 5-6 yards. That time Roberts did not let his guy go. Good job by the second-year player out of Wake Forest.
All right, Horton is ready to return. Really no breeze impacting the kick. Scout kicks it away. It's an end-over-end kick. Tracking to his left as Horton catches the 15, lost it again. He picks it up, retreats, goes back to the 10, back to the 5. Trying to run to the near side, cuts it back inside, and lost yards on the return. A tough break for the young man. Marion, a defensive lineman, down to smother him, but that's 2 straight kicks, Greg, where the Stamps have lost yards on the return.
And I think he's looking, I'm looking where the sun is right now, and I think he's looking right into the sun, but nevertheless, you have to shade your eyes or do something, but you got to hang on to that football.
Yeah. Anyway, the Stamps do maintain possession, though. They're at their 10, ball resting between the hash marks. 2 minutes and 13 seconds remaining. We're in the first quarter. The Stampeders 7. And the Rough Riders 3. So long field for the Stampeders with Vernon Adams at the control. 4 receivers go wide left for Adams. Adams will take the ball. Snaps in the left flat. Caught by Mills. Has blockers in front of him. But the Rough Riders rally to bring him down. Very, very limited games on the play. Jameer Thurman over leading a Rough Rider posse at 2nd down and about 9 Stampeders.
Yeah, they have trips to the left side. That trips means 3 receivers. Then they have Dietrich Mills kind of run a swing route, Mark, and that's they just try and get it to him, and hopefully one of those guys can get a good block, but great downfield tackling by the Riders.
So it's 2nd down and 10 Stampeders. They're at their 10-yard line. 1:19 to play in the first quarter. Brooks starts in motion to the line. Adams is back. Looks right, throws right. Long post corner taken by the near sideline. Steps out of bounds. Great grab by Dominique Rhymes as he went across the field. And the Stampeders have a first down to the Saskatchewan 29.
Right now, Vernon Adams is being a pure quarterback, except for the one where he took off down there. Mark, he's just throwing the ball very well, and he's sitting in the pocket and throwing accurate balls. That time, that was a post corner way deep, and he had to throw it over the defensive back, and good play by Adams.
Got down to the 29 of the Stampeders. They're out of the shadows of their own goalpost. And yes, there are shadows on the field today here. Mills in a one-back set. Stampeders leading 7-3. Deep handoff, Mills. He cuts it back inside, breaks one tackle, but lost his footing as he tried to cut it upfield. Falls down for about a 1-yard gain, maybe. Lacombo on the tackle.
He tried running a deep handoff, as you said, but that defensive line of the Riders are so good of getting upfield right away, and they're into the backfield. Mills had nowhere to go.
So again, another long second down situation for the Stampeders. 2nd and 9 at the 30. And with one count, now checks off. Play clock is at 6. He's back in and takes the ball. He's back, pocket hold, fires a dart downfield in double coverage. That was broken up, trying to find Philpott. Tried to squeeze it through a needle, but Rivas, the linebacker, is there to knock it down, and the Stampeders will punt.
Yeah, that time, again, trying to go to that deep curl, which has been so effective this game, but Rivas, that time, he wasn't having anything to do with it. CJ Rivas, he just jumped in front of that fifth-year player. Good solid linebacker, made a good play.
Darius Alford averaging 12 yards per return. As our pregame guest, Bassett, is going to punt the ball away. This should be our final first quarter play. Bassett takes the snap, punts it away. Great hang time here, bit of a flutter on it. Alford runs up to catch at the 40-yard line. He runs right, tries to bust it outside, has a lane down the far sidelines, but then is bumped into the Stampeder bench on the far side. Still, he made something out of pretty much nothing. That's it for the first quarter. The score, the Calgary Stampeders 7, Saskatchewan 3. Up in a moment, second quarter football action. You're listening to Stampeder Football on QR Calgary 770 CHQR and 107.3 The Edge.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
Make your down payment go further. This summer, Shane Holmes is matching your down payment dollar for dollar up to 10% of your home's base price. The more you put down, the more you save. Put down 5%, get 5% off. Put down 10%, get the full 10% off. It's that simple. Hurry, this promo is only valid for the first 5 homes sold per community. Once they're gone, they're gone. Available for Shane Holmes front drive, laned, duplex, and townhome product types on select lots. Visit ShaneHolmes.com.
Promotion subject to change without notice.
It's time to Toyota, under the tower at South Point Toyota. Hurry into South Point Toyota right now and discover why they're Calgary's #1 volume Toyota dealer. With brand new Toyota RAV4s in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Huge trade-in values, free lifetime oil and filter offer. Plus, get up to $2,000 in free accessories with your purchase. It's time to Toyota, under the tower at South Point Toyota.
Thanks for listening. This is René Paredes, kicker for the Calgary Stampeders. Now back to Stampeder Football on QR Calgary.
Welcome back to Regina, where the Stampeders hold a 7-3 lead. We're live from the Billy Powers broadcast booth, brought to you by South Point Toyota at Mosaic Stadium. And welcome to second quarter action. Greg Peterson is here now with the first quarter stat story.
What a dominant first quarter by the Stampeders. Unfortunately, not on the score. First down, Stamps 9. Saskatchewan still haven't got a first down. Offensive play, Stamps 19. Riders only 5. In the rushing category, Stamps 47 yards. Riders only 1 yard. Passing, Stamps 119. Riders 13. But here's the stat that kind of hurts the Stampeders. 2 turnovers by the Stampeders, none by the Riders.
And the Riders have the ball. They'll turn around and move left to right to the scoreboard end. The big board here at Mosaic Stadium. As time is whistled in, they'll break the huddle. Myers and Duncan Busby going left for quarterback Trevor Harris. Came into the league 2012. He'll take the ball here, but this time he'll give to Ouellette, but he has stood up. Stampeders filled that hole almost immediately, so very little gain on the play.
Well, they're just anticipating that they're going to give the ball to Ouellette, and the Stampeders, great job by Kyle Wilson, our middle linebacker, our MAC linebacker. He just stuffed that right away so far. Got to keep it going, but they got a let to like about 2 yards, which is incredible for how much the Riders have been running the ball this season.
That's right. It is second down right on the midfield marker. 9.5 to go for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Stampeders leading by a count of 7-3. Harris calls out signals. Receivers in motion to the line. Calgary, the four-man pressure. Harris fires a strike to the near sidelines. That is caught, and then stepping out of bounds and has a first down. University of Regina's Mitchell Picton. First down, Saskatchewan.
Good solid throw that time. Stamps only rushed 3 and second and long, but they got a little too deep in their secondary with their umbrella coverage, and all the Picton did is run down about 10 yards into the sideline, and was picked up by Harris. Good solid throw.
At the 46 of Calgary, Saskatchewan is on the march. Riders out. They have a double tight set with Ouellette in the backfield. And Harris will give it to Ouellette. He runs right, but the Stampeders sniffed that out right away. Roberts is over first contact. Also in on the play, Wiley. They smother him for a 2-yard loss.
Yeah, you got to credit the defensive line. They're just doing a job on the O-line. And then they're just letting our linebackers, Jacob Roberts and Kyle Wilson, Dietrich Moncrief, scrape and make those tackles. But the dirty work is being done by the D-line. Good job for the Stampeders.
Saskatchewan 53% in second down conversion. This one is second down from the Calgary 49, 13 yards to go. Stampeders break the huddle. Harris directing the attack. He empties the backfield. Harris is back. Standing. Pumps once. Stepped up. Nobody open. Then pitches downfield. Bit of a shot put pass. And the catcher loses the ball.
No,
incomplete. He had it, and it was knocked away by Moncrief, so it's incomplete.
Well, Harris just unwilling to throw the ball into that deep coverage. That's what happens. You get him in second and long. And right now, the Riders are out of their offense. Usually they run the ball with Ouellette and get good first down yardage. Right now, they're getting nothing and doing something they're not very comfortable in doing, and that's being in second and long.
Horton gets another crack to return a punt here of Couch. It was intended for Mims, but it was knocked away. Just as he caught it.
Hang on to it here.
Yep. End over end kick is tough. Horton looks up, catches at the 5 cleanly this time. He's at the 10, he's at the 12 before he's chased out of bounds into the near sidelines. All right, Stampeder offense is coming on the field in just a moment. The score, the Calgary Stampeders 7, Saskatchewan 3. You're listening to Stampeder Football, racking up another great season of football, something we've been doing for over 3 decades. This is QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge. Saskatchewan 3, welcome back to sunny Regina on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. And first we were postponed last night, but we're playing now. Stampeders scrimmage on their 13-yard line after the return. They're leading 7-3. Vernon Adams in the gun. He's been very solid to date. Has an empty backfield. Checking off of the line. They'll take the snap. Here comes the blitz. Adams back. Floats a pass on a streak route. Down the far sideline. There's a jump ball. It's contested. Stampeders have it. A great play going up and pulling it in. The rookie, sensational Alford, pulls it in. Wow.
Well, that was a 50-50 ball. You're throwing against a pretty good corner, Mark, and they threw the ball up. And, yeah, Damian Alford's just showing he can go and get the balls that are up in the air at 6'6", 226 pounds, but he just pulled that out of the hands of the defensive back. Great play.
Out to the 49, their own. A sensational play by Alford. Stampeders on the march, leading 7-3. Adams lining up in the gun. Now changing up the call. He takes the ball. Adams is back. Pumps once, sets up, throws along out to the open far side. Caught by Philpott. He gets to the Saskatchewan 45, cuts inside, wrestles to the ground. But Philpott is just tremendous today, and he is knocked down.
Well, our O-line is just doing a great job. They're just protecting. Vernon Adams is just sitting back all kinds of time to wait for those crossers to develop. And just all the Riders are doing are playing zone, but if you got all kinds of time to throw the football, you're going to find a hole in the zone as Vernon is doing.
Milligan made the tackle. 4 catches, 61 yards for Philpott. My goodness. We're just into the second quarter. Stampeders across to the Saskatchewan 43-yard line. Adams takes the ball. He'll give it to Mills. Hesitation move. Explodes into a hole. Gets to the 40, down to about the 38 before Saskatchewan pushes him back. And that'll be a gain of maybe 4 on the play, 2nd and 6.
2nd and 6, pretty good. But Mills is running real hard. First contact, he's keeping those legs at chugging and getting a couple more. But first time the Riders have got the Stampeder, not really 2nd and long, Mark, but the first time that Mills hasn't got at least 6 yards.
Yep. 2nd down and 6. Stampeders out of the huddle. Rhymes goes to his spot in the slot on the far side. Barking out signals is Adams. Adams takes the ball. Adams looking, dancing, pitching a strike across the middle and across the field. That's caught by Rhymes at the 20. Carries the tackler down to about the 16-yard line. And the Stampeders' big targets are playing big. Nice grab by him as the Stampeders move deep into Saskatchewan territory. Brooks on the tackle.
Well, again, lots of time to throw the football, even though the Riders are coming with pressure of 5 guys. They brought the middle linebacker and dropped one guy out, but Vernon's just sitting in that pocket, not getting antsy feet and throwing strikes.
And the Stampeders are marching to the Saskatchewan 17-yard line. They lead 7-3. They're on the move here. Adams checking off, changes his play with the play clock now with 3. Takes the snap. Back. Looks right. Throws left. Out of the backfield. That ball is caught on a crossing route down to about the 14-yard line. Pulled in by Rhymes, but that time Milligan was on him, so short gain, 2nd down and 7, Stampeders.
Yeah, again, Vernon Adams, he just sit there. He looked one way, he looked the other, and 2 crossers, they crisscrossed, Mark. They call that the over-under, and he went to the guy going under Rhymes and threw a perfect strike to him, but I'll tell you what, these defensive backs of the Riders really come up and smack you after you catch the football.
Stampeders on the near hash marks at the Saskatchewan 13-yard line. Lead by 4, driving for more. Stampeders with 5 receivers out. Jones down the line towards the formation. Adams takes the snap. Adams looking left, throwing in the open field. That's caught by Alford. Off his feet, catches it to 10. Struggles ahead, but I don't think has the first down as he was pulled down short by about a yard as Brooks on the corner tackles him.
Well, a little stop route. All you need is about 6, and it's going to be very close. So what's Dave Dickinson going to do here? Is he going to... I think he's going to not gamble and bring in Rennie Paredes and just take the 3.
Yep.
Because it's a solid 1 yard, but you know what? You don't get it here, and after that good solid drive down the field, big catch. The big play, of course, was Alford on that big 40-yard seam route or streak route down the right side.
It's going to be a 16-yarder for Rennie Paredes, who did not hit the field in a field goal situation last game. That's really rare.
This should be automatic. If anything, it's a little bit too close.
From 16. Bassett is the holder. There's a snap. It's down. Kicked by Paredes, and it splits the uprights, extending the Stampeders' lead. So the Calgary Stampeders are leading the Saskatchewan Roughriders 10-3, 8:15 to play in the quarter. This is second quarter CFL football action on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge. The action resumes in Regina with the Stampeders holding a 10-3 lead, 8:15 to play in the first half. So Saskatchewan will try and get something going right now. First down to Stampeders 12, Saskatchewan with 1. That's it. So let's see what the Stampeders defense do. They've really been strong on the defensive line, shutting down that number 1 ranked Rider ground game. Ouellette is in the backfield as Trevor Harris calls out signals. Harris, play fake, looks right, throws a long out to the near side, making the grab and steps out of bounds. Right away, that was a nice grab made by Myers, but he pulled the ball in just right by the Saskatchewan bench, and they pick up big yards down to the 53 of Calgary before he runs out of bounds, ran out of room. Nice throw across the field. So here we go at the 53-yard line. The Saskatchewan Roughriders are on offense. Stampeders showing a 4-man front. Harrison the gun with the lead in the backfield. Outside blitz coming by the Stampeders. Back is Harris, scrambling right for his life. He's in the grasp and just throws it away. Some fabulous pressure being exerted by Jalen Hutchings, and he just got that way just in time.
That defensive line is really getting upfield. That time the Stampeders came on the halfback blitz from the wide side. That flushed to Adams to his right, and we had Jalen Hutchings right there, and that's the 3rd time that we had the quarterback for the Riders having to throw the ball away while he was in the grasp of the Stampeder.
Saskatchewan at the Stampeder 53-yard line. Sun is on the field. Saskatchewan in those obsidian green jerseys, they break out of the huddle. Veteran Harris with the lead in the backfield. And Peters come, double linebacker blitz, back as Harris has to hurry his throw, and that's why he didn't link up with the target. Johnson just wasn't set, couldn't throw it away. Stamp sent a couple of linebackers, and their offense is really struggling because of the Stampeders defense.
Yeah, the Stampeder defense is just playing their best game this year. They're getting upfield, Mark, and they're tackling well, they're covering well. Right now, they're just stifling this Rider offense. It's been one of the better offenses this year in the CFL. Right now, they got nothing.
Yep. Welcome back to Stampeder football in QR Calgary, 770 CHQR. Punt time for Couch to send it downfield. There's a shank job off the side of his foot, and that's going to wobble out of bounds. The flag has been thrown. Yeah, they have to kick it out of bounds inside the 15. I don't know where that went out of bounds. They say the 27.
Yeah.
So a penalty and the poor punt. Great position for the Stampeders.
Exactly.
All right, the Stampeders 10, the Saskatchewan Roughriders 3. We're in the second quarter. This is Stampeder football. We're the voice of the red and white. QR Calgary, 770 CHQR. The action resumes. The Stampeders 10, Saskatchewan 3, 7:10 remaining in our first half as the Stampeders on the short punt and the penalty advance the ball to their 37-yard line. One back set for quarterback Vernon Adams. They fake to the line. He's in his deep drop. Now he's scrambling right, knocked down.
He slipped, Mark.
Yeah. Somebody reached the hand out and knocked him off his balance, so big loss.
Well, this is the first time the Rider defensive line got upfield, and then Vernon tried to do the right thing to escape outside and just kind of blew a tire, slipped, so a big loss of about 15 yards.
Yeah. I think it was Jameer Thurman that got a hand out. It just upended his balance and sent him to the ground. And there it is. So, yeah, now a big gap for the Stampeders, 2nd and 24. 6 minutes, 24 seconds to play in the quarter. The first half. Jaden Philpott's been the go-to guy along with Damian Alford. They split right for the Stampeders. Alford lines up outside the numbers. On second down, Riders sending 3. Adams is back. Dancing comes to the line of scrimmage. He will run at the 30, angles out of bounds at the 31, and he was hit out of bounds. And, boy, that was awful close to a late hit. And, in fact, that's what Dominique Grimes is saying. Hey.
Well, he was running out of bounds.
Yes.
Everybody knew he was running out of bounds. He didn't fake it. He ran out of bounds. A little bit of swipe at the end while he was out, and that easily could have been a
roughing, right? Yeah, I think they dodged the bullet. And some of the Stampeder coaches are on the field on the far side saying, hey, what's going on here? Anyway, it's kick time as Bassett is on to punt it away.
Well, we'll see. Horton had a hard time catching the ball. It looks like the returner's got to catch it right into the wind.
Bassett gets this away under pressure. It's a low end over end kick. Bounces at the 40. Caught on the near sidelines on a hop at the 32 by Alford. He dances down the near sidelines. In fact, he stepped out of bounds before he was tackled, so they'll put it at the 41-yard line. Hey, you're listening to QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge as the Saskatchewan Roughriders sending their offense on the field, and it has not found its gear yet. The first down, Saskatchewan 2, Stampeders 12.
Yeah, they're just Stampeder defense is playing great right now. They've limited that offense to 39 total yards offense.
That's it. Yeah, 246 to 39 is the offensive yardage totals. So 1st and 10 at the 41-yard line for the Saskatchewan Roughriders with Harris in the gun. Now we got Kadeem Carey in the backfield. Snap back to Harris. Throws to the right side. The ball is caught on the near side. Dancing his way down the sidelines and knocked down after about a 9-yard gain is Robistelli. Back to, let's see where they spotted. It is a first down to the 52.
Yeah, Stampeders that time, their corner was way back. They were playing a big 3-deep coverage and just a quick out by the outside guy to the wide side, and you can't give him so much of a cushion, Mark. And
1st and 10, Saskatchewan, just their 3rd first down. They're out to the 52-yard line. Kadeem Carey in the backfield to the right of the quarterback. Now back to Harris. He stands. He throws the ball long to the far side. Had a lot of air under that. The ball was caught. And then it was fumbled. It goes out of bounds. Moncrief has his hands on it. The receiver was picked, and was he down?
Well, the referees don't know. They didn't see it. But again, just the same play they had last time. Wide side out. That's a hole in the zone. But the referees are saying he was down. But all the Stampeder was right by the Stampeder bench. And I think Dave Dickinson might be challenging this
I
one.
think so. Ficton made the catch. Tried to turn it upfield. Was knocked loose by Green.
Well, they're saying were his knees down as he was definitely.
Previous play is under review by the replay center.
Okay, well,
it should be, yeah. I don't know if he's down. That's the only question. Was his knee down? We can't tell. This would be a massive turn of events for the Stampeders.
Wide side out. They had two guys, and he was struggling, and I don't think his knee was down. I just saw the replay, and had one guy holding him around his ankles, and the other guy kind of grabbing a little bit up top, and his knee had not come down, but that's why we had the replay center.
Well, the Stampeders are convinced which way the call is going. They've sent their offense on the field.
Yeah.
We'll await this. Yeah, I got a second look at it, Greg, too, and I think it came up before his knee went down. However, that's being assessed. Turned in after a hazy, smoke-filled day yesterday. It turned into a really nice blue sky afternoon in Regina.
Yeah.
Some of the crowd did not come back from last night, but still plenty in their green jerseys. Getzlaff, and there's Weston Dressler, Wes Cates.
Not as big a crowd as last night, definitely not, but still pretty good crowd.
Mm-hmm.
They're always loud here, but right now Stampeders silencing that big loud crowd with their play.
They are. Yeah, all green everywhere.
It's taken a long time to review this back in Toronto, but to me it's I just think it's Stampeder football.
After review, the ruling on the field stands. It'll be first down Calgary.
So the Stampeders take advantage of a turnover. And right now, the momentum is all in the Stampeders' favor. They'll take over at the 51-yard line. Saskatchewan sends the balance of their defense on the field. Damien Alford has the Stampeders touchdown. Caught a pass in the first. For a touchdown. Top receiver, though, is Jalen Philpott with 4 catches. Stampeders at the 41-yard line. Adams calls out signals. Adams, snap screen in the left flat. That ball is caught in full gallop up the field. Busting one tackle, twisting and trying to get to the 50-yard line as that ball is taken by Jalen Philpott before he is tackled, but it's enough for about a 7-yard gain for the Stampeders across into Saskatchewan side of the field.
Well, he got 7 yards because it was well executed. If you're running a swing route, you want to hit the guy as he's swinging and going forward, and it's harder pass than you think because you get extra yards with that momentum. Good play, good throw, good catch.
Second down and 3 at the Saskatchewan 52-yard line for quarterback Vernon Adams. Diedrich Mills in the backfield has a setback. And he will get the call. He runs left, has some room, has the first out at the 45, surges ahead to about the 42-yard line, where he is tackled there by Jameer Thurman. And it's a Stampeder first down with 4:04 to play in half one.
Deep handoff, and that's because Mills has good vision. He popped that outside a little bit. He's not a speedster, but he's thumping right now on those DBs, and every time they make a tackle, they're making the tackle, but he's dragging them for about 2-3 more yards.
That's the thing. Stampeders at the Saskatchewan 42-yard line. They empty the backfield. 3 receivers to either side. Now Mills comes back to the formation to help block. And Mills will get the handoff, but this time as he gets the ball, he's hit immediately, brought down by Saskatchewan. Sad, the first-round draft choice defensive lineman. No gain, 2nd and 10.
Yeah, Sad, a big guy at 280 pounds from Bowling Green. This is the first time the Stampeders have been in second long, I think, this game. I guess a couple times they've been.
Yeah, earlier in the last series, but here we go. 2nd and 10, Saskatchewan 42-yard line. Brooks, Alford in it. Go right for the Stampeders. Jones to that side. Middle linebacker blitz on. At his back, pumps one, sends the ball to the near side, off his feet, makes the catch, and then steps out of bounds. Rhymes at the 24 of Saskatchewan as Big Rhymes uses that big radius, pulls it in, and the Stampeders are deep in Saskatchewan territory.
Well, again, good protection up front as we go to, we'll talk about it after this timeout.
Yes, we're at the 3-minute warning. The Stampeders 10, Saskatchewan 3. Stay tuned for the final minutes of the second quarter. You're listening to your Alberta Ford dealers. Stampeder Football on QR Calgary.
Time and effort, sweat, and tears. You put a lot into making your business a success. We know because we've been partnering with businesses like yours for more than 75 years. With Cooperators, you get personalized advice and service from a team that understands your unique needs to build the right plan for you, your business, and your employees. Find us at cooperators.ca. Cooperators. Investments, insurance, advice.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
Farmers, summer is here. Get ready with the all-new Claas Xerion 12 Series tractor. With a CVT transmission for smooth operation, a powerful 140-gallon per minute hydraulic system, and unmatched visibility, it's built to handle your toughest jobs. Plus, with industry-leading fuel efficiency, ride quality, and comfort, the Xerion 12 Series keeps you going strong all day long. Don't wait. Secure yours today. Visit your local Claas dealer or claas.com. Claas, made for more.
Thank you for listening to Stampeder Football. This is Dominique Grimes, wide receiver of the Calgary Stampeders.
Calgary Stampeders leading Saskatchewan 10-3. Their offense is marching again. They're deep in Saskatchewan territory after Dominique Grimes with that big catch. Stampeders right now 14 first down, Saskatchewan 3.
They got 280 yards offense already. That's really good.
Stampeders with 5 receivers out. Grimes and Jones started in motion to the near side. Outside blitz on. Give is to Mills. He busts it outside. Gets 20 down to the 15 before he's upended. And he's on the turf. And now some pushing at the end of the play. Mills gets up.
Mills is doing a great job of reading. That time the Riders came on the blitz up the middle with their halfback, and that's to plug up the middle so Mills can't run. He reads that. He pops outside, and he's got lots of room. He's a bull to bring down in the open field, and Mills running very hard and doing a good job.
And they credit him with a first down to the 13-yard line. That's where he's knocked down finally on the play by Rivas, the linebacker. And Peters are marching. Brooks is on the line of scrimmage as a linebacker. Draw to Mills. He runs left, shuffles the feet, gets in the side to 10, carries a tackler down to about the 8-yard line where he's put down. The Stampeders are marching. Milligan over on the tackle along with Lake Corte Moore, defensive lineman.
Pretty good, well-run draw play, and you're all expecting Mills to get it, and they still gave it to him, but that offensive line is really firing out and getting upfield and pushing those big guys in the middle of the Riders' defense, Micah Johnson and Mike Rose out.
Well, this crowd is trying to rattle the Stamps. I don't think they'll do it to the 9-year veteran from Oregon. Adams comes up to the line of scrimmage. I think he wants a timeout. Yeah, he didn't.
Timeout, Calgary.
Just some things I don't know if they had the wrong personnel on or he just wanted to confer about.
Well, now don't run the play and not get it. It's critical right now. This could be, there's always lots of turning points in the game. This could be one of them. You're up 17-3 going in at half if you score a touchdown. So make sure you got everybody personnel, everybody straight. If you don't, just call the timeout.
And that's what he did. He didn't like what he saw, so the Stampeders call the timeout. If you're wondering, and this is wild, Greg, still 2 minutes to go in the opening half. They have 298 yards offense.
That's 300 yards off. They're going to, you double that and that's 600 yards, and that's just incredible. What an offensive display this half.
Second down to 5 at the 8-yard line. That's where the Stampeders are. Longley now in the game to come in as the tight end left for the Stampeders. Adams takes the ball. He stops, pitches in the end zone, and that ball is intercepted in the end zone. Saskatchewan has the ball and it's fumbled. It's loose. It's scrambled. It's off the back of the end zone. It's knocked out the back of the end zone, and oh my goodness, we have to sort this out. An interception, a fumble. The ball tipped out the back of the end zone.
Well, I think Calgary were the last to push it out. But that was Vernon's bad throw. He had a guy kind of open. He threw it in behind him, but then As
Revis, the linebacker,
yeah, he fumbled it, but then it bounced around, about 4 people pushing it. But I believe the Stampeders were the final ones to push it out, but we'll have to get the call from the referee.
So an interception initially, then a fumble. Then, as Greg said, they played hot potato with it.
Well, we had it, then they had it. But at the end, it looked to me like a Stampeder got his hand on it, but obviously they're going to go to replay. But that scuffed points off the board possibly for the Stampeders, and Vernon he just didn't throw that one good, Mark. He had a guy open on a quick slant route, and he just threw it way in behind him.
Well, one of the
interception in goal, followed by a fumble out of bounds. By rule, it's going to be the defense's ball, first down at the 30-yard line.
Oh. I don't understand that. So even if you fumble it?
Yeah, I'm not.
Well, that's a huge break. Stampeders got the ball down there, and you're going to get 3 out of it, hopefully 7 at the end of the half, going with a huge lead at halftime, and now the Riders, 152, they're going to try and get some more points on the board.
Well, the Riders could go down, as you say, Greg, maybe it's 10-3. If it's 17-3 or 10-3, I think it's a substantial difference. Well, here we go at the 30-yard line. Saskatchewan gets the ball back on a big break. Third Calgary turnover. That's been the only negative you can say about the team today. Led in the backfield. Play fake by Harris. Pitch is right. Ball is caught and then hit right away as Kashawn Johnson for a short gain. Webb the safety up. Richardson from his corner spot as well. That's about a 4-yard gain, 2nd and 6.
Well, because Trevor Harris just likes to throw quick, short routes, I would shorten my cushion if I'm the defensive back on this play.
8 of 8 on the play, actually, as they give him a generous spot. Ball's on the ground to a lad. He runs into the teeth of that Calgary defense, and Calgary's line just pushes him right back. Jalen Hutchings leading the way. No gain on the play. And it'll be third down Saskatchewan, and Corey Mace has a decision here.
Well, he's so third down, only about a foot. He's going to go for it, but they're bringing in the big boys. But Stampeder defense again, just not letting Ouellette get going.
Third down in inches, 1:38 remaining. First half, Calgary 10, Saskatchewan 3. But for 3 turnovers, this has been all Calgary. So, in a short yardage play, what do you do when you're the Saskatchewan Roughriders? Well, you call in Tommy Stevens. He takes the ball and does something the Stampeders saw dozens of times over the years and carries it right for a first down.
Well, you just see what he does so well. He finds where the hole is, and he's low to the ground, and just gets his shoulders forward. But you see sometimes our guys are standing way up. You got to just crouch your feet, get low, almost get lower than your waistline, and you can push forward for that first down.
First and 10 at the 42, 1:31 to play in the half. Saskatchewan with the ball. Harris again is back passing. Pumps once. And he's hit as he throws. He was trying to set up somebody in the far flat. I think that was Ouellette, but he was clobbered by Flo Armalad, so that'll be second down.
Yeah, he looked one way and Flo, and then he went to look the other way, and Flo was right in his chest, just blazing him back. And good job by our defensive line to get upfield, and so far doing a good job on the run as well, but they've really been doing a good job on the pass. Plus, Turner Harris doesn't get a very big, deep drop.
Hicks is on the line. Sambu now in the game with Flo Armalad. Second down, Saskatchewan, 1:25 remaining first half. Saskatchewan floods the far side, 4 receivers that way. Harris, long count. Peters come, middle linebacker blitz. Harris is back, fires a streak route down the near side, looking for a target. Going up, makes the catch. Did he stay in bounds? He did. Great catch made on the near. Now, there's a conference, but whether he stayed in bounds, that's Rob Stelly, but they say he stayed in bounds when he made the catch, and it's a big game to the Stamp, 36.
Well, you couldn't have covered it much better than Tyler Richardson. He had him all the way. He was right in. It was just a little bit underthrown, and when it's underthrown and the receiver looks back, he's got the advantage. He's the first to look back. He comes back for the football and made the big catch.
Big play for Saskatchewan to the Stampeder 36-yard line. 1:19 to play. We're in half number 1. Ouellette one back set. Full blitz on by the Stampeders. Harris is back, and he is clobbered. Knocked down on a big sack by Hicks, who had a free run to the quarterback. Knocks him down. Big play by Clarence Hicks.
Well, big turnover. This time we had Hicks, coming from his defensive end position, and Trevor Harris was looking to his left, and on his right, hit him in the back, popped the ball out. Stamps came on the blitz up the middle. Nobody picked up Hicks. They picked up the blitzing linebackers. Defensive end was wide open to hit him, and huge turnover.
Yep, it is. Huge play by the Stampeders. But he had just a total free run as Sambu picks up the loose ball. Stampeders at the 41. It's their possession with 1:14 remaining. They might find the end zone here, but at a minimum, Greg, I think if they set up get about 30 yards more, they'll set up Rennie Paredes for a field goal.
It's turnovers, both teams.
Alfred is Calgary's touchdown. He splits right. Philpott with him to that side. 4-man Saskatchewan front. But they'll go on the ground to Mills. He runs right up the middle, but Saskatchewan was waiting, and they put him down. No gain on the play. Second down, and we'll call it 9 3/4 on the play. Micah Johnson tackling.
Well, they're starting to blitz the Stampeders more to stop that run. What Mills has been doing effectively is popping it outside, but that time they blitzed the guy on the inside and came from the edge to eliminate that pop-out.
Second down, 10.5 to go for the Stampeders. They break the huddle. Jones comes to the near side. Ryan looks back at the formation. Back to Adams. Adams has to throw quickly. Pitches to the near side. Caught by Jones. He's at the 50. Then is thrown out of bounds by the waist into the Saskatchewan bench for Milligan. And
Adams,
third down and about half a yard to go.
Yeah, Adams had a little conversation because he was hit just as he threw the football. I didn't think it was a late hit, but Adams didn't like it anyway, so Stamps probably going to bring in their big guys.
Quincy Vaughn, third down.
Vernon Adams playing very well, throwing the ball effectively, but for the two bad throws, the two picks, played a great football game.
10-3 Stampeders. Stampeders trying to extend the drive. They bring help along the line. Vaughn gets under center. Vaughn takes the ball. He runs right, uses that big body, falls forward, and has a first down across the 50. And that makes it a first down. Stampeders are at the 43-yard line make that 43 seconds remaining. They're at the 51-yard line.
Yeah, Vaughn's starting to get it. Get low, just use that big body, get over, look like Tommy Stevens. Good job by Vaughn on the last 3 quarterback sneaks.
Stampeders going, hurry up. First and 10 at their 53-yard line. Brooks and Philpott coming left. They start in motion to the line. Snap back to Adams. He looks right. He lines up, loads up, sends it deep for Alford, and overthrew him at the 30-yard line of Saskatchewan. Alford got turned around a bit, and maybe it wasn't the best throw by Adams. In fact, he slaps his hands harshly, saying, I got to do better.
Yeah, he just missed him because he had him open, but I thought maybe he should have taken off and run the football. I haven't seen him do that, but for the one time that they had in that first quarter, Mark, we haven't seen him do that.
At the 53-yard line, second down and 10 for the Calgary Stampeders. They lead 10-3 late in the opening half of this game. Grimes stays in the backfield to help block. Back to Adams. Adams, time in the pocket. Rifles the strike over the middle. Now it's caught out of the backfield. Grimes has it. He gets up to the 30, falls down there as he started to block, then leaked out of the backfield and picks up big yardage, falling down at the Saskatchewan 30.
What a great throw by Vernon Adams. He had to throw, again, a big crossing route. He had to throw it over the linebackers in front of the defensive backs in a deep zone, and he's doing it across field. That's an excellent throw.
First and 10, Saskatchewan 30-yard line, 24 seconds remaining. Again, Adams will take the snap. He looks right, nobody open. Deals across the middle on a crossing route. Ball is caught at the 15 down to the 13-yard line. Pulled in by Little Brooks, and the Stampeders are marching with 17 seconds remaining.
Well, Brooks is he's a good returner, but he's also a very good receiver. Yep. They like to use him. He's quick and fast and a pretty good route runner.
Stampeders first and 10 at the 14-yard line. They probably got 2 cracks at the end zone. Let's see what they can make out of this. 5 receivers out for Vernon Adams. Adams back, looking middle, throwing middle, in the end zone, coming back, going down, pulling the ball in, makes the catch, touchdown! Eric Brooks pulls the ball in.
Well, what a great throw again. Throw it low away from a deep curl right now. Stampeders over 300 yards in offense, Mark. This is probably one of the more prolific halves of football for an offense I have seen in a long time. Over 300 yards, and we're not even at halftime yet.
16-3, so Brooks gets the touchdown, finds the end zone. Good for the young man who missed most of last year with a broken arm, but now is back in. So the Stampeders, they redeemed themselves after letting committing a turnover a few minutes ago. Taking a touchdown off the board. Randy Paredes on for the extra point and pounds it through. There is a flag.
Thrown by the back judge. That means it's going to be on the opposing team, the Riders. Stampeders will take it on the kickoff. Well, it's 16-3, and the Riders should be thankful it's only 16-3. It should be 30-3. But for those turnovers, the Stampeders have totally dominated this game. 367 yards offense.
Saskatchewan, number 95. That 10-yard penalty will be applied on the kickoff.
367 yards to 96. That's a domination.
And you're right. If it wasn't for 3 Stampeder turnovers, this game might be out of reach.
Well, it's not. You know the Riders are going to go and get chewed out at halftime and come out, and so Stampeders got to come out and keep playing the way they are. But what a great half of football, overcoming the adversity off the field just to get here, get the game going. They're the ones that have adjusted better than anybody.
Vernon Adams is 20 of 25, 295 yards passing. That is an awesome half of football.
Yeah, he is on fire. Yeah. I mean, and he just threw the 2 bad passes that he just shouldn't have thrown. But otherwise, the offensive line are doing a good job. Dietrich Mills is running well, but they're only up 17-3.
There's Myers back to return the kick along with Alford. Randy Paredes in that bright sunshine, tees it up on the 40. 8 seconds to play in the half. And he'll chip it downfield. Receivers converge. It's caught by Bump. He starts out at the 10. Myers at the 20. Gets up to about the 20. That's where the Stampeders bring him down. Is heading downfield. And after the play, a flag is
we got
thrown.
Play, and I think it's going to be something on the Riders. They're frustrated right now. They're getting shellacked on all aspects.
In on the tackle, the local product, Jackson Somback. And we'll sort out the official. Yeah, well, they had it handed to him in this first half. It is only halftime, though. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves here.
It's going to come back, and the Riders probably just take a knee and get out of this half.
Dickinson awaiting clarity on what the call is.
10-yard misconduct penalty against Saskatchewan, number 47. First down.
Aubrey Miller, a second-year player out of Jackson State.
That'll back up to the 9. And yeah, I'm with you. It's probably just good for the Riders to regroup here, take a knee. Yeah, that's the formation they're lining up in. So, good at once. Crowd a little frustrated here, and I don't blame them as the half is over. And we go to the dressing room with the Calgary Stampeders holding a commanding lead over the Saskatchewan Roughriders. The score, the Calgary Stampeders 17, Saskatchewan 3. This is your radio home for football, QR Calgary.
Ever get that feeling when you walk around certain rooms in your house? You know, that wouldn't it be nice feeling about a renovation idea for your kitchen, bathroom, or basement? Maybe you even pull out the tape measure or sketch out your ideas. But the fear of an unreliable contractor or costs spiraling out of control holds you back. At Renovations by Hearth and Home, we call those healthy concerns because it means you're asking the right questions and you've just found a team with the right answers. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
Make your down payment lots. Visit ShaneHomes.com.
Promotion subject to change without notice.
Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn & Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootinn.com.
We're fun!
We're halfway done the game, but plenty more action is to come on your Alberta Ford Dealers Stampeders football.
But first, QR Calgary is your halftime haven as we break down what's taken place and predict what will happen next.
It's the Stampeders Halftime Show with Jock Wilson and Dave McIver on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
Well, that's just me, Mark Steven, on this particular occasion here. We had to juggle all of our staff, juggle all of our people. But anyway, we're having a lot of fun doing all of that. We'll have some halftime guests here in a moment. Welcome to the Halftime Show on Stampeder Football. proud sponsors of Stampeder football on QR Calgary, Valentine Volvo, and Volvo Cars Royal Oak, proudly sponsoring our community in the Stampeders since 1948. Let's take a quick peek at the summary of this game. It's been largely all Stampeders, but Saskatchewan actually did lead 3-0 on a 47-yard field goal by Brett Lawler. That made it 3-0 for Saskatchewan. The Calgary Stampeders scored a touchdown, a lengthy drive. Damien Alford caught the ball in the end zone. The big guy went up, got a touchdown. 11-play, 88-yard drive. The extra point was kicked. The Stampeders 7 and the Saskatchewan Roughriders 3. Freddie Paredes kicked a 16-yard field goal. That came in the second quarter to give the Stampeders a 10-3 lead. That came at 4:42. And then Vernon Adams threw a ball that little Eric Brooks went down and caught in the end zone, 14 yards, ending the Calgary Stampeders' long drive. They lead by a score of 17-3 following the extra point. All I can say is right now, and Greg will get into more details, the stats are heavily tilted in Calgary's favor. If the Stampeders weren't involved in 3 plays resulting in turnovers, this game might be almost out of hand right now. But listen, a long way to go. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. We'll be back with our special halftime guest on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
Summer's here, Calgary, and Furnace Family Home Services by ATCO and Lennox are teaming up to bring you unbeatable comfort and serious savings. Upgrade to the Lennox Ultimate Comfort System, the high-efficiency solution that keeps your home cool, your energy use low, and runs so quietly you'll barely know it's there. Right now, enjoy up to $2,000 in rebates or no payments for 6 full months. Visit FurnaceFamily.com and book before August 15th to lock in your comfort and savings. Furnace Family Home Services by ATCO and Lennox. Your home, your comfort, our promise.
Hey folks, Paul Brandt here. Around these parts, we work hard, play hard, and we demand the best. Sometimes you need a truck that's a cut above. The Ford Super Duty. Tough enough for any job with the style and luxury you deserve. It's as powerful as it is refined, with cutting-edge features that make every drive a pleasure. In short, this ain't your everyday pickup. The Ford Super Duty. Drive the finest truck Alberta has to offer today at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PV sent you.
You're listening to 770 CHQR AM and 107.3 CFGQ FM Calgary, Chorus Entertainment Radio Stations.
This is Derek Moncrief, Sam Linebacker. Thanks for listening to the Stampeder Football on QR Calgary.
All right, we are back in Regina, Saskatchewan, what has turned into an absolutely beautiful afternoon after a day full of weather disputes, weather issues, and it's just turned into a spectacular afternoon. I guess they thought we were lonely and missing Calgary. They got a big Stampede band in here playing a lot of country music. Yes, and welcome everybody who's in town for the Calgary Stampede. It's just been an absolutely fabulous show, and today and tomorrow still to go. Well, we're going to bring in a special halftime guest, longtime observer of the Saskatchewan Roughriders. The only reason I know that is because I've been around a long time too. That's Daryl Davis, certainly a long-time columnist, and continues to write columns in the Regina Leader Post here. And Daryl, first, thank you. Always great to catch up. And thoughts on a first half, 17-3, but field seems more tilted than that.
Yeah, good to see you, Mark, by the way. Yep. We're old Regina guys, and I have actually covered Greg Peterson when he played, so that's how far we go back.
I was going to say, that's how old you are. Yeah. Not me, though. But
yeah,
anyway,
true enough. Amazing. You know what? The Stampeders come in a little underrated, and we weren't expecting this strong a football team. I know they're 3-1, but you watch them go up and down. Amazing defense. They've done a tremendous job on Saskatchewan's offense, which was the highest scoring in the league coming into the game. The Rough Riders, those first 2 turnovers, Mark, when Saskatchewan took the ball away from Calgary and did not get a single first down, and after either of those turnovers, they got a 1 field goal. That was the spot. It seemed to spark Calgary, and the Stampeders have been in control ever since.
Yeah, they really have. Vernon Adams, and I think they've won the battle of the trenches on both sides. Gillette in the ground game, which has been so dominant, has really done next to nothing.
You're true, yeah. Stopping him has been great for Calgary. He's had 3 straight games of 90 yards. He's dominated so much that that's all they relied on, and now that they've taken away the running game, they can't pass either. Trevor Harris doesn't look sharp at all. Obviously, he's not sharp, but it's also a tribute to Calgary's secondary. Just
overall assessment on the Rough Riders. Look, we're not awarding Grey Cups on July the 12th here or anything, but just an assessment of where the Rough Riders are. This is, I guess, roughly the 25% of the season in, and just what they've done and where they think they're going.
Well, that thing is obviously big for them. Their defense has been really strong, as far as we know. Not as great as Calgary's, obviously, but pretty decent. And tonight they don't look good at all. How about some credit to Calgary's offense? They're finding holes in the seams. They're bouncing outside on the running game. Winning the trenches battle is the big thing. I was expecting more from the Rough Riders. We all kind of were. You know that you get your expectations high, and you see them beating solid teams, beating teams solidly throughout the season. This isn't going the way we expected, especially with Calgary coming in. We thought the Stampeders, after last night, the delay, sleeping in dormitories, not having any real routine and rhythm, they would be the team that's out of sorts, but it's not that way at all. The Rough Riders are the team that's out of sorts.
By the way, when the Stamps are on the road during our pregame, halftime, and postgame shows, normally we broadcast from the Deerfoot Inn and Casino, but of course, because of circumstances, we've already done our pregame show. That was 5 hours long yesterday, so we did another one today at the QR Studios in downtown Calgary. Just overall, we talked about the delay last night. Look, it was kind of an unprecedented circumstance. I think a lot of people were kind of feeling their way around this. How was it handled? I didn't like the communication on many levels. Nobody can control the weather, I get it. What was your overall thought on how things were? Because a lot of people were kind of left here just waiting.
We were following you an awful lot, Mark, because Jay McNeil, the president of the Stamps, was keeping everybody informed. We wanted that from the Rough Riders.
Yeah.
Right? You know, if Craig Reynolds, who did come out later and told everybody around midnight, 11 o'clock, what was going on, what had happened, or Jeremy O'Day, the general manager, tell us, everybody in the stadium and everybody what's going on, which Jay McNeil did to your audience. Good for him. That's what you have to do, is keep everybody informed. The fact that they stood around for almost 4 hours was ridiculous. They could have made a call 2 hours before that, told everybody what they were doing. There is a rule in the book that says it's 3 hours, but they say, no, 3 hours after the game has started, not 3 hours before the game, which is really a silly protocol. Decide that, follow the rules that are in your book and say, yes, for 3 hours we're going to delay the game, especially a night game, and then we're going to call it. They're starting to think about kicking off a game at 11:15 at night. Really silly. Of course, the smoke it's unsafe. I understand that. Yeah. I don't have a problem with that. I'm proud of the people who are fighting fires, and feel sorry for badly for the people who are dealing with it, but there are also people here who wanted to know what was going on and deserved to know what was going on.
Well, yeah, and people who drive out of town. I got somebody from Yorkton who sent me a note. What's it like there today? I don't know why he's asking me, but anyway.
Half the crowd at Rider games is from out of town.
Yeah.
So you have to consider that. And, finding the Stampeders hotel rooms. There's Country Thunder, a big country festival in Craven. So there's no room in Regina. Not that it's an oversized place anyway. There are a lot of logistics that go into it. They should have made the decision way earlier than they did.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate for the fans. Most of the concessions are closed, but they just don't have any food. I get it. I mean, nothing you can do about it.
But you can bring your own food in today, Mark. As long as it's not alcohol. I should have put my order in with you earlier, I guess, right? yeah, you can bring stuff in today.
That's right. So anyway, and I think Stuart Johnson's kind of a first test, and they didn't communicate as well as they needed to either, because you're right, to be TSN going on the air at 11:15, which would have been 1:15. It's overnight in the East, which is obviously the big market, right?
Yeah, silly. Yeah, it was just silly to keep it going that long, keep everybody swinging. I know why they did it. It's a huge game, a first-place game, but eventually you just have to be realistic and say, listen, it's done for the night.
Yeah, and certainly, obviously, there was a lot of unexpected charges that dropped in the Rough Riders' laps and the Stampeders. Yeah. They had to find all that accommodation. They got a plane sitting out there 24 hours longer, and per diems. Anyway, I hope it's a lesson learned, and it's part of life. So quickly, what's happening in the second half?
Oh boy, the Rough Riders have been a pretty good second half team. Their first 3 games of the year, they came back to win, right? Because the other team has scored first. It could happen again. They seem to solidify themselves a little bit, regroup. They got to stay away from silly penalties. I think the second half is going to be more Rough Riders, but boy, Calgary's been surprisingly strong, and I'm not saying the Riders are going to win, but I think they're going to make it at least more competitive in the second half.
All right, Darryl Davis, Regina Leader Post, longtime observer of the Saskatchewan Rough Riders. Thanks for stopping by, D.
Good to see you, Marcus.
All right, that's your Calgary Stampeder halftime show. Second half action is moments away, but up next, an information update from the Global Newsroom.
Make your down payment go further. This summer, Shane Holmes is matching your down payment dollar for dollar up to 10% of your home's base price. The more you put down, the more you save. Put down 5%, get 5% off. Put down 10%, get the full 10% off. It's that simple. Hurry, this promo is only valid for the first 5 homes sold per community. Once they're gone, they're gone. Available for Shane Holmes front drive, laned, duplex, and townhome product types on select lots. Visit ShaneHomes.com.
Promotion subject to change without notice.
It's time to Toyota at the Giant, Country Hills Toyota. Your Toyota Giant has brand new RAV4s in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Buy now and get up to $2,000 in free accessories with purchase. Free lifetime oil and filter offer. Plus, giant trade-in values. Country Hills Toyota will surprise you with how much they'll pay for your vehicle. It's time to Toyota right now at the Giant, Country Hills Toyota.
With Global News at the half, I'm Thomas Dias. Police are investigating a fatal collision involving a cyclist yesterday in the southwest community of Killarney. A dump truck towing a pup trailer and a cyclist collided at the intersection of 26th Avenue and 32nd Street Southwest. Police say the cyclist, a man in his 60s, was in a designated bicycle lane at the time. He was rushed to hospital but later died from his injuries. The driver of the truck remained at the scene, with police saying speed and impairment do not appear to have been factors. Anyone who may have witnessed the incident or has dashcam footage of it is asked to contact Calgary Police. Premier Danielle Smith says while the trade talks with the U.S. have become frustrating, she is still optimistic. Speaking today on QR Calgary's Your Province, Your Premier, Smith said that Alberta's energy resource and agricultural products are immune to the new tariff threats under the Canada-United States-Mexico agreement. Smith says that is what we have to work towards for all of our products.
The Americans benefit from our steel industry, from our copper industry, from our aluminum industry, from our integrated auto industry, from our timber industry. And so these are the things that I think have become flashpoints at the table. But I am very hopeful that with the reset of the relationship with the new Prime Minister, that I hope by the end of summer, we're having a very different conversation.
Smith points to the scrapping of the digital services tax as a sign of good faith that the federal government is ready to listen and make a deal work. And on that note, U.S. President Donald Trump announced new 30% tariffs today on the European Union and Mexico, using the fentanyl excuse for Mexico and a trade deficit excuse for the EU. Global News Sky Tracker weather: clear sailing overnight with a low of 14 degrees, up to 28 tomorrow, with a risk of late-day showers and thunderstorms. I'm Thomas Dias. Your next newscast is coming up after the game on QR Calgary.
It's time to Toyota, under the tower at South Point Toyota. Hurry into South Point Toyota right now and discover why they're Calgary's #1 volume Toyota dealer. With brand new Toyota RAV4s in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Huge trade-in values, free lifetime oil and filter offer. Plus, get up to $2,000 in free accessories with your purchase. It's time to Toyota, under the tower at South Point Toyota.
Make your down payment go further. This summer, Shane Holmes is matching your down payment dollar for dollar up to 10% of your home's base price. The more you put down, the more you save. Put down 5%, get 5% off. Put down 10%, get the full 10% off. It's that simple. Hurry, this promo is only valid for the first 5 homes sold per community. Once they're gone, they're gone. Available for Shane Holmes front drive, laned, duplex, and townhome product types on select lots. Visit ShaneHomes.com.
Promotion subject to change without notice.
Summer's here, Calgary, and Furnace Family Home Services by ATCO and Lennox are teaming up to bring you unbeatable comfort and serious savings. Upgrade to the Lennox Ultimate Comfort System, the high-efficiency solution that keeps your home cool, your energy use low, and runs so quietly you'll barely know it's there. Right now, enjoy up to $2,000 in rebates or no payments for 6 full months. Visit FurnaceFamily.com and book before August 15th to lock in your comfort and savings. Furnace Family Home Services by ATCO and Lennox. Your home, your comfort, our promise.
This is number 21, Bailey Devine Scott, defensive back. Thanks for listening to Calgary Stampeders football. Go Stamps!
Go Stamps. Thank you, Big Bailey. All right, there we go. Let's hear about the stats, Greg. In a dominant opening half by the Calgary Stampeders, They're in charge 17-3, and they have all the momentum and I guess all the stats.
Yeah, and that was one of the more prolific offensive performance and a half I've ever seen with the Stampeders. First downs, Stamps 19, Saskatchewan 5. Net offense, Stamps 367 yards, Riders 95. Offensive plays, 41 plays. They keep that going. They're going to run over 80 plays. Average for a CFL game is about 55. Rushing yards, Stamps 85. Check this out, Riders 3, and here's the big one, passing yards, Stamps 295, Riders 98. Now big stat, turnovers. Stampeders have had 3 turnovers, Saskatchewan only 2. If it wasn't for that stat, the Stamps would be a heck of a lot more in the lead.
17-3 Stampeders. We're live from the Billy Powers broadcast booth, presented by South Point Toyota. Welcome to our third quarter of Calgary Stampeder football from Regina, Saskatchewan, on what has turned into just a super summer afternoon. Bright sunshine, no wind, really a nice afternoon.
Well, Stamps, even though they dominated, they're only up 17-3. They got to keep it up. You know the Riders are going to come out and be a heck of a lot better football team than they were that first half.
Riders with 2 returners back. They kick it downfield. And who is going to return? We caught by Alford. He goes up the field. Veers left. He's at the 30, and then is upended. Falls forward to about the 32-yard line. Roberts out there to knock him down. And here come the Rough Riders.
Jacob Roberts, 22 defensive tackles, but he's also very good on special teams. So we'll see if that Stampeder defense can eliminate that running attack the Riders have been so good at. They didn't just stop it. They just annihilated, shot it out of the park. 3 yards rushing in one half is just a great defensive performance so far.
So we'll see what Trevor Harris does here. The Riders, as you say, they're down, but it is 14 points. That's hardly a big canyon to walk over. Play fake to the line. Harris is back, pitching left, and pitches to Johnson, who slips in the open field at about the 38, just as he's about to break up field. That was a gain of about 7 on the play.
Well, I think they're going to go a lot more of that play action, fake that to Harris to get that little short passing game going, which they've been so effective at so far this year.
They spotted at the 39, making it a 6-yard gain, 2nd down and 4. Riders breaking the huddle. They move right to left to the closed end of the stadium. Harris barking out signals on a 1-back set. Harris takes the ball, looks left, fires to the near sidelines, caught by Picton, and he goes up to pull it in, then is pushed out of bounds by Richards in the corner. Saskatchewan has a first down.
Saskatchewan's only been effective with that out to the wide side. That's where they've gotten all their first downs, because Stamps playing a cover 3, and that's kind of like the hole in the zone, the one area you can't cover. They leave it open, and Harris is picking it up and making hay out of it.
Saskatchewan on the march at the Stampeder at their own 45-yard line. They look over that Stampeder defense, 4-man front. Stampeder sent for. Harris back, throwing left again, as caught by Picton on the near side. He gets to the 50, breaks 1 tackle, has a couple of tacklers drag him down at the 53-yard line. Parallel tackling, it's a gain of about 8.
Well, it seems like the strategy now of the Riders is to go away from that run game with Ouellette and just do that quick passing game to the outside and try and start getting guys in the open field to make something happen. Did on that play, got a good 9 yards.
Now, Rob Stelly, actually the receiver on the play. Tommy Stevens in, short yardage play here. The big guy from Penn State lives in Indianapolis. Lines are down, they stack them up. Stevens goes left and has the first down with room to spare. So Saskatchewan extends the drive. Stampeders 17, the Rough Riders 3.
Riders, this is their best drive so far. They are 3 first downs that first half and already got 3 in this opening drive of the second half.
Stampeders front 4 with Wiley. He's on the field. To one end, Flo Armalad, Hutchings, Brown.
And got Ouellette out of the game. It looks like he's hurt.
Okay, but that means Kadeem Terry will take over. He shifts to the right. Terry crouches. Harris will take the ball. He's back, throws the long out to the far side. That ball is caught in the open field. Tackle is made, putting him on the ground. That ball is pulled in by Myers.
Again, they're just attacking the outside on those deep outs, but good job by the Stampeder secondary to come up and make it so there's no yak yards. Adrian Green did a good job that time to bring him down.
2nd down and 5. But the ball is across midfield to the Stampeder 49-yard line. Travis Deli, a burly receiver, and Keyshawn Johnson goes right. He's in the slot that way. Harris in his count, 2 on the clock, takes the ball. Linebacker blitz is on. Harris has to fire it across the middle. He does. Ball has got 30, 25, 20, down to about the 15-yard line as that ball is pulled in by the little target for Saskatchewan, Keyshawn Johnson. Webb on the tackle, but they are now on the march well into Calgary territory, their deepest advance of the night.
Yeah, Keyshawn Johnson's 20 catches, tops on the team, run a deep in route. That time, Stampeders linebackers weren't very deep, so this is not what the Stampeders needed. One touchdown here, and the Riders are back within a touchdown.
They are. Saskatchewan to the Stampeder 18, their deepest advance of the day, carrying the backfield right of the quarterback. He leaks out of the backfield right. Harris back, looking left, throwing in the end zone. That ball is caught. Touchdown! Saskatchewan pulled in on the near side as they isolated and found the local product. Pickton for the touchdown.
Yeah, all they did is throw a deep seam routers. That marks Saskatchewan.
Rob Snelly with the touchdown.
Yeah, they had to do that, and now all that momentum the Stampeders had going into this second half has been dropped, and now the Riders have the momentum.
The 6th touchdown pass thrown by Harris this year. So the extra point will be tried as Saskatchewan, they needed to come out of the gate strong, and did. The snap, the kick.
Stamps are offside.
Extra point is good. Flag on the field, and that's almost certainly the call. All right, you're listening to third quarter football action. The score is Calgary 17, Saskatchewan 10. This is Alberta Ford Dealer Stampeder Football on QR Calgary at 107.3 The Edge.
Time and effort, sweat and tears. You put a lot into making your business a success. We know because we've been partnering with businesses like yours for more than 75 years. With Cooperators, you get personalized advice and service from a team that understands your unique needs to build the right plan for you, your business, and your employees. Find us at cooperators.ca. Cooperators. Investments, insurance, advice.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
Wolf Chev GMC Buick Calgary is leading the pack, celebrating an all-new location and the same amazing experience. For a limited time, save up to $12,000 or get 0% financing for up to 60 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 off select vehicles. Run with the pack to Wolf Calgary, your General Motors superstore. Now open at 768 101st Street Southwest, just off Stony Trail.
This is Markel Lee, linebacker for the Calgary Stampeders. Thanks for listening to Stampeder Football on QR Calgary.
The Stampeders and Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan scoring a touchdown. Came out of the gate and played very, very well. In that half, 17 for Saskatchewan.
Well, they got themselves back in the ball game.
10, yeah, 17-10.
So even though they were dominated that first half, they snuck out of that first half with not much behind, and now they're back in. Stampeders really, this is an important drive for them to get that momentum back.
Precisely. Choquette is deep to return along with Horton. The score put up 17-12, so I was kind of trying to figure out if I'd missed something along the way, but we have not. 10:41 remaining in our third quarter. 17-10 Stampeders. Ball's kicked off, allow the downfield for Saskatchewan. Horton will return between the hash marks at the 5. He moves ahead left. He's at the 20, at the 25, runs into his own man, and is knocked down at about the 27-yard line. So, decent return, but it was friendly fire that sent him to the ground.
Yeah, I like, though, how he doesn't hesitate, doesn't stutter his feet, just keeps going and trying just to find that seam. Better coverage that time by the special teams of the Riders. So, big drive here.
Very much.
Important for the Stampeders to keep on a roll like they've been.
Time now for the Kloss Tractor Stampeders opening drive. The makers of Precision Farmers Equipment. Kloss, made for more. Stampeders at the 27-yard line. That's where they're going to start out, making the 29-yard line. One back step for Mills. Adams has the ball. Play fake, rolls right, turns, lost the rainbow downfield. Caught by Alford. Saskatchewan 40. Down the sidelines. 30, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown! Stampeders. A sensational pass. 81-yard pass and run to Damien Alford.
Damien Alford is having a breakout game. The rookie from Utah, Mark, 6'6", 226, runs a 4.4. That time just hesitation that time by Vernon Adams. I thought he was going to throw the curl. It was another very good play-action pass. But nope, he waited, saw the big guy down the field, and you saw Damien Alford's speed on that play because he took off and just outran the defensive back.
So Alford has his second touchdown of the game, third of the year, his third in 2 games. So we were wondering about the Stampeders reacquiring momentum. That challenge has been answered.
One play.
Yeah. Those Stampeders will try the extra point. Vernon Adams, 21 of 26 in this ball game. Here's the extra point. He is kicked by Rennie Paredes, and they split the upright. So the Stampeders are really rolling right now. Welcome back to Stampeder Football on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge, where it is the Calgary Stampeders 24 and Saskatchewan 10. So Stampeders are on a roll. Hey, 9:56 remaining in the quarter. Mark Steven and Greg Peterson here in Regina. Jock Wilson back at the QR studios in Calgary. Pat Janix, our engineer-operator on site here for 620 CKRM in Regina. Studio operator Tony Erickson at the 17th Avenue Paso in Stampede City, Calgary. Our next broadcast is Friday night from Winnipeg. 5 o'clock pregame show, 6:30 kickoff.
Well, and great distribution with our wide receivers. Rhymes has 5 receptions. Philpott, 5 receptions. Alford, 4 receptions. Brooks, 3 receptions. So we got the ball being spread around, but the big play guy has been Damien Alford. He's now got 142 yards in receptions.
Greg, the Stampeders are up to 448 yards offense.
That's incredible.
That's wild.
I mean, they say it's a fabulous game. You get 500. They're on the road to 600.
Well, it'll be kickoff time for Rennie Paredes again. From the south end of the stadium. He'll give it a ride. And Mario Alford, the great veteran, settles under it, bobbles it, picks it back up. He strides ahead at the 20, and then the Stampeders are there. Roberts lowered the shoulder and sent him to the ground, and Saskatchewan will come back, see if they can answer the Stampeder touchdown. Stampeders 24-10 in the lead.
I've seen lots of offense this game, mostly by the Stampeders, but you're right, Mark. That's a incredible amount of yardage, and we're not even barely into the third quarter, and you have over 400 yards. A good game sometimes is considered around 350.
Exactly, yeah. I was going to say 350 is a pretty nice day. Here come the Rough Riders. They're out at the 29-yard line. Their own 29-yard line. Trevor Harris, the quarterback. Calgary shows a 4-man front. Harris takes the ball. He is back. Pumps. Fires to the near side. That ball is caught. Chased down the sidelines. And Richardson pushes Picton out of bounds. They'll say he stepped out at the 40 and has enough for the first down.
The Stamps are going to have to do something to stop that. All they're doing, though, out wide guys, they're just running outs. Trevor Harris is just 3-step drop, firing it out, 8, 9, 10 yards. You get a couple of yak yards, as Picton did on that play. It's going to be 11. So they can't just let him keep completing those outs.
Clock stopped with him stepping out of bounds. 9:26 to play in the third. 24-10 Stampeders. And we have some kind of an injured Stampeder. That's what it is. I think that's Sheldon Arnold, the rookie defensive back. I'm not sure what happened. He's started over to the bench, then goes down and takes a knee. So
he's played very well.
Yes.
Sheldon Arnold, a rookie, as you said, he's got 3 knockdowns and lots of special teams tackles. He's done really good on special teams tackles.
Yeah, so I'm not exactly sure. So the Stampeders will have to juggle things around. Godfrey Onyeka will come in for some help on the secondary.
Both our rookie halfbacks, Gaden Grant and Sheldon Arnold, have done very well this year.
First down, 40-yard line. Saskatchewan has the ball, 10 yards to go. You mentioned Ouellette. He's back in the game. Harris is back. Looks right, throws left to Ouellette out of the backfield. He catches on the run at the 50, at midfield. Calgary 50. Webb, the safety, pulls him down at the 47-yard line. but the Riders hit them in stride and pick up big yards.
Yeah, and just swung him on a little swing route, Mark, and you don't want to hit Goulet when he's running full steam up the field on a swing route because he's a bull and he's going to run over you like he did that time.
So the Rough Riders to the Calgary 48-yard line. They're moving. Clock says 8:43 remaining. Harris is in the gun. 5 receivers out. Barking out signals is Trevor Harris, the veteran. Linebacker blitz on by the Stampeders. Back as Harris throws a long out to the far side. That is caught and then driven out of bounds into the Stampeder bench right away on the far side is Picton. Onyeka's over on the tackle, but he launched that all the way across the field.
Yeah, Stamps came on the halfback blitz to that wide side, so Harris knows, okay, I'm getting blitzed from that side. They're going to have one less guy. He's got one guy running kind of a curl and one guy running an out, and our halfback that time just couldn't get to both of them.
They spot him out of bounds at the 44-yard line, so it's a 4-yard pickup on a ball thrown about 54 yards across the field. Harris in the gun. Stampeders leading by 10. Stampeders again show blitz. Halfback blitz is on. Back is Harris. He sets up, pitching downfield, and overthrew the intended target downfield. Try to set up Duncan Busby, and it's incomplete, so it's punt time.
So that time Stampeder's starting to blitz a little bit and make Harris throw the ball with a little distraction or in his face. That time he just overthrew the football. They're going to try a field goal. It's going to be a 52-yarder. Ooh. Well, the last time he kicked, Mark, he belted Brent Lawther. He kicked that through from 54, I think it was, and he could have cleared it from 60, so he's pretty confident from here.
Well, it is long, but you're right. There's no real wind to speak of. So they kneel at the 52. Snap that's down. He kicks it. It's going. It's going. It's going.
Wide.
And it's pushed right. Horton's going to return. He brings it out to the goal line. To the 10, to the 15, to the 20. Has a lane. 30 before he is pulled down. And my goodness, that was an abrupt tackle. Pulled down, but he brings the ball out to about the 35. I wonder about that as well. That's why I said it was abrupt. We'll sort it out in a moment. This is the third quarter of Stampeder football. The score is the Calgary Stampeders 24, Saskatchewan 10. God HD Radio. The Stampeder offense soon on the field. Listen, tune us into 105.1, Channel 2 for high-def radio quality.
Summer's here, Calgary, and Furnace Family Home Services by ATCO and Lennox are teaming up to bring you unbeatable comfort and serious savings. Upgrade to the Lennox Ultimate Comfort System, the high-efficiency solution that keeps your home cool, your energy use low, and runs so quietly you'll barely know it's there. Right now, enjoy up to $2,000 in rebates or no payments for 6 full months. Visit FurnaceFamily.com and book before August 15th to lock in your comfort and savings. Furnace Family Home Services by ATCO and Lennox. Your home, your comfort, our promise.
The Stampeders have been thrilling Calgarians since 1945. It's time to take a look back with Throwback Thursday, presented by Second Harvest.
When the Calgary Stampeders take on the Montreal Alouettes July 24th, take a trip back in time. Enjoy the vintage vibes as the Stampeders honor the legends, the looks, and the legacy that made the red and white iconic.
Join the party and dress in your favorite retro fashions or Stamps gear from the past. Turn back the clock and get your tickets for Throwback Thursday at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride.
Farmers, summer is here. Get ready with the all-new Claas Xerion 12 Series tractor. With a CVT transmission for smooth operation, a powerful 140-gallon-per-minute hydraulic system, and unmatched visibility, it's built to handle your toughest jobs. Plus, with industry-leading fuel efficiency, ride quality, and comfort, the Xerion 12 Series keeps you going strong all day long. Don't wait. Secure yours today. Visit your local Claas dealer or Claas.com. Claas, made for more.
Thanks for listening to Stampeders Football. This is quarterback PJ Walker.
Stampeder football returns, and the Stampeders are leading 24-10. Really glad you're with us. Calgary, Southern Alberta. If you're in for the Calgary Stampede, welcome. It's been a great show to date, and it's a couple more days to go. Stampeders take over on the 35-yard line after the missed field goal return. Calling out signals, Vernon Adams. He's been fabulous today, but on first down, play fake to the line. He dumps a screen into the right flat, and that wasn't well set up. They were trying to set up Phil Pott. Something just went sideways. It's incomplete.
Yeah, they're faking and bringing all their guys in, their wide receivers in as if they're going to load up the box and run, and a little fake handoff, try to get a screen. Sometimes Vernon has played so well that sometimes he just doesn't throw that. That was his third football that he gets is not throwing very well. But for that, though, he's continuing to have himself a fantastic game.
He is. Here come the Stampeders out there, second down and 10 at the 35-yard line. Stampeders leading 24-10. The overload left as Adams takes a snap. Quick drop, scrambles left away for the pressure. He's at the 20, turns and just heaves it into the Stampeder bench as he sensed there was oncoming trouble.
Yeah, they came after him, Mark, and he did. Most guys would have been sacked because they had him pinned in, sandwiched, one guy on the outside, one guy on the inside, but with his speed, he got outside and just did the right thing and threw it away. First 2 and out, I just
going to say, that's exactly what I was going to say. First 2 and out, yeah. So the Stampeders will be punting this ball away. Welcome back, by the way, to Stampeder football on QR Calgary. After every home game, be sure to get close to the team at Stamps House. Entertainment, live music, and your favorite Stampeders after every home game. Bassett punts the ball away. Some flutter to this kick. Alfred catches at the 20. Bobbles it. Picks it up on the hop. He gets to the 25. Tries to turn it upfield. But he's turned back inside. Onyeka turns him inside right into the waiting arms of Micah Tights. So the Stampeders hold the great returner to a short return. You're listening to third quarter live football action on QR Calgary, 770 CHQR and 107.3 The Edge. Score Calgary 24, Saskatchewan 10.
Time and effort, sweat, and tears. You put a lot into making your business a success. We know because we've been partnering with businesses like yours for more than 75 years. With Cooperators, you get personalized advice and service from a team that understands your unique needs to build the right plan for you, your business, and your employees. Find us at cooperators.ca. Cooperators. Investments, insurance, advice.
Make your down payment go further. This summer, Shane Homes is matching your down payment dollar for dollar up to 10% of your home's base price. The more you put down, the more you save. Put down 5%, get 5% off. Put down 10%, get the full 10% off. It's that simple. Hurry, this promo is only valid for the first 5 homes sold per community. Once they're gone, they're gone. Available for Shane Homes front drive, laned, duplex, and townhome product types on select lots. Visit ShaneHomes.com.
Promotion subject to change without notice.
Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn & Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootinn.com.
We're fun!
This is your home for Stampeder football. I'm Adrian Green, DB. Thank you for listening.
The defense on the field for the Calgary Stampeders. They hold a 24-10 lead. 6:33 remaining in the quarter. By the way, the secondary, Sheldon Arnold is back on the field. He left with a bit of an injury. It has obviously been fixed. On the 33-yard line, their own, that's for Saskatchewan, has the ball. Harris has the ball, sets up a screen. It went off, I think, of a Stampeder defender's helmet, Greg.
It did, Mark.
And bounced and was incomplete as he threw the ball.
Well, they're trying to get something going with the let. They're trying him on the swing pass. They haven't been able to pound him up the middle like they've done all year long. That time they tried to get him with a little screen, a middle screen, Mark, but you're right, he threw the ball and hit one of the defensive linemen right in the head for the Stampeders.
So it's second down and 10. Here come the Saskatchewan Roughriders breaking the huddle. Ravistelli has their only touchdown. He splits left to this side. Deshaun Johnson with him. Duncan Busby goes in motion far side. Stampeders dropping 8. His back is Harris. Standing, waiting, throwing to the near side. That pass is knocked down and almost intercepted by Richardson on the near side. He dove for it at the 40. Just couldn't hang on. Regardless, he breaks it up and the Rough Riders are 2-out.
Well, this time it was a deep out. They've been throwing about 6-yard outs, and that time Richardson, though, he was playing that 3 deep coverage, but this time with a 10-yard out, he had less ground to make up, Mark, and a good play by Richardson.
Richardson, second-year defensive back. Martin Little returner as the Shadows begin to move onto the field. Run away by Couch, end-over-end kick. Tracking to his left, catch inside the 30, outside the numbers, as Horton comes down the sidelines and runs out of bounds with a very limited return. Your Alberta Ford dealer, Stampeders football on your QR Calgary Stampeder radio station, and we'll be back in a minute with more third quarter football action on Stampeder football. Stamps 24, Saskatchewan 10, offense on the field, and this is QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
It's the Midsummer Sales Event at Volvo. In Sweden, Midsummer marks the height of the season, and here in Calgary, it's the perfect time to embrace the road, the sun, and the spirit of summer. Experience refined Scandinavian design with the Volvo XC60. Lease yours from just $799 a month with $3,050 down. Offer available for a limited time. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or go to VolvoCarsCalgary.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ben Mulrooney and welcome to my brand new YouTube channel. You have probably heard me on the radio. I hope you've heard the podcast. Well, now you can join us and see us right here on YouTube. Fearless conversations with voices you won't hear anywhere else. Topics that range the gamut from politics all the way back to pop culture like I used to do. So join us right here on YouTube. Don't forget to subscribe and welcome to the Ben Mulrooney Show.
This is your home for Stampeder football. I'm Adrian Green, DB. Thank you for listening.
Well, a penalty on the return backs it up. So the Stampeders didn't have a great return. Now it's backed up by a penalty. They lead, by the way, 24-10. Welcome back to Mosaic Stadium in Regina. First down, Stampeders 20, Saskatchewan 11 at this juncture in the game. Is that the first? No, it's not the first penalty for the Stamps. Actually, they've had four. They've four. But
they've had 4 penalties, but they've been pretty good this year when it comes to penalties. Stamps have 21 penalties going into this game. That's best in the CFL. They average 5.3 per game already at that right now.
Flip it the other way. Saskatchewan is second most in the league. Stampeders are starting out. They lead 24-10. They're on their 29-yard line. Alford splitting wide left. He's drawing very close coverage on that far side of the field. With the ball is Adams. Snaps it in the left flat, and some kind of a misfire. Went over the head of Dedrick Mills. I don't think he saw it. Either he didn't look back in time or the ball was thrown early. Regardless, it's incomplete.
Well, that time, the defensive end that time for the Riders, I think that was Carney. He just shot through. He did a little outside fake, inside move, and Vernon Adams had a guy right in his face. I think he threw that a little bit too early.
Yeah, something was off there. Second down and 10. The Stampeders 10 of 15 second down conversions in this game. A trio of dangerous targets going left for the quarterback. Philpott, Grimes, and also outside them, 2 touchdown man Alford. Adams is back, pumps once, now he scrambles to his right, turns, throws to his check down man. Superb one-handed grab by Dedrick Mills, makes the catch and falls down, but it's a 2-yard pickup, so the Stamps will kick it away.
Well, now Dave Dickinson said we've got to dominate the lines, and they did that first half, and right now that big defensive line of the Riders, Mark, they're starting to dominate. They're starting to get upfield and they weren't doing that the first half. Now they're getting into Vernon Adams' face before he's throwing the football.
Punt time on the field for the Calgary Stampeders. Ready to punt it away. Mark Bassett, our pregame guest. Myers is back to return for Saskatchewan. Not sure if they're just giving Alfred a break. This is a booming spiral kick. Some good hang time here. Got inside the 25-yard line. Myers starts upfield. He's at the 30, runs left, and runs out of room into the Rider bench on the near side. So with 4 minutes, 14 seconds to play in the third quarter, the Saskatchewan offense returns to the field.
Yeah, and still much into this ball game, Mark. They 24-10, down 2 touchdowns. So Stampeder defense got to continue to play good football. They've been doing a pretty good job, but we'll see if Saskatchewan sticks to those deep outs on first downs.
Yep, Stampeders have done a lot of good things, but Saskatchewan is hanging around. Can't suggest anything else except this remains a highly competitive game. 5 receivers out, Ouellette in the backfield. Harris will take the ball. Then it's a draw to Ouellette. He runs up the middle, but not a lot of room there. And he drives the legs a little bit, picks up a couple of yards after first contact. Flo Ormelad makes a tackle.
Well, the big 5'10", 220-pounder, Mark, he averages 6 yards per carry going into this game, but this game is going to make that average go way down. The Stampeders that time limited to 4 yards and haven't had let Ouellette get up that middle like he usually does.
Second down and 7 for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Picton has several catches for the team. He splits wide right, lines up on the 40 on the far side. Stampeders show blitz. Linebacker blitz is coming. Back is Harris. He has to fire a ball deep down the near sideline. He's looking for a target, and that's caught at the 30 down to the 25-yard line as he picked up the blitz, and he found a target racing downfield for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Upstelli pulls the ball in. Big pickup, Saskatchewan.
Well, and Richardson's having a tough time on those deep ones, Mark. That's about the 4th time he's been beat deep, and he's right with his guy, but then it seems like his the receiver's just separating as the ball's in the air, and he's not able to adjust to it.
So here come the Roughriders. They're knocking at the door. They're at the Calgary 26-yard line. In the gun is the quarterback, Harris. Ouellette leaks out of the backfield to the far side. Harris is back, pitches downfield, caught by Ouellette. He bounces off a tackle. He's at the 20. He's down to the 15-yard line before he's brought down. But he had a real shot, and then he stayed on his feet and moved ahead. And down on the ground, I think that is one of the Stampeder defensive backs after bringing him down. They're motioning for the medical team to come on.
Well, Adrian Green did a great job. They leaked Ouellette out into the flat, threw it to him right away. Green was right there, came up, had a perfect shot, almost hit him just as he was catching the football, but he didn't wrap up. And Ouellette's got those short, stocky, big legs, and unless you wrap up, he'll bounce off you every time, so can't let that happen.
And the injured Stampeder walking off under his own steam is Jalen Grant, who was a game-time decision. He had a bit of an issue, contact in practice, but he's okay now. So the Roughriders on the march. Trevor Harris suddenly 20 of 28, 269 yards. Roughriders 1st and 10. Stampeder 15.5-yard line. Ball's on the right side, hash marks. Duncan Busby starts in motion to the line. But this time they'll go on the ground, dancing inside. There's a handoff. First chance this game for Kadeem Carey to carry the mail. He picks up about 5 or 6 yards.
Yeah, Kadeem Carey, the previous Stampeder, Mark, he's only had 4 carries this year going into this game. But that time Stamps came on the all-out blitz. They blitzed all 3 linebackers anticipating the run. Carey still got 4 yards. Should have got nothing, though, if you're blitzing up every gap. Somebody lost gap cancellation.
Yeah, a couple of Stampeders pull him down. So the Roughriders, 2nd down and 6 at the Stampeder 12. Stampeders leading 24-10. Kadeem Carey again in the backfield. Last couple of years with Toronto. Has a great cup ring to show for it. Harris has the ball. Short drop. Scrambling left. Nobody open. Turns. Pitches back across the middle. And that ball is pulled in. Making the catch and pulling it down. For Saskatchewan, that's Myers. Does he have enough for the first down, though?
I don't think so, Mark. He was brought down right away. Good job by our linebacker, defensive back. I think it was come up right away, make the tackle, and looks like the Riders 3rd down and about 4. They're going for it.
Kelly, well, it's 3rd and 4. This is, I would say it's a bit of a high-stakes play, yeah. They're at the 9. It's 3rd down and 3. They're at the Stampeder 9. Stampeder's leading by 14. Harris barks out signals. Now he's checking off again. Barking out signals left and right in the backfield. Play clock is at 3. He'll take the snap. Harris back, standing, dancing in the pocket, scrambling to his left. He tries to turn it upfield, and he is tackled. Tackled by the Calgary Stampeders. Who made the big tackle for the Calgary Stampeders? Pull him down, and it's a turnover on down. Stampeders will have the long field, but a big turnover.
Yeah, huge turnover that time, Mark. Great job by our 2 ends, Flo Ormelad and Clarence Hicks, and both those made the tackle. They both played very good games, Mark, and looks like Hicks, he just shot through there and Trevor Harris is not known as the best scrambler, but he tried to scramble out to his left, and he was just tracked down from behind by those two ends.
Yeah, turnover and downs. It was Hicks' first contact, with Hutchings closing the deal. That's on the 10-yard line. That's where the Stampeders are. Their own. There's just a handful of seconds to play in the third quarter. Really glad you're with us on QR Calgary Stampeder football. Stampeders leading 24-10. Shadows encroaching on the field now. Adams in the gun from the 10. He'll take the ball, giving a counter to Mills. Runs up the middle. It has about 5 yards.
Good jump cut that time by Mills. He wanted to pop it outside. Deep handoff to Mills, and kind of like, Mills, you run where you see the hole. And you could tell he wanted to go outside, but he did a jump cut right up the middle because good vision, and only got about 3-4 yards, but that was still a pretty good run by Mills.
Fields the halfback on the tackle. This should do it for the quarter. The Stampeders fan out of the huddle. Brooks has a touchdown. He goes wide left for the Stampeders. Alford has the other 2 touchdowns. He starts in motion to the line. Now backs off double cadence. Calling out signals frantically is Adams. Outside blitz is coming. Adams is back. Sends it to the near side. Over the shoulder grab by Jalen Philpott. And then he is pushed out of bounds at the 30. A great checkoff by Adams. A great catch by Philpott as we end this quarter. The scoreboard shows the Calgary Stampeders 24, Saskatchewan 10. In 2 minutes, we're back into fourth quarter play-by-play action. Get the iHeart Radio app and listen to our football broadcast or tune in on your smart speaker.
Wolf Chev GMC Buick Calgary is leading the pack, celebrating an all-new location and the same amazing experience. For a limited time, save up to $12,000 or get 0% financing for up to 60 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 off select vehicles. Run with the pack to Wolf Calgary, your General Motors superstore. Now open at 768 101st Street Southwest, just off Stony Trail.
Ever get that feeling when you walk around certain rooms in your house? You know, wouldn't it be nice feeling about a renovation idea for your kitchen, bathroom, or basement? Maybe you even pull out the tape measure or sketch out your ideas. But the fear of an unreliable contractor or costs spiraling out of control holds you back. At Renovations by Hearth and Home, we call those healthy concerns because it means you're asking the right questions and you've just found a team with the right answers. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
Thanks for listening to Stampeder Football. This is DB Jaden Grant.
Fourth quarter action resumes, and welcome back. Thanks for making us part of your Saturday. Here we go live from the South Point Toyota Billy Powers broadcast booth. Stampeders 24, Saskatchewan 10. This is fourth quarter action, and we have stats through 3 quarters with Greg.
Yeah, first downs, Stamps 21, Regina 13 mark, and the net offense, Stamps 470, Saskatchewan 271. Offensive plays, Stampeders at 48. Regina is now back at 40, and rushing yards, Stamps at 89, and Riders at 10. Passing yards, this is a big one. Stampeders at 395 yards, and Riders at 267. Turnovers, Stampeders have 3, and the Riders have 3.
Here come the Stampeders. They're on the field right now to open up the fourth quarter. 1st and 10 from their 30-yard line for quarterback Vernon Adams. Spies that Saskatchewan defense. Double cadence, checking off at the line. New play is coming in. He takes the ball. He is back, pitching, stop route, caught by Alfred across the 30, tackled at about the 32-yard line as the Rough Riders were there.
They just had Jalen Philpott run straight up the field, and Alfred's outside guy. He kind of just does a stop route and kind of moves to the inside and trying to just get 5 yards on a first down. Quick snapper, got about 4.
Carter Brooks making the tackle, and the Stampeders are second down, 7 yards to go. Alfred has a pair of touchdowns. He's the wide man to the wide side of the field. Brooks joins him that way as well. Adams takes the ball. Outside blitz coming. Adams back, throws to the near side. Caught by the Stampeders. Jones has it 40 up to the 44 where he's tackled, and the Stampeders move the chains.
Yeah, move the chains at a very important time as the clock is ticked in. And again, pretty good blocking up front. You give Vernon Adams time. He's throwing darts, throwing very good passes, Mark. And so he's scrambling around. And that time a good job by the offensive line and just a quick out by Devon Jones.
When the game is done at home, no need to rush off. Be part of the Stamps House, the players, the music, Stamp fans, and so much more. Stamps House after every home game. That'll be July the 24th, so make your plans there. All right, here come the Stampeders in the ballgame. Choquette in the backfield as the back. And Choquette play fake. They do the end around. Horton with the ball. He tries to get it outside, but the Rough Riders close and knock him down behind the line of scrimmage. Their corner came up, read the play all the way. Brooks knocks him down for a 3-yard loss.
Well, that football's a game of inches. That was a well-run football play, Mark. And you fake it up the middle. You're good blocking, and you got your fastest guy in the team, Horton, running around. He's got one guy to beat. Elects, instead of turning it upfield, to go outside, and just a shoestring tackle by the one guy. That guy doesn't make that shoestring tackle, and Horton's off to the races.
Yep. Brooks, a big stocky guy, 200 pounds on that corner. Beautiful sunny day here in Regina. The Shadows now moving onto the field. The Rough Rider bench is fully in the shade. Those Stampeders are second and 13 at their 40. They must make the 53-yard line. 5 receivers out for the quarterback. Adams takes the ball. Pressure is on. Pumps once. Nobody open. Looking for a target. Throws to his check down man. Alfred catches. He gains to the 50 up to the 52. And he'll be close to the first down pending the spot. We'll wait and see.
Yeah,
Rivas, the linebacker, tackling him.
Deep routes going down the field, and Alfred, he's just kind of hanging around there, Mark, in that sweet spot, and you could tell that Vernon wanted to go deep down the field. Finally couldn't find anybody, threw it underneath, and with the big, long 6'6" frame, he could lunge it forward. And what are the Stamps going to do? I don't think they're going to take the chance. It's a good 1.5 yards, so they're going to punt this one away.
11 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in the game. The Calgary Stampeders holding a 24-10 lead. Send Myers again back to return for Saskatchewan. I wonder if Alfred is hurt.
Yeah, I would not see them not having Alfred back
agree.
there.
Yeah. Bessa ready to punt it away and sends it downfield. Ball is chipped towards the near side. It's caught. Gets up to the 15-yard line and breaks one tackle, but then is run out of bounds on the near side. And charging downfield was Micah Tights. All right, that's where the Rough Riders will start out inside the 20. The scoreboard shows the Calgary Stampeders 24, Saskatchewan 10. Let's get things going with our play-by-play fourth quarter action. Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak are proud sponsors of Calgary Stampeder football on QR Calgary.
Summer's here, Calgary, and Furnace Family Home Services by ATCO and Lennox are teaming up to bring you unbeatable comfort and serious savings. Upgrade to the Lennox Ultimate Comfort System, the high-efficiency solution that keeps your home cool, your energy use low, and runs so quietly you'll barely know it's there. Right now, enjoy up to $2,000 in rebates or no payments for 6 full months. Visit FurnaceFamily.com and book before August 15th to lock in your comfort and savings. Furnace Family Home Services by ATCO and Lennox. Your home, your comfort, our promise.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. Big skies, rugged landscapes. Now that's Alberta in a nutshell. And if you're looking for an SUV that can keep up with this place, check out the Ford Bronco. Built for those who crave adventure, with serious off-road capability and style to spare. Whether you're hitting the mountain trails or exploring the back roads, it's the perfect ride for those who want to experience everything this province has to offer. The Ford Bronco. Adventure awaits at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PB sent you.
Farmers, summer is here. Get ready with the all-new Claas Zerion 12 Series tractor. With a CVT transmission for smooth operation, a powerful 140-gallon per minute hydraulic system, and unmatched visibility, it's built to handle your toughest jobs. Plus, with industry-leading fuel efficiency, ride quality, and comfort, the Zerion 12 Series keeps you going strong all day long. Don't wait. Secure yours today. Visit your local Claas dealer or Claas.com. Claas, made for more.
This is your home for Stampeder football. I'm Clarence Hicks, defensive end. Thanks for listening.
Well, big Clarence among many on the defensive line who's played very well, and that's one reason why the Stampeders lead 24-10, but the Rough Riders have the ball on the 16-yard line with veteran Trevor Harris in the league a long time. Empties out that backfield. Now we'll let back into block. Harris retreats. Harris looking wide side, throwing, caught, settling in, making the catch at the 30-yard line. That's grabbed by Myers before he's wrapped up by Kelly, the linebacker.
Calgary playing a three-deep zone, and they're vulnerable on the curl if the halfback goes to the guy in the flat, and Trevor Harris read that right away through the deep curl, first down.
Okay, at the 35-yard line, that's where the Rough Riders are. They're advancing, 10:40 remaining. Stampeders leading by 14. Stampeders showing a four-man front. Harris again to the air. Harris is back, throws downfield on a quick out. Ball is caught, getting up to the 52-yard line, where Saskatchewan advances the ball. Duncan Busby makes the catch, and the Rough Riders are chipping away.
Well, they're chipping away, and they're just using what they're effective at, what they've done all year, and that's that short passing game. And Calgary continues to play zone. They might want to switch up to man to take away those short passes.
By the way, we did get word from the sideline. The returner, Alford, has a lower body injury and will not return. First down, Saskatchewan at their 51-yard line, looking over that Calgary defense. Again, he'll go to the air. Quick release, slant downfield. It's about a 5-yard gain. Catch is made, and then the tackle is made on the far side. Roberts on the tackle as he finds Rob Stelly on the far side. It's a gain of about 7, second and 3.
Yeah, Riders probably going to go hurry-up offense here with 9:41 and counting. No, I guess they're going to huddle up, but they're just chopping away at the Stampeder defense. Stamp defense got to tighten it up.
Up second down and 2 yards to go. See what they do here with Olette in the backfield. He lines up behind quarterback Harris. Harris will go to the air on second down, throws it out to the far side, off his feet, makes the catch, then driven out of bounds, but has first down yardage.
Just sat out.
Picked and makes that catch. It's a short pickup, but the chains move.
Well, it's just easy pitch and catch if you play cover 3, and you're one guy's getting deep, and you can't get a guy out there, a halfback or a linebacker out to the flat. They're just going down about 7 yards on the outside and pitch and catch and moving the ball down the field.
At the 46, new set of downs for the Rough Riders. Remember, it's 24-10 Stampeders, so hardly a Stampeder slam dunk by any means. Olette in the backfield. He shifts to the right. Stampeders come. Outside linebacker blitz. Harris pitching to the near side and a long out. That ball is caught, laying it out, making the catch. A superb grab on the near side. Pulled in by Rob Stelly, and it's close to a first down, but he threw that all the way across the field, but a nice layout.
Yeah, Rob Stelly really having a big game, Mark, and that time he was covered well by Jaden Grant, but just a well-thrown football, and as you said, an excellent catch.
It's second down and 3. Saskatchewan, they're marching to the Stampeder 39-yard line. Harris again will go to the air. Again, a quick pitch downfield. That ball is caught at the 30, getting up to the 20-yard line on a quick slant look in. And receiver is slow getting up, holding his leg. I'm not sure if that is Picton or Rob Stelly. Regardless, the Rough Rider player is down on his back and being attended to.
Well, both of them. The Stampeder defense starting to get tired. You can tell they're got their helmets off. The defensive line, they're not getting their hands up. They're just getting up, and this fourth quarter, they got to suck it up a little bit because they're not getting any pressure whatsoever on Trevor Harris. But he's not throwing. He's throwing really quick ones. And again, we're going to go to a timeout, Mark, and
assess the player. By the way, make sure you join Jock and Greg after the game for the fifth quarter call-in show. The score is the Calgary Stampeders 24, Saskatchewan 10, 8:21 to play in the quarter. You're listening to Alberta Ford Dealer Stampeder Football on QR Calgary, 770 CHQR and 107.3 The Edge.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
The Stampeders have been thrilling Calgarians since 1945. It's time to take a look back with Throwback Thursday, presented by Second Harvest.
When the Calgary Stampeders take on the Montreal Alouettes July 24th, take a trip back in time. Enjoy the vintage vibes as the Stampeders honor the legends, the looks, and the legacy that made the red and white iconic.
Join the party and dress in your favorite retro fashions or Stamps gear from the past. Turn back the clock and get your tickets for Throwback Thursday at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride. Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn and Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootinn.com.
We're fun!
Hey, Stamps fans, this is Miles Brown. Keep it right here on QR Calgary all season long.
Stampeders 24, Rough Riders 10. Saskatchewan on the march, 1st and 10 at the Stampeder 22-yard line. 8:18 remaining. Rob Estelli is out. Mims, the son of a former Rough Rider, is in as a receiver for Saskatchewan. This time they go to Ouellette. He goes up the middle, lowers the shoulder, pushes ahead, gets to about the 15-yard line. We'll call that a 6 or 7-yard pickup.
Yeah, Ouellette, as I indicate, a lot like Dietrich Mills. He lowers those shoulders, and he's tough to bring down. You don't want him running over you, and you can't tackle him with one guy unless you get him right at the line of scrimmage. He got through there a little bit and got a good 5 yards.
Micah Teitz credited with the tackle. Product of the University of Calgary, of course. Mims, Duncan Busby, and picked it as a touchdown. They flank wide left. Harris calling out signal. Play clock at 2. Play clock at 1. He has the ball, his back. Scrambling left. Nobody open. Then scrambles right. Pitches to a check down man over the middle. That's caught. But no room whatsoever for Ouellette as the Stampeders just swallowed him up as Flo Ormalad was there. So, but a 1-yard gain. So it's 3rd and 3, Saskatchewan.
Same place they were at last time. And so if these Stampeders can come up big, that time good pressure and Trevor Harris scrambling, just dumping the ball off. Stampeders have done a good job at the linebacker position of coming up on those dump passes and tackling the guy right away.
3rd down and 3. Saskatchewan is gambling with 6:57 remaining. They either keep the drive alive or turn the ball over in tough field position for the Stampeders. Stampeders show a 4-man front. They're back. Harris is back, throwing a strike to the near side. That ball is caught and then knocked out of bounds right away for 1st down yardage.
They're killing them
on that. Pulled in by Mims. Yeah, those quick outs.
All those outs, both sides, and you can't leave it wide open. They are a quick 5 easy yards every time.
It's a 1st down to the Stampeder 11-yard line. 6:29 remaining. 6:28. Saskatchewan with the ball. Some of the receivers in the shadow, some in the sun as Harris has the ball. He looks right, he looks left, he's in trouble, and he is sacked. Who will get credit there? Is that Jalen Hutchings? That is Jalen Hutchings, who busted through to put him down on the ground. And for Hutchings, another sack. His season has been very productive so far. His 3rd of the year.
Yeah, 3rd of the year, and he's 2nd in the CFL in pressures, Mark. So the big guy at 302 pounds shot through and got his 3rd sack, and good play by Hutchings. And somebody call a timeout. I believe that the Riders did.
Yeah, well, this is pretty big for them. So the ball will be scrimmaged on the 17-yard line. And it'll be 2nd and 17.
This is when the defensive line really get tired. This 4th quarter, it's been lots of passes. When they're passing like that, the defensive line are taught to get up and run to the football every time. It really takes a lot out of you. Sometimes, just having someone run at you constantly is a lot easier on your wind, at least, than having the pass.
So Saskatchewan back at their 17-yard line. The clock ticking away. Stampeders hold a 2-touchdown lead. 6:08 remaining. Duncan Busby motions to the far side as a receiver. 4-man pressure by the Stampeders. Harris is back, dancing. He scrambles. He just pitches it off, trying to get away from the pressure. Throws it ahead downfield. That ball is shot put it into the receiver for Saskatchewan, A.J. Ouellette. He picks up down to about the 11 before Kelly brings him down.
And it's going to be 3rd down again, I believe, Mark. And Trevor Harris he's hurt, Mark, but he was it's about the fifth time he's just pushed the ball forward as he's in the grasp of one of the Stampeder defenders. I believe it's third down.
Yep.
Can't tell because the sticks aren't up, so it's
goal to go. Third down, 12. Huge play here with 5:29 remaining. Trevor Harris, the veteran, been through several teams, Edmonton, Ottawa. Takes the pass here. Harris back, standing, dancing, nobody open, throws it in the right flat. That ball is caught. The receiver is tackled right away. Moncrief is over, and the ball turns over on downs as they tried to turn it upfield. That was grabbed by Picton, so the Stampeders get their hands on the ball. Scoreboard shows the Calgary Stampeders 24, Saskatchewan 10. You're listening to fourth quarter Stampeder football action. This is Stampeder football on QR Calgary.
Make your down payment go further. This summer, Shane Holmes is matching your down payment dollar for dollar up to 10% of your home's base price. The more you put down, the more you save. Put down 5%, get 5% off. Put down 10%, get the full 10% off. It's that simple. Hurry, this promo is only valid for the first 5 homes sold per community. Once they're gone, they're gone. Available for Shane Holmes front drive, laned, duplex, and townhome product types on select lots. Visit ShaneHolmes.com.
Promotion subject to change without notice.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. You know, Alberta's a special place. From the Rockies to the Plains, it's a land of hard work and big dreams. If you're going to tackle it all, you need a truck that can keep up. That's why I can't say enough about my Ford F-150. It's more than a truck. It's a partner. Rugged toughness, serious capability, and smart features that make your life easier, like available Pro Power onboard. The Ford F-150. Get yours today at your Alberta Ford dealer, and tell them PB sent you.
Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn and Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit DeerfootInn.com.
We're fun!
Thanks for listening. This is number 14, Clark Barnes. Now back to Calgary Stampeder football on QR Calgary.
And we'll see if Clark is back next week, but right now the Stampeders have the ball and the lead, 24-10. Stampeders, they're on their 8, so the turnover on down. So, Greg, Saskatchewan gambled. They didn't get the first down or the touchdown, but the Stamps aren't in a great spot right now either.
No, they're right under the shadows of their goalposts, but you know what? They get a drive going here, and it's going to be pretty tough because 5:10 left and 2 scores is what the Riders have to get.
Jones, Alford, and Brooks splitting left to the near side of the field. On the 8-yard line, the Stampeders zone. Adams takes the ball, draw to Mills, there's room, he gets up 10, up to about the 12-yard line. Be a gain of about 4, maybe 5 before he is stacked up.
Our offensive line do a real good job on the draw. They kind of just chip block up, and you're going to be effective on a draw if you can get your big guys up on the linebackers. And that's what our big guys do. You get up there, you block, we can now have an injured rider on the field.
Yeah, somebody went down out of all of that pile. Get his identity. Stampeders in a good spot right now, but can't exactly put this in the bank right yet.
Nope. And so Gordy and some of the other staff out there getting that water into those big guys.
Yeah.
It's at this time of the year, it's pretty hot down there right now, especially when the Stampeder bench is fully in the sun. You know, it's around, 23, 24 degrees. And it's you get hot, so these guys really drink a lot of water.
Yeah, it's right in their face, the Stampeders. Not sure who the injured player is. Again, we're trying to make it up. And it is Micah Johnson is coming off, 13-year veteran, of course, with the Stampeders on the 2018 championship team. He's actually his 3rd tour with Saskatchewan, but with Corey Mace on the Saskatchewan sidelines, I think he can put the puzzle together pretty easily there.
Well, he's in his 12th year, and he had some great years. He's big guy at 280 pounds, 6'2". He's packed and built together.
Stampeders 2nd down to 5 at their 13-yard line. Operating from the gun is the quarterback. Vernon Adams been very sharp today. Play clock is at 2. He takes the snap. He is back, flag in the air. Pitches. That ball is caught going down, making the catch. Stampede receiver, but that's Brooks. But I'm certain there was a Rough Rider offside.
Yeah, I think that's Sean Ray or Shane Ray. Maybe Carney, one of those ends popped offside, tried to anticipate the snap count, and Stampeders went on a long count. I'm quite sure that's so it's going to give them an automatic first down, or maybe not quite. It's going to be probably second and about 1.
Offside, Saskatchewan, number 95. Penalty is declined. Result of the play is a first down.
Baldonado.
Okay, Snap's got a first down out of that.
Well, it's very good because that buys you probably another minute or 2 off the clock. It's 4:19 and counting.
Vernon Adams, very strong today, 27 of 35, 423 yards. Adams is in the gun as the Stampeders have a new set of downs. They're on their 18-yard line. Ryan starts in motion to the line, near side, now comes in the block. Stampeders try a handoff right up the middle. It goes to Mills. He gets up to the 25, upended, falls forward at the 28-yard line. They look like they might run that receiver sweep, but instead they handed it off to Mills, who falls forward. 2nd and 2, Stampeders.
Well, they do exactly the same thing on their receiver sweep. This time they just give it to Mills. Mills is really good on quick hitters, and he gets a lot of those deep handoffs, gives him a chance, but that was just a quick hitter up the middle, and he shot through like a rocket and got a good 9 yards.
2nd down and 2 at the 26-yard line. Stampeder ball, trying to keep this drive alive as we approach the 3-minute warning. Mills in the backfield. Stampeders, 3 receivers to the near side. That includes Alford, 2 touchdowns, lines up to the near side. Snap is back to give is Mills, cuts off left tackle, breaks the tackle, gets up to the 40, to the 43-yard line. A huge gain before he is tackled, and the Stampeders get the first down and hang on to the football.
Yeah, big gain. Mills now 12 carries, over 60 yards. Another good run as he needs a break, so he's going off, say, hey, Choquette, get in the game. I think that's Choquette that goes in.
Yeah, he'll get a bit of a breather as we go to break. The score, the Calgary Stampeders 24, Saskatchewan 10. This is the 3-minute warning. This is Calgary Stampeder football on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
Time and effort, sweat, and tears. You put a lot into making your business a success. We know because we've been partnering with businesses like yours for more than 75 years. With Cooperators, you get personalized advice and service from a team that understands your unique needs. To build the right plan for you, your business, and your employees, find us at cooperators.ca. Cooperators. Investments, insurance, advice.
It's time to Toyota at the Giant, Country Hills Toyota. Your Toyota Giant has brand new RAV4s in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Buy now and get up to $2,000 in free accessories with purchase. Free lifetime oil and filter offer. Plus, giant trade-in values. Country Hills Toyota will surprise you with how much they'll pay for your vehicle. It's time to Toyota right now at the Giant, Country Hills Toyota.
Make your down payment go further. This summer, Shane Holmes is matching your down payment dollar for dollar up to 10% of your home's base price. The more you put down, the more you save. Put down 5%, get 5% off. Put down 10%, get the full 10% off. It's that simple. Hurry, this promo is only valid for the first 5 homes sold per community. Once they're gone, they're gone. Available for Shane Holmes front drive, laned, duplex, and townhome product types on select lots. Visit ShaneHolmes.com.
Promotion subject to change without notice.
Thanks for listening. This is Dave Dickinson. Now back to Stampeder football on QR Calgary.
Stampeders 24, Saskatchewan 10, 3 minutes remaining. Will Dave Dickinson's team leave Regina in first place? Well, if they hang on to this lead, they will.
Well, it's looking good right now, Mark. They're just on a good, gutsy drive. They keep this up and put it out of reach.
Breakthrough game for Damian Alford. He has 2 touchdowns. He splits wide right for the Stampeders. They scrimmage from their 42-yard line. Adams squeezing the clock. Play clock is at 4. Play clock is at 2. He'll take the ball and give to Mills. He slams up the middle, gets to the linebacker level before he's upended. But it's a gain of 7 or 8 on the play. Stampeders grinding the clock.
Yeah, give that offensive line a lot of credit. They're really blowing some holes open against a very good defensive line. And that's just another quick hitter, just like the one to Mills was last time. And our offensive line guys are fired up, and they're playing one of their better games.
I agree. Stampeders now 2nd and 5 at the 47-yard line. They're watching the clock, trying to run some time off. 2:33 remaining, 14 on the play clock, 2:30 and 12 seconds on the play clock. Here they go. Adams has them out. Adams barking out signals. Grimes and Jones go in motion right. Adams back, has time in the pocket, throws the hang route on the far side. Ball is caught, getting up 50 to the 53-yard line before finally knocked down on the play as that ball is pulled in by Tevin Jones. Will await the spot. It's going to be really close.
Tevin Jones does a good job. He just had Vernon Adams looking downfield, looking down, but knowing he's got his release guy way out in the flat, just fired it out there, got a good velocity on the ball, got to Tevon Jones very quickly, and then he shoots up the field. He's good with the yak yards, got a good 9 yards.
He's a big guy, 6'1", 225, so it's about a foot short. So the Stampeders are going to take a shot here as Big Vaughn is in. He is short yardage play. He comes up under center. And Stampeders are squeezing the clock. Now he comes up under center. There's 9 on the play clock. Vaughn takes the ball. He runs left, surges ahead. His legs drive for yards, and he has enough for the first down.
You know what? Teams that know how to get a drive together to seal the deal. This is what the Stampeders right now are doing. They can't blow it. They still got a ways to go, but they got the ball with over 3 minutes left. Riders are down by 2. You just go on a good long drive, methodically move the ball. They're up to midfield. This has been a very good drive at a critical time. This is what good teams do.
Exactly what they needed for this kind of a drive. And we have a timeout, I think.
Saskatchewan.
Saskatchewan's taking a timeout. Shouldn't be shocked. Well, we'll be in the dressing room, and if this holds, it'll be an excited place.
52 seconds.
So there'll be 1:52 remaining. Stampeders have played a very determined game. Sound in every area except for some unfortunate turnovers. Without this, I think they're well ahead of the Rough Riders.
Well, they've now got the attention of others around the CFL. People were still going, well, they got the Riders coming up. Well, they got Winnipeg, and they beat them maybe on a bad week. Well, they've just beat 2 teams that were up there, ranks as one of the better teams in the CFL at some time this year, and beat them. Well, I can't say they're going to beat them yet, but, done a pretty good job on both Winnipeg and Saskatchewan if they come through with this win.
That's what it is. The Stampeders are 1st and 10 at the 54. Waiting for the clock to move, and it does. Actually, 1 minute and 52 seconds. Now the clock starts. The give is to Mills. He surges right, gets across midfield, stood up by the Rough Riders and pushed back. But it's a gain of, I'd say, 4 on the play.
Yeah, gain of 4, good solid running, and it's just everybody knows what they're going to do. They're going to run the football and try and eat up that clock and bring in another big guy, bringing in the big guys. I anticipate they're going to run it again. Let that clock tick down.
They've got Big Vaughn in the game as well as Vernon Adams, a pair of quarterbacks. No Mills in the backfield. Clock ticking away, 1:35. More importantly, play clock is at 6. Adams now ready. And Adams gives to Mills. There's a hole right side. He squirts through 50, 45 down to the 42-yard line before he is tripped up and falls to the ground. And boy, the flag is on Saskatchewan. It's a huge pickup for the Stampeders. We'll just have to wait and see.
I think it's going to be on Stampeders. A good picking of where the hole was by Mills, but I think they're going to bring this one back. Mills has been very tough, too. He's had some good, hard yards. Going into this game, Mark, we had A.J. Ouellette averaging 6 yards. He is averaging 2 yards this game, so good job by the Stampeder defense.
Yeah, they've shut him down. Even if the penalty is on the Stamps, Greg, it looks like it is. It's running time off the clock.
Yeah, it's running time off the clock. And
there are 2 fouls on the previous play. Illegal blocking below the waist, Calgary number 19. That penalty is declined. Holding, Calgary number 65. It's a 10-yard penalty. We'll repeat second down.
Oh, yeah. A full buffet of penalties there.
Oh, when you start getting tired, that's when you start holding, and and doing things like that. It's been a pretty hot football game.
Yeah, really, really warmed up. It's a really nice afternoon here in Regina. So the Stampeders with 1:22 remaining are second and 18 at their 46-yard line. Vernon Adams, his best game as a Stampeder. He calls out signals. Choquette now in the backfield to spell Mills. And he'll get the call. He runs off right tackle, cuts it back inside, has room, gets up to midfield before he's upended, but that's about a 9-yard gain for the young man from Long Island University, and it'll be 9 yards to go, 3rd and 9 Stampeders.
Yeah, he's got that quick running style where he takes short, choppy steps, Mark, but it permits him to really make good jump cuts, and that time he cut it back and got a good 8 more yards, but Stampeders going to have to punt.
Very powerful lower body for Choquette. Rough Riders have Myers back to return as Alford has been removed from the game with a lower body injury. That's watching the clock run down.
The set's kicked very well. He's got it outside the numbers on almost every kick.
1:05 on the game clock, 9 on the play clock. Now 1 minute on the game clock, 5 on the play clock. Snap back to Bissett. He kicks this ball in over in. Tracking to his right is Myers to catch outside the numbers, inside the 10. He's ahead at the 15, and that is tackled in the open field. That's Kalen St. Cyr, who just shot himself from a cannon to go downfield. He's back on. This is his first game this year due to injury. So the young man from Quebec just blasted downfield.
Yeah, did a good job. He not only has contain, or I think he's maybe the gunner. What I mean by that, you have what's called the gunner on the punt, where they can just go down. They haven't got contain or anything. They go right to the ball, and he did a good job, though, of making the returner go inside and then bringing him down.
There was a sunniest guy on the team award. I think St. Cyr might win it for the Stamps. Always smiling, always upbeat, just so full of enthusiasm.
Saskatchewan, number 47, half the distance to the goal, first down.
So 51 seconds remaining, and Saskatchewan will be backing up, and this place is emptied out. I think they can sense what's happening here.
Yeah, and you know what? Give the Stampeders credit. They had some, I don't want to say difficulties, but some complications off the field because of the weather and all what happened with and they came, and then they just came out to win. They're toned in to win yesterday, and they did a good job today.
That's what they're doing indeed. Riders are back to their 5-yard line. There's remains of the game. He pitches the ball left. That's caught at the 10. Get up to the 15-yard line, and that's where Robustelli is tackled. Well, 46 seconds remaining.
Stampeders will be totally happy if they just keep running those 5-yard slant routes and short routes.
Yeah, 1st and 10 at the 15. That's where Saskatchewan is. Harris in the gun. 3 receivers right. 41 seconds remain. There's his back. Looks left. Throws a quick slant downfield. That is caught. Break one tackle. Get ahead is Robustelli again. Up to about the 25-yard line. And Richardson, the corner, slow to get up. He's on the field. I think he had first contact with the receiver and maybe just hit him a little awkwardly.
Yeah, and he's done a pretty good job. Been picked on a little bit this game and been beat a couple times deep. That happens to every defensive back. And he's just one of these young people in our secondary that are doing really well. He's in his 3rd year, Mark, but we got a very young, good secondary. Our 2 halfbacks, both rookies, Arnold and Grant, are just playing great. And you got the veteran Webb and Adrian Green with 4 years. But we got to hope that everything's okay, because being in that secondary, a lot of it is just being able to talk, and there's a lot of communication, and you know the guy next to you, what he's going to do. You don't really want to disturb that chemistry.
I'll say this, the guys credit Webb for his experience and leadership. That's the guy that's really pulling it all together. And I guess, as you would know, that's kind of one of the safety's jobs.
Yeah, that's the safety's job. You're the guy in the middle. You're the guy that sees it all, and you're the guy that's doing a lot of the talking and making the checks. So he's the perfect guy to kind of be the leader to bring it all together.
Well, he's down there attending to him. This is really unfortunate. I mean, you'd hope it's nothing too bad, and we don't want to play doctor here, but the Stampeders are about to get out of here with what we presume will be a win. And on one of the last plays with the game decided, he gets hurt, but that's football. That's life sometimes.
At his right knee, Mark. That's what they're...
Well, maybe he slipped on his break to tackle. I'm not sure. But
I've seen a couple slips this game. Vernon Adams and Helford slip a couple times. But
well, Calgary has had great success here in the capital of Saskatchewan. Won 10 of their last 11. Looks like it'll be 11 of the last 12 if something insane happens here. Gilman, Saskatchewan scored that touchdown in the third quarter. It's the first time the Stampeders gave up a touchdown prior to the fourth quarter all year.
Well, this doesn't look good when he gets carried off by, and he's not putting any pressure on that knee. That's not good.
We'll let the doctors decide, except he's not going to play the rest of this game, obviously.
Definitely not. And anytime you can't come off with somebody helping you underneath your, lifting you up by the armpits, something's going on.
Godfrey Onyeka, a former Rough Rider, is here to fill in. The Stampeders defense, though, the secondary's 15 yards off the ball. Anything in front of him, so be it, just not behind him. Harris takes the ball. He's got a quick drop, throws into left flat. Ball is caught, turning it upfield, trying to get out of bounds. On the far side is the running back, Ouellette, and he does get out of bounds, does move the chains, but 24 seconds remain.
Go ahead. Make that throw to the outside. There's no way you're going to. Now we got another injured Stampeder, and I don't know if that's an injury or more. That's just exhaustion.
Fatigue, exhaustion.
Yeah, but looks like maybe he's cramping up. Who is that? Is that Hutchins?
No, that's Justin Sambu.
Oh, it's Justin
Calgarian.
Sambu.
All right. Well, we're coming down to the last seconds of this one.
Yeah, we got to give the Stampeders credit. They came out and had a fantastic first half, both sides of the football.
At the 37-yard line, Harris continues to call out signals. Stampeders sending four as Harris retreats the pass. Harris throws out of the backfield. Caught by his man. Making the move at the field as Ouellette gets across the 50 to about the 53-yard line. Make that Keyshawn Johnson tackling. Roberts puts him on the ground. 17 seconds remain.
Good solid tackle. Stampeders have done a good job of tackling today. You got to tackle in the open field. The linebackers and defensive backs have been very good at it.
All right, 15 seconds remain. Again, Harris in a deep drop. Harris is back, throws the ball, comeback route, caught at the 40-yard line, turning it upfield, trying to make some yards, then goes down at about the 35-yard line as Robustelli makes the catch. 7 seconds remaining, so I'm assuming the Rough Riders will be... We're trying field goal here. Well, you know what, Greg? Maybe it's not the worst idea in the world because of the point differential. They play one more time.
Yep, so they're going to go for the long field goal. That's probably all they were playing for. They knew they'd lost the game.
Yeah, this is just a field goal in case, listen, they play at McMahon August 23rd. I have no idea if it will mean anything or not.
Stamps should put Horton back there because even 1 point, so bring it out. And there's nothing wrong with bringing it out no matter what.
You read their mind. He's back. So, this is nothing other than putting points in the bank for any potential tiebreak. It's from 44. I don't think it's the most impossible kick on earth. Lawler is on. Here we go. The snap, it's down, it's kicked, it's going, and it is wide right. Horton has the ball. He will bring it out. He's at the goal line. He's at the 5. He's running right to the far side, stops his feet. He is tackled, but that'll do it. And there's your ball game. For the second consecutive week, the Calgary Stampeders play giant killer and knock someone out of the ranks of the unbeaten as they come into Regina and knock off the Saskatchewan Roughriders by a count of 24-10 at Mosaic Stadium in Regina. So the Stampeders, are they the top team in the league at this juncture? Season, they've got a pretty strong case. The scoreboard shows the final score: Calgary 24, Saskatchewan 10. Up next, the Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal League post-game show, including the Hearth and Home coaches interview. This is QR Calgary Stampeders football.
Ever get that feeling when you walk around certain rooms in your house? That wouldn't it be nice feeling about a renovation idea for your kitchen, bathroom, or basement? Maybe you even pull out the tape measure or sketch out your ideas. But the fear of an unreliable contractor or costs spiraling out of control holds you back. At Renovations by Hearth and Home, we call those healthy concerns because it means you're asking the right questions and you've just found a team with the right answers. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com. New look, new location. The same luxurious standards. Wolf Cadillac Calgary is now open with incredible grand opening specials. For a limited time, save up to $15,000 on Cadillac Lyric or get 0.99% financing up to 84 months. Plus, eligible Costco members receive an additional $1,200 savings on Lyric Optic and Escalade IQ. Wolf Cadillac Calgary, 756 101st Street Southwest off Stony Trail.
The Stampeders have been thrilling Calgarians since 1945. It's time to take a look back with Throwback Thursday, presented by Second Harvest.
When the Calgary Stampeders take on the Montreal Alouettes July 24th, take a trip back in time. Enjoy the vintage vibes as the Stampeders honor the legends, the looks, and the legacy that made the red and white iconic.
Join the party and dress in your favorite retro fashions or Stamps gear from the past. Turn back the clock and get your tickets for Throwback Thursday at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride.
And that's the game.
The final whistle has sounded, and now it's time to tackle how it all unfolded. The good, the bad, the ugly.
The Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak postgame show is just around the corner on the proud voice of the red and white. QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
Well, Stampeder fans, I would say that was worth the wait. A game we were supposed to play last night in Regina. It gets postponed because of the wildfire smoke. It goes this afternoon in Regina at Mosaic Stadium, and you could make a case that was maybe the most complete game for the Calgary Stampeders so far this season. Did they win this game because of Vernon Adams in the offense? Or did they win this game because of an outstanding defensive performance? And I'm leaning towards the defense as the Calgary Stampeders roll the Saskatchewan Roughriders 24-10. Look at the first half. The Riders with their possessions. They got a short field early because of an interception. The first pass of the game by Vernon Adams picked off by A.J. Allen, and the Stampeder defense gets a 2-and-out. They give up a field goal. But then after that, the defense, they force a 2-and-out, a punt. A 2-and-out, a punt. They allow one first down and a punt. They allow one first down and a punt. And then it was back-to-back fumbles forced by the defense. That was a very impressive first half by the Calgary Stampeder defense. Yes, they gave up a touchdown early in the third quarter, but then it was a missed field goal, a punt, a turnover on downs, another turnover on downs, and then another missed field goal. That was a very, very solid defensive effort. But again, look at the offense, what they did in this game. After giving up the early field goal, Damian Alford completes an 11-play, 88-yard drive with a 21-yard touchdown catch. Rene Paredes kicks a chip shot, 16 yards for the field goal. And then this was the play, the 100th touchdown pass in Vernon Adams' career as he hits Eric Brooks.
5 receivers out for Vernon Adams. That is back, looking middle, throwing middle, in the end zone, coming back, going down, pulling the ball in, makes the catch, touchdown! Eric Brooks pulls the ball in.
You know, it's interesting. The Calgary Stampeders in that first half, they possessed the ball for 21 minutes. Vernon Adams, he completed 20 of 25, 295 yards. He did have 2 interceptions, but he did have the 2 touchdown passes. We're going to get to the turning point of this game a little bit later on here on the post-game show, but maybe the turning point was after Saskatchewan scores on their opening possession in the third quarter. Well, it was an 81-yard bomb to Damian Alford, blown coverage by the Saskatchewan Roughriders. It turns out to be the longest TD pass of Vernon Adams' career.
Adams has the ball, play fake, rolls right, turns, lost the rainbow downfield, caught by Alford, Saskatchewan 40, down the sidelines, 30, 20, 10, 5, touchdown! Stampeders, a sensational pass, 81-yard pass and run to Damian Alford.
And that was the final score of this ball game. No scoring in the fourth quarter, 24-10, as the Calgary Stampeders hand the Riders their first loss of the season. The Stampeders improve their record to 4-10.
Welcome to the Valentine Volvo Cars Royal Oak postgame show. I'm Jock Wilson. Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak proudly supporting our community and the Stampeders since 1946. Mark Steven on his way down to the Calgary Stampeder dressing room. We're going to hear from the coach. We're going to hear from some players, but we're going to head back to Mosaic Stadium in Regina, the Billy Powers broadcast booth. That's where we find our color commentator, Greg Peterson. And Pete, I asked the question, did they win this game because of their offense, or did they win this game because of their defense?
Both.
Good answer.
They both contributed. It was just one of the best halves of football I've seen by both an offense and a defense. I mean, just totally dominated on the offensive that first half, and totally did what they need to on the defense. And and consequently, the Riders were lucky. What was it at halftime to have the score at halftime, 14-3 or something like that? I can't remember, but they were extremely lucky because they were getting dominated.
They really were. And yet, you look at the first quarter, it was not a well-played first quarter for the Calgary Stampeders. As I mentioned, the first pass picked by A.J. Allen, and then on their second possession, Dietrich Mills has a fumble. Nice pop by C.J. Rivas. And then, after a punt by the Riders, Kalen Horton bobbles the ball. They get basically, sucked back in their own zone, but then they capped it off with that very impressive 11-play, 88-yard drive. So they had a few jitters coming out of this game. Maybe it was because of what happened last night, but boy, after that they did find their mojo.
Yeah, they had plays that they didn't do well, like the turnovers, but they were moving the ball on the turnovers. I mean, they were marching the ball just at will, turn the ball over. Marching the ball at will, turn the ball over. So it wasn't like they were playing bad football and turning the ball over. They were playing good football and just not securing the football. So just an impressive win, and heads will turn now in the CFL. I don't know, the Stampeders should rise up the whole rankings where they are in the CFL now.
Well, the Calgary Stampeders, after the win over the Winnipeg Blue Bombers last week, in my Sports Talk with Jock Power rankings, I had them number 2, and I had Saskatchewan number 3. Saskatchewan number 1. Right now, I think you can make a case the Calgary Stampeders are the best team in the Canadian Football League. Granted, it's only week 6. There's a lot of football to be played, but through the first 6 weeks, take away that rain game at McMahon Stadium, because that was just nasty and ugly, and the Stampeders couldn't stop the run in that game. This team technically should be 5-0.
Yeah, they really should. They just nobody thought they would be where they are. Nobody thought that they'd be playing this type of football. Nobody thought the secondary would be so good. Nobody thought the offensive line would be so good. You know what? They're just playing great. They're coming together as a team. But as you said, this is a long season with lots of parity in the CFL. They just have to keep it going and scratching out some wins.
It's interesting. I go back to your keys to the game for the Alberta Ford dealers, and number 1 was stop the run. A.J. Ouellette, just like Brady Oliveira, a non-factor in this game. 6 carries, 9 yards. You got to be kidding me, Greg.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he averaged 6.3 yards going into the game, and pulls out of this game at 0.5 yards, whatever it is. I'm not a mathematician, but they did a great job of stopping Ouellette. They just didn't let him get into that open field and run over people, or just do what he does. So just a great job by that Stampeder defense on Ouellette. And it was a key to the game. They knew they had to stop that run. They knew that the Riders were leading the league in rushing offense, and they went out and just stifled them.
And you know what? It changed the game plan for Corey Mace and that Rider team, because their first 3 or 4 tries, they got absolutely nothing, and you could just see that was a defeated offensive line. They said, we got to go somewhere else. And even though Trevor Harris has nice numbers, and they are nice numbers, 36 out of 44, 425 yards, he couldn't complete drives. Trevor Harris in his career is now 3-12-2 against the Calgary Stampeders. For whatever reason, the Stampeders own this quarterback.
Well, yeah, and all he does is throw short passes. So, and he got about 50 to 60 of those yards in the last little bit there when it didn't mean anything. But, you don't see too many deep throws like you see with Adams. And, after a while, teams just learn that he's going to throw that quick ball, and that's all he's been doing. And they came out, and the only thing they got hurt on was that deep out that they kept throwing. I was getting a little bit frustrated because we were just giving it to him. But for that, he really didn't hurt the Stampeders with his passing.
They were throwing that little deep out, and you're just thinking, okay, when is one of the DBs going to step in front front of that and take it to the house. I know there was a couple of close calls on it, but, give them credit. They were able to complete that pass. And, Robistelli did have a nice game. He caught 11 balls, 12 targets, 191 yards. That's very, very impressive. But all of a sudden, Stampeder fans are saying, wow, the Stamps did the right thing taking Damian Alford, number 1 overall in the CFL draft. You saw the talent tonight. 6 catches, 156 yards, 2 touchdowns. And not only did he have great hands, Greg, he showed great speed, a couple of times in this game, just blowing by DBs.
Well, he runs a 4.4, and that's why, he's got that athletic talent. Everybody was very impressed with him in the combine they knew he ran a 4.440, but really showed it on that 81-yard. He just ran away from the defensive back. That he's running with the football. The defensive back is not. I mean, you're 6'6", running 4.4, and starting to get some confidence. And let's now go down to the Stampeder locker room. Mark, I believe you have the coach.
We do. We have head coach Dave Dickinson here, and Dave, gutsy effort, some obstacles thrown against you, but for the second consecutive week, you knock a team out of the unbeaten ranks. Has to be very satisfying.
Yeah, it is. I mean, on the road and what we went through to get on the field and play, and just a credit to our organization, starting with Jay McNeil, just what he did for the players and seamless transition. The equipment staff to training staff, it was just amazing. Sherry Huffnagel gave our players a chance to come out with energy and perform, and they did.
They did. Let's start with the quarterback. I thought Vernon Adams, particularly in the first half, was just absolutely the peak of his powers.
Yeah, I mean, what he was doing, he was manipulating them with their eyes. They were playing in quite a bit of zone, and defensive guys, their I guess forte is making plays on the ball, and they got some on us. We got 3 turnovers, but he manipulated some people with his eyes and gave our receivers a chance and just did a really nice job.
Damian Alford was just kind of his breakout game. Now 3 touchdowns in his last 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. He looked great. I mean, we got to get him, make sure we throw other routes and just go balls, but he did a nice job, and he is catching the ball and yakking it up. He's a rookie, so his knowledge base is down, but he really did look the part. The couple catches he had, not the long touchdown, the other ones were just him just being bigger, stronger, and confident, and went up there and snared the ball, and that was what we were hoping for, and he's doing a nice job.
Let's flip it to the other side, where you once again stopped one of the elite running backs in the league. Olette had next to nothing, and that's got to be a tribute to the front 4.
It was, and we took him out early. I mean, then they kind of settled into basically just being short passes, and they did find their rhythm, and they made it interesting. The big thing for us is we were able to get them off the field on multiple third down tries, and some of them in very manageable third downs. I think Corey just decided he was going to go for touchdowns. For us, yes, it certainly helped us manage the clock. Felt like we were in complete control of the game, still with a 2-touchdown lead, and defense did a nice job.
However, some struggles with 3 turnovers. It didn't in the end hurt, but it's got to be a little tough to see something.
Well, the first 2 drives with turnovers, not the way you want to start. I mean, I will say our team is resilient, though. Do you see anyone bowing their head or getting too upset? I mean, I'm glad they're mad, but no, we just kept firing. The one in the end zone, we just had a little bit of a, probably a play that's tight in there, but we had chances. We had 2 guys open, but didn't execute quite like we wanted. But can't win with necessarily losing turnover battle. I don't know how many they had. I would bet 3 as well. Okay, thank you, Mark. So it balanced out, but ours were kind of self-inflicted. Interceptions and fumbles where theirs were a few more third down conversions.
Well, all wins are fun. You'll remember this one, though, for a lot of reasons besides the on-field stuff. Dave, thanks for stopping by.
All right, thank you.
Dave Dickinson joining us. Guys, more guests momentarily.
Not that I want to correct the coach, but it was actually 5 turnovers for the Saskatchewan Roughriders in this game. They had a couple of fumbles. They had 2 turnovers and downs. So actually, my math is not very good. That's 4 turnovers for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. By the way, the post-game coach's interview brought to you by Renovations by Hearth and Home. Imagine the extraordinary. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com. Let's take a quick time out here on the Valentine Volvo Cars Royal Oak post-game show. Big win for the Calgary Stampeders. Stamps are now 4-1 on the season. 24-10 is your final in Regina. This is the home of the Calgary Stampeders. QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
It's the Midsummer Sales Event at Volvo. In Sweden, midsummer marks the height of the season, and here in Calgary, it's the perfect time to embrace the road, the sun, and the spirit of summer. Experience refined Scandinavian design with the Volvo XC60. Lease yours from just $799 a month with $3,050 down. Offer available for a limited time. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or go to volvocarscalgary.com. Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn and Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootin.com.
We're fun!
Time and effort, sweat, and tears. You put a lot into making your business a success. We know because we've been partnering with businesses like yours for more than 75 years. With Cooperators, you get personalized advice and service from a team that understands your unique needs to build the right plan for you, your business, and your employees. Find us at cooperators.ca. Cooperators. Investments, insurance, advice.
Summer's here, Calgary, and Furnace Family Home Services by ATCO and Lennox are teaming up to bring you unbeatable comfort and serious savings. Upgrade to the Lennox Ultimate Comfort System, the high-efficiency solution that keeps your home cool, your energy use low, and runs so quietly you'll barely know it's there. Right now, enjoy up to $2,000 in rebates or no payments for 6 full months. Visit FurnaceFamily.com and book before August 15th to lock in your comfort and savings. Furnace Family Home Services by ATCO and Lennox. Your home, your comfort, our promise.
You're listening to 770 CHQR AM and 107.3 CFGQ FM Calgary, Chorus Entertainment Radio Stations.
Your place for Stampeders football play-by-play. QR Calgary.
When the Stampeders are on the road this season, we're on the road at the Deerfoot Inn and Casino. The Calgary Stampeders next game next Friday night in Winnipeg against the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. We're going to get to the drive of the game for the Alberta Ford dealers in just a second here on the post-game show, but let's go back to Mosaic Stadium, back into the Calgary Stampeder dressing room where we find Mark Stephen.
Well, let's speak with quarterback Vernon Adams, and Vernon, just overall, it seemed everybody was clicking in every phase. Just your thoughts on how the offense was flying today.
Yeah, man, I just want to thank God, first of all, you know what I'm saying, allowing me to get out healthy and things like that, and it's just an awesome game, awesome atmosphere to play at against a great team, great opponent. You know, I throw a pick on the first play of the game, and then we throw a touchdown on the first half, and the second half, you know, so it was an interesting game, but just happy we got the win. Defense holding us down as usual, man. I think as an offense, if we can take care of the ball, we're going to be pretty good.
You just spread the ball around and got great productivity from everyone. I know Damien has the 2 touchdowns, but Jalen Philpott was right there. Brooks got a touchdown. It just seemed that then Jones later in the game, you went more to him. It seemed no matter where the ball was going, the receiver was productive.
Yeah, you know, all these guys are playmakers, man. They're all here for a reason. They're all great dudes, great athletes, and, you know, I just tell them I'm going to put the ball in the area, and you guys make me look good. So whatever the yardage is, it's on them, man, and I just want to give a lot of credit to my O-line as well, giving me the time to make those throws back there.
Yeah, and Diedrich chewed up big yards, too, when needed. I guess he's been doing that all year, hasn't he?
Yes, sir, man. O-line and Diedrich, man, they got something good going, and I'm so happy to be on this team with these guys.
Feel like a bit of a giant killer? You've knocked off the unbeaten teams the last 2 weeks here.
Yeah, you know, but we got another one coming up, and then we got another one after that. So we got to keep it going. Yeah, we're going to celebrate tonight, enjoy it today, but after that, we're right back to work tomorrow.
That's right. No Grey Cups on July 12th, although there's a pretty good taste in your mouth, right?
Yes, sir, exactly.
Thank you very much, Vernon. Appreciate you stopping by.
Thank you. God bless. Go Stamps.
Vernon Adams joining us. Guys, more guests in a moment.
6th career 400-yard passing game for Vernon Adams as he has 428 in this game. Not a career high. His career high is 488. Greg Peterson, let's get to the drive of the game for the Alberta Ford dealers. You got a couple of choices in this one.
Yeah, I had lots of choices, but, you know, I do want to mention that last drive where we're down up 24-10, and the Stampeders are back in their own end. And I said to Mark, now is when good teams will eat up the clock and get a good long drive. They marched it all the way to midfield. So I thought that was just a great drive. But the drive I had to pick was the third drive of the game. It was in the first quarter. Score was 3-0 for the Riders. The drive went 66 yards. It was 14 plays, 6 run plays, 4 pass plays. It was capped off with that 30-yard touchdown to Damian Alford and made the score 7-3. I thought that was the best drive of the day.
Yeah, it was a very impressive drive. After turning the ball over early a couple of times, the Stampeders did put it in the end zone in their third possession of this football game. That's the drive of the game for the Alberta Ford dealers. Let's take another time out. More from the dressing room when we come back. This is QR Calgary.
It's the Midsummer Sales Event at Volvo. In Sweden, Midsummer marks the height of the season. And here in Calgary, it's the perfect time to embrace the road, the sun, and the spirit of summer. Experience refined Scandinavian design with the Volvo XC60. Lease yours from just $799 a month with $3,050 down. Offer available for a limited time. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or go to VolvoCarsCalgary.com.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices. So much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
Calling all baseball fans. Want to knock your summer out of the park?
The Deerfoot Inn & Casino is hosting an exclusive viewing party on July 26th, where one lucky guest will win the ultimate baseball road trip. 4 games in 4 days in Toronto for you and a guest, plus round-trip air transportation, hotel accommodations, a pair of tickets to each of the 4 games, and $500 spending cash. For full details on how you can earn ballots to win your way into the viewing party on July 26th, visit deerfootinn.com.
We're fun! Make your down payment go further. This summer, Shane Holmes is matching your down payment dollar for dollar up to 10% of your home's base price. The more you put down, the more you save. Put down 5%, get 5% off. Put down 10%, get the full 10% off. It's that simple. Hurry, this promo is only valid for the first 5 homes sold per community. Once they're gone, they're gone. Available for Shane Holmes front drive, laned, duplex, and townhome product types on select lots. Visit ShaneHolmes.com.
Promotion subject to change without notice.
Listen to Stampeders play-by-play in high-definition radio, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers. 105.1 FM, Channel 2, QR Calgary 770.
The Moose was loose at Mosaic tonight. Damian Alford, 6 catches, 2 touchdowns, 158 receiving yards, including this bomb that was the longest TD pass in Vernon Adams' career.
Adams has the ball. Play fake, rolls right, turns, lost the rainbow downfield. Caught by Alford. Saskatchewan 40. Down the sidelines. 30, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown! Stampeders. A sensational pass. 81-yard pass and run to Damian Alford.
And yes, Damian Alford takes it to the house twice in this game. Let's go back to Regina, back to Mosaic Stadium, back to the Stampeder dressing room with the Moose. Here is Mark Stephen.
Well, actually had to take a step away, so we've got Clarence Hicks here to discuss things. And Clarence, just first of all, the victory under some really bizarre circumstances. How satisfying is it?
Oh, it was very, I feel like it was a big distraction for us just having, had to go back to the hotel and spend the night here. And just being away from home, it probably could have had some distractions. But as a team, we came in this locker room this morning, and we told each other what we was going to do today, and we did it.
2 straight games, you faced one of the elite rushers in the league. 2 straight games, you've shut them down. That has to be very satisfying.
Very satisfying. It just shows how good just the defense really is here, and just how well we pay attention to small details. And we got guys on defense that really study hard, and they take the game real serious. So when things like that happen, it don't be a surprise.
You're playing well. So's Florom Lad. So's Hutchings inside. Both the guys inside are really shutting things down as well.
Oh yes, we are a fast young D-line, and our plan is to just get out the quarterback, be relentless. That's the main thing we focus on, is being relentless, because that's going help you make plays.
Just the satisfaction. You took 2 consecutive teams out of the unbeaten column there. It has to be very satisfying. And now everybody in the league, I think, is looking up at you.
Oh yeah, now when you're the top dog, we went from hunting to being the hunted. So now we the hunted, and we got to realize that team gonna have that extra notch for players to knock us off. So we got to be locked in every week from now on.
Clarence, I guess you're speaking on behalf of the front four. Congratulations to all of you.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
There's Hicks joining us, guys. More guests in a moment coming up.
Clarence Hicks had a game today. He had a sack, a forced fumble. That was the Justin Sambu recovery. He had another sack in this game, so a couple of sacks. Greg Peterson, I know we're going to get to the game turning point for Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC, but I tell you what, Clarence Hicks was a disruptor in this game today.
Yeah, he was great, and I always tell you right now, he's going to be my defensive star. He had great pressure off the edge. He had 2 sacks. The entire defensive line played well. Kind of like when you give one guy on the offensive line, he's representing the entire offensive line. The entire defensive line played good, but Clarence gets it for the great game he had.
All right, let's take another timeout. We'll come back with that game turning point for Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC. We'll do that as we roll along here on the postgame show on QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
Ever get that feeling when you walk around certain rooms in your house? Wouldn't it be nice feeling about a renovation idea for your kitchen, bathroom, or basement? Maybe you even pull out the tape measure or sketch out your ideas. But the fear of an unreliable contractor or costs spiraling out of control holds you back. At Renovations by Hearth and Home, we call those healthy concerns because it means you're asking the right questions and you've just found a team with the right answers. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
The Stampeders have been thrilling Calgarians since 1945. It's time to take a look back with Throwback Thursday, presented by Second Harvest.
When the Calgary Stampeders take on the Montreal Alouettes July 24th, take a trip back in time. Enjoy the vintage vibes as the Stampeders honor the legends, the looks, and the legacy that made the red and white iconic.
Join the party and dress in your favorite retro fashions or Stamps gear from the past. Turn back the clock and get your tickets for Throwback Thursday at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride. It's the Midsummer Sales Event at Volvo. In Sweden, Midsummer marks the height of the season, and here in Calgary, it's the perfect time to embrace the road, the sun, and the spirit of summer. Experience refined Scandinavian design with the Volvo XC60. Lease yours from just $799 a month with $3,050 down. Offer available for a limited time. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or go to volvocarscalgary.com.
Beyond our 50,000-watt radio signal, get the Radio Player Canada app. Favorite QR Calgary and listen to Stampeders games no matter where you are.
As I mentioned earlier, the Moose was loose at Mosaic today. Damien Alford, a breakout game for the number 1 pick overall in the 2025 CFL draft. 6 catches, 2 touchdowns, 158 yards. I do believe we have Damien Alford now in the dressing room with Mark Stephen. Mark?
We do indeed, and here is Damien talking to Ken Horton, who's had a big game too. Just overall thoughts on things, just how exciting was it, to put a team back on their heels like that, an undefeated team coming here and win on the road like that?
We put ourselves in the mindset that it didn't matter who was in front of us. We just had to go out there and play our type of football, and that's exactly what we did today. We came up with the win. We're happy today, but we know we're still early in the season. We still got more to do.
Tell us about the 81-yarder. That ball floated up there for a long time, but you got it and beat your defenders to the end zone.
Yeah, listen, I just ran. VA trusted me trusted me on that route. He threw me the ball. I just seen the ball in the air, caught it, and I just let my strides take over, and I showed them that 4-4 speed that they were talking about.
Your level of trust between you and Vernon, it's always been there, but it just seems it's growing week by week.
Yeah, week by week, as my confidence grows, he's trusting me more, and you can tell. He's throwing it up, making sure, he's throwing it in places where he knows I can get it, and only me. And listen, I'm happy to have a quarterback like him to let me play my type of football, and as I said, we're still early in the season, and there's still many more to go. 3 touchdowns in 2 games, so that's got to be very reassuring. Yeah, it really is. After not being able to play last season and coming back here and playing the way I'm playing right now, it just goes to show that I'm still the same Damien that was in Syracuse, and I just got to keep playing my type of football.
And while you had a productive game, so many other receivers. Jalen does everything but find the end zone this year. Also Tevin at the end of the game was very much a factor, and just everybody in the receiving corps was really contributing.
Listen, our whole receiver room is stacked, and you've clearly seen it today. It's really, we're just happy for one another. It doesn't really matter who gets the touchdowns, who gets the yards, as long as we collectively bond and make plays. That's what matters.
Well, it matters. And when did sort of you had a lot of circumstances. Was that all forgotten the moment the ball was kicked off? Your overnight visit, your extra day here or anything?
Yeah, it was a little frustrating, obviously, but we knew we weren't going to play yesterday, so we just we kept the same mindset that we had yesterday coming into the game, and you could tell the guys were hungry to get back on the field. Nobody really wants to sit down in the locker room being delayed for that long. So just coming out today and dealing with the adversity we dealt with, it goes to show what type of team we are.
Well, it was a victory. It's a little longer in coming than you expected, but Damien, thanks for stopping by.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Damien Alford joining us, and guys, that's the story from the Stampeders dressing room. As you might appreciate, they're dying to get back to Calgary after an extended stay in Regina, and they'll be doing that, touching down somewhere around 9 o'clock tonight, and we're back on the road, though, next week on Friday, as a matter of fact, from Winnipeg. 5 o'clock pregame show, 6:30 kickoff, and that's the story from an exuberant Stampeder dressing room.
Good stuff, Mark, and I know Greg Peterson is looking forward to getting on that bus as well, because you got a plane to catch, Greg, so let's pitter-patter, let's get the final elements done here on the post-game show. First of all, the game turning point for Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC. What's your turning point in this game?
My turning point's going to be where it was in the third quarter. The score was 17-10. The Riders just scored a touchdown, and I said on the air, this is a very important drive. The Stamps need to drive the ball down the field to take back some of that momentum. Well, they did it in one play with that bomb to the person we just heard, Damien Alford, on an 81-yard pass. I thought that was the turning point in the game.
I've got one turning point. Damien Alford, huge TD right after the Riders' TD.
Agree.
So we agree on that one without a doubt, Greg Peterson. Game turning point, Wolf Chevrolet Buick GMC. Amazing inventory selection. Same great team, same great service. Let's get to your 4 stars of the game. We already know who you picked on defense. You mentioned Clarence Hicks with a couple of sacks and a forced fumble in this game. Hey, you got some choices on offense. But I'm leaning at the quarterback. Where are you going with the offensive star?
You and I are just on the same wavelength today, Jock. So, despite his 2 picks and some bad passes, he had some 3 passing TDs, almost 408 yards. I think you said passing. I just thought Vernon played a fantastic game. Stood in the pocket, threw the ball when he had to, used his feet when he had to. Didn't have to do it that much this game, though. Was a true quarterback. I thought he had a great game, Vernon Adams.
Without a doubt. And hey, it was one of his best passing games in his career, and you're right, couple of early interceptions, or one early interception and one Mills fumble, put the offense back a little bit, but hey, they recovered very, very nicely. Top Canadian, did we just talk to the top Canadian?
You got that. Damien Alford, 6 catches, 156 yards. That's a lot of yards in receptions, 2 TDs, as long as it was his 81, but he had, I think, 3 others of those 6 that were past 30 yards. So big play guy making some big plays, and reason they, got him. He talked about how last year, he didn't play that much at Utah like he did with Syracuse, and people were wondering why, but he's back doing what he did at Syracuse, and I think he's coming through as a good pick to be the first overall.
Without a doubt. Okay, so that brings us to special teams, and one of your keys to the game was special teams play. They're still trying to find their returner. I don't know, there was some good, there was some bad from Kalen Horton. But hey, the Stampeders did knock Mario Alford out of this game with an ankle injury. So there was some good special teams coverage. Where are you going with your special team star?
Well, I thought Horton, except for the 2 that he dropped, I thought he did really good, a lot better on the returns. But the 2 that he dropped, he was looking right into the sun. Most people don't know that. It is difficult to catch a ball when the sun's there, but I had to go with the big guy, Kalen Thomas. He had 3 special teams tackles. He was making menace all the way. That guy's just a great special teams player, so I went with him.
Keelan Thomas, your special teams star. Okay, one more piece of business before I can let you go, and that is a reset of our marquee matchup for Country Hills Toyota. The marquee matchup was the offensive line for the Calgary Stampeders and the defensive line for the Riders. Wow, that was a dominant win for Calgary, in my opinion.
Yeah, You know what? Then we talked a lot about how it could have been the defensive line of the Stampeders and the offensive line of the Riders. And you know what, Bull? I thought Dave Dickinson said it. We got to win the trenches. I thought we won the trenches, both sides of the football.
Yeah, I would agree 100%. So anyway, a very nice, this is the gauntlet. The Calgary Stampeders still have Winnipeg, still have Montreal in this 4-game stretch. But so far, back-to-back wins against 2 undefeated teams. That's a pretty good start to the gauntlet.
Pretty good start. And this was a trip I don't think I'll ever forget, and I never want to have again.
You and me both. You and me both. Catch the bus. Have a safe trip back. Thanks so much.
Thanks a lot, Josh. All
right. That is a wrap for the Valentine Volvo Cars Royal Oak post-game show. But don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. We'll keep it around for a little bit longer because, of course, we're going to open up the phone lines, 403-974-8255. We're going to get to the fifth quarter call-in show. Oh, by the way, I should tell you, the marquee matchup brought to you by Country Hills Toyota. Get your best deal during the Get In and Go event at your Toyota Giant, Country Hills Toyota. As I mentioned, phone lines are open. If you want to talk about this game, if you want to talk about the 4-1 Calgary Stampeders, who won this game, the offense or the defense? There are no wrong answers. Let's chat. 403-974-8255. This is Calgary Stampeder football. This is QR Calgary and 107.3 The Edge.
You've heard from our football gurus in the Valentine Volvo and Volvo Cars Royal Oak postgame show. Now go grab your expert's hat.
The fifth quarter call-in show is coming up with Jock Wilson and Greg Peterson.
Call or text 403-974-8255 on your voice of the Calgary Stampeders, QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
It's the Midsummer Sales Event at Volvo. In Sweden, Midsummer marks the height of the season, and here in Calgary, it's the perfect time to embrace the road, the sun, and the spirit of summer. Experience refined Scandinavian design with the Volvo XC60. Lease yours from just $799 a month with $3,050 down. Offer available for a limited time. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or go to volvocarscalgary.com.
Make your down payment go further. This summer, Shane Holmes is matching your down payment dollar for dollar up to 10% of your home's base price. The more you put down, the more you save. Put down 5%, get 5% off. Put down 10%, get the full 10% off. It's that simple. Hurry, this promo is only valid for the first 5 homes sold per community. Once they're gone, they're gone. Available for Shane Holmes front drive, laned, duplex, and townhome product types on select lots. Visit ShaneHolmes.com.
Promotion subject to change without notice.
Summer's here, Calgary, and Furnace Family Home Services by ATCO and Lennox are teaming up to bring you unbeatable comfort and serious savings. Upgrade to the Lennox Ultimate Comfort System, the high-efficiency solution that keeps your home cool, your energy use low, and runs so quietly you'll barely know it's there. Right now, enjoy up to $2,000 in rebates or no payments for 6 full months. Visit FurnaceFamily.com and book before August 15th to lock in your comfort and savings. Furnace Family Home Services by ATCO and Lennox. Your home, your comfort, our promise.
Hey, you. Yeah, I'm talking to you, armchair quarterback. Think the coach called the wrong play? Did the ref blow the game? Here's your chance to get it off your chest.
It's the fifth quarter call-in show. Call or text 403-974-8255.
This is Stampeders Football, brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
I like this text on the text line, 403-974-8255. It's from John. And John says, Jock, you know I'm not a big fan of this head coach and GM, but I got to give him credit. Who would have thought that the Calgary Stampeders would be 4-1 and kick the crap out of both Saskatchewan and Winnipeg? Go Stamps. John, you're bang on. I don't think anybody saw this coming. The Calgary Stampeders are 4-1. They're in first place in the West. They are tied with the best record in the Canadian Football League after a very impressive 24-10 beatdown of the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Welcome to the fifth quarter call-in show. We got a full phone board tonight, 403-974-8255. As you want to talk Stampeder football, of course, the text line is open as well. Hey, don't forget, Calgary Stampeders have one more game on the road next Friday night. Then they're back home against the Montreal Alouettes on Friday, that's Thursday, July the 24th. And when the Stampeders are at home, don't forget Stamps House. Stamps House is always rocking after the game. A great chance to hear some live music and hang out with some of the Stampeder players. So check it out, Stamps House, after every single Stampeder game. Hey, let's get right to it. Let's start off with Ed. He wants to talk about the Moose. Hey, Ed, welcome to the show.
How are we doing?
Well, hey, I'm happy. How are you?
Well, it's stressful, man. I'm telling you, like the second half was killing me, letting them complete all those long outs, and it just reminded me how important it is when they're good, how much you get drawn into the game. Like the last two seasons, you kind of knew that we weren't going anywhere, but now this team is for real. And I'm talking playoffs, 4-1. Like we've beaten the best teams there is. So if anyone's not talking playoffs, we're going to the playoffs this year. We'll see how we finish, but our defense is leading the way. I mean, when teams are struggling to score 10 points, I mean, you're going to go far in this league. And as far as Mr. Alfred, I love the touchdown celebration him and Vernon are doing with the antlers with the fingers on the side of the helmet. I got to get a set of antlers for my baseball hat in the stands. But
they're getting rid of the antlers in Edmonton, but we're bringing the antlers here to Calgary. Go figure, eh?
Well, he appears to be the real deal. Like I remember when we talked. Yeah. When we talked after the draft, I was like, maybe you should have took that linebacker. But this kid's like the second coming of Alan Pitts, possibly. Yeah, and on a bonus, he's got a Canadian passport. So, I mean, that's going to go far. What happens if Malik Henry comes back and maybe Reggie gets healthy? Look at the embarrassment of riches we have at receiver. Like, who's sitting out? Like, I don't know. Like, it's pretty impressive. And that last drive, like Greg says, when they know you're going to run it and you do it anyway. Mm-hmm. I mean, this is a solid football team from top to bottom. Very impressed, very happy, very relieved after the last couple of seasons. And, I mean, we'll see how they do in Winnipeg. Winnipeg's coming off the bye, but I don't think it matters. This team is confident. They're young. They're aggressive. I don't see a weakness other than maybe our return game. But hopefully they don't get injuries. But anyways, very happy for the entire franchise. Very happy for Dave. I know I was a little hard on him the last couple of years, but they're doing well. Hopefully they keep it up. Let's run the gauntlet. Let's go 6-1, and then we'll see some full stands at Matt Stadium anyways. So go Stamps. Thanks, Jock.
All right, Ed. And it's interesting. Ed mentions the receivers, and I don't know if Reggie Begelton is going to play again this season. Clark Barnes is only on the one-game injured list, but even the boys on TSN were saying tonight, after what you saw Damien Alford do tonight, does Clark Barnes lose his starting job? Hey, there's no question that Damien Alford has the size, he has the speed, he's got the wingspan, but Clark Barnes is a pretty damn good receiver too, and yet Clark Barnes had a tough time staying healthy. I just got this text from Steve, and Steve says, I was reading something and you blew through the stars so fast I missed defense, and you rarely recap like you used to. Who was it? I would have picked Roberts or Hutchins. And both good choices, Steve. And, of course, we had to get Greg Peterson out of here. So the 4 stars were Vernon Adams on offense, Damien Alford, top Canadian, Keelan Thomas, special teams, and Clarence Hicks on defense. Clarence Hicks was a disruptor in this game. He had 2 quarterback sacks. He had a forced fumble. He had a very, very good game. So, yeah, the entire defense, even though they gave up a lot of yards in this game, I thought this was a very, very solid defensive effort. Let's go to Rocky. Hey, Rocky, welcome to the show.
Hey, Jock. Nice to hear from you. I'm kind of disappointed by how short the pregame show was today. No, I'm just kidding. You set a standard now, so I'm expecting at least a 4-hour pregame show every game.
Yeah, that's not happening. But I appreciate the love. Thank you so much.
I listened to most of it. I tuned in about 6:30 or something last night and listened to it most of the way through till about 10:45 there. So you guys are doing some pretty good work there with not a lot of information to go on and not a lot of just having to fill the air there. So I thought you guys did a pretty good job there. It was kind of cool hearing Randy Chevrier just as an impromptu guest.
Just out of the blue. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, we got a little punch drunk later on in the evening, but we made it through. Let's say it then.
No, you guys did great. I mean, it's a tough situation. I really would have liked to have seen more just communication from the league. And even if they just said, look, this is what we're doing, we don't have any updates, and just every half an hour say, we're still waiting on weather. I mean, then you're not wondering, you're not just speculating, like, are they, aren't they, or whatever. I think that could have been communicated better. But anyways.
I agree 100%.
I enjoyed the game. I was listening to it while I was working out in the yard and doing some stuff like that, and it sounds like we've got a pretty rock solid team here. It's been a couple, 3 years since we've been able to say that and feel like, okay, we should be winning most of the games. And maybe I'm getting a little high on the Stamps right now, but hopefully not. And hopefully we can keep playing. And Damien Alfred sounds like he's doing some crazy cool things, and a nice long bomb touchdown like that was pretty cool. And just both offense and defense, and 2 games in and out, both first halves in the last 2 games between Winnipeg and Saskatchewan, the Stamps have just dominated, and then they didn't have to do too much more, just maintain the lead and maintain that not cushion, but maintain the momentum, but they didn't have to go out and come from behind and try and pull a rabbit out of a hat or whatnot. So
it is pretty impressive considering, they went out, they said there was going to be changes, 12 new starters on the defensive side of the ball. They made the trade for Flo Amalade. They made the trade, for Vernon Adams, which was obviously changed the dynamics in the quarterback room. They changed a bunch of coaches, and you just don't know. If you do a rebuild in any other sport, it probably takes you 2, 3, 5, 10 years to get back on track. But, in the Canadian Football League, in a 9-team league, you can turn things around a little bit quicker because it's a quarterback-driven league. And I think the Stamps have found their quarterback. That's the important thing.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Vernon Adams has been a gold, or has been just great. I wasn't paying much attention in the off season, and I heard that they didn't have any of the 3 starting quarterbacks from last year, and I said, I need to pay more attention. And since I've been tuning back in and listening to it, and I've been pleasantly surprised and quite happy with the results. So kudos to you guys, kudos to your broadcast team for the work that you guys had to do yesterday, and then kudos today for putting it on. It's just as good as you guys were able to, and then kudos to both the Stamps and the Riders for taking a tough situation and then being able to play the game. And I'm glad that they didn't do that. The 2 play.
Yeah, that would have been stupid. Crazy.
Yeah, just take it off and don't have a game if you're going to do that. That just makes it look bad. But I'm glad that they were able to get it done, and go Stamps, go.
It was worth the wait. Rocky, thanks so much for the call. I appreciate that. Thanks for the kind words as well. Let's take one more call before we take a break. Let's go to Dave. Hey, Dave, welcome to the show.
Yeah, it's not breaking up a few points, but I sure hope that Calgary wins those next 2 games, because then they got a playoff spot locked up. For sure. Because I hate Winnipeg. I really, really hate Winnipeg.
Yeah, Winnipeg at home, coming off the bye week, they're going to be tough. They're going to be owly because, of course, they did get schooled by the Stampeders in the Stampede Bowl. So that's going to be an interesting game. And, if they shut down, A.J. Ouellette in this game, can they shut down Brady Oliveira again? Maybe Adam Bighill returns. Probably not, but that would be kind of a neat story. But right now, this team is clicking, and this team is exciting to watch. So that's a good thing, Dave.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm glad they won. I'd be more glad if the Riders won, but I still think that they're going to be in a Western final of those 2 teams. And what do you think's wrong with the Riders? Just too predictable in what they play, and too many injuries, I would think. What have they got, 8 guys out on offense, something like that?
You know what, Dave? We said that in the pregame show. This is not the Rider team that, if they get healthy, that we're going to see, because their offensive line is decimated right now. They've got, too many of their star receivers not in the game. Even though, they had a nice game by Joe Robustelli. He had a nice game, but you don't have Kean Schaefer-Baker. You don't have, Sam Emilish. You don't have Sean Bain. They had basically a rookie corner going up tonight. He got burned big time by Damien Alford. Would Tevon Campbell have made a difference in that game? Maybe. So, yeah, let's not jump up and down too much here in Calgary, because I'm not sure that is the complete Rider team that we'll see later on in the season.
Yeah, and I disagree with the turning point there. I believe the turning point was the first half where the Riders couldn't do nothing. I mean, and that touchdown by the rookie receiver, that 81 yards, that wasn't a turning point. That was just a nail in the coffin, that's for sure.
Well, you're right, and there's so many different turning points you could talk about. You could say, hey, after that very first pass by Vernon Adams that was picked, the fact that the defense had a 2-and-out, they gave up a long field goal, and then the Mills fumble, and then they had another 2-and-out. So, the defense really stepped up, and if Saskatchewan capitalizes and scores a couple of touchdowns early, then it's a totally different game.
Like I said, I really want to see these guys in the Western Final because I'm old. I go back to when Lancaster and Keeling were playing against each other. And
holy cow, you are old.
That was great football.
I'm just kidding.
And I think we're going to have that kind of football for the next 2 or 3 years between the Stamps and the Riders. I sure hope so, anyway.
You and I have something in common. We're both old, Dave. So thanks so much for calling. Thanks for being part of the fifth quarter call-in show. 403-974-8255. Let's take our first timeout. Calgary Stampeders win big. You're listening to Alberta Ford Dealer Stampeder Football. This is QR Calgary 770 CHQR and 107.3 The Edge.
Time and effort, sweat, and tears. You put a lot into making your business a success. We know because we've been partnering with businesses like yours for more than 75 years. With Cooperators, you get personalized advice and service from a team that understands your unique needs. To build the right plan for you, your business, and your employees, find us at cooperators.ca. Cooperators. Investments, insurance, advice.
The Stampeders have been thrilling Calgarians since 1945. It's time to take a look back with Throwback Thursday, presented by Second Harvest.
When the Calgary Stampeders take on the Montreal Alouettes July 24th, take a trip back in time. Enjoy the vintage vibes as the Stampeders honor the legends, the looks, and the legacy that made the red and white iconic.
Join the party and dress in your favorite retro fashions or Stamps gear from the past. Turn back the clock and get your tickets for Throwback Thursday at stampeders.com/tickets.
Together, we ride. It's the Midsummer Sales Event at Volvo. In Sweden, Midsummer marks the height of the season, and here in Calgary, it's the perfect time to embrace the road, the sun, and the spirit of summer. Experience refined Scandinavian design with the Volvo XC60. Lease yours from just $799 a month with $3,050 down. Offer available for a limited time. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or go to volvocarscalgary.com.
Other guys pretend, we deliver the goods. We're the official radio voice of the Calgary Stampeders. Brought to you by your Alberta Ford dealers on QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
Week 6 of the Canadian Football League season is finally underway after a big delay last night. We couldn't play this game last night. Friday night football was off the docket, but we played Saturday afternoon in Mosaic, and it was a very impressive game for the Calgary Stampeders. 24-10 over the Saskatchewan Roughriders. We're talking about it right now here on the fifth quarter call-in show. Let's get back to the phone lines, a very busy phone board tonight. Hey, Brad, you want to talk about the defense?
Well, yeah, I'm well, number one, I completely shocked that the pundits picked the Stampeders for being last in the league, even after they signed one of the best quarterbacks. However, I guess now that there's a difference now.
They won 5 games last year, Brad. So, give the pundits a little bit of credit here. I didn't expect them, I had them the over-under at 7 this year, and I was thinking 7 would be a pretty good, step forward after winning only 5 last year. But right now, this team is impressing a lot of people. So, I don't think pundits were wrong to pick this team dead last, but we're looking pretty bad right now, I would say that.
Well, I just want to talk to you about, is it Slovic who's the defensive coordinator?
Bob Slowick, yep.
Like, how does he take 12 new starters and make them into this defensive juggernaut? Like, how does that happen?
Well, Bob Slowick's resume, eh?
Well, I know that he's got a great resume.
Yeah, he's been around football for a long time. He's in his 5th season with the Calgary Stampeders. He has been in the Canadian Football League. He's been in the NFL. I've had him once on my show on Sports Talk with Jock, and just a really interesting dude to talk to. He's played for, or at least coached with the Denver Broncos, the Green Bay Packers, the Cleveland Browns, the Chicago Bears. His resume is unbelievable. he's coached very high level in NCAA ball as well. Well, he's 71 years old, so he's been around the block a couple of times, but give him credit because he has done something with this defense for sure.
Well, most assuredly he has, and even if you watch the players in the post-game interviews and stuff, there seems to be a completely new energy with the Stampeders, and it's just refreshing to watch. And that defense is nasty.
Nasty is a good word for it. And they gave up a lot of yards tonight. So they did give up, Trevor Harris had 425 passing yards. So, but they didn't give up any rushing yards, which is fantastic. So 425 passing yards for Trevor Harris. Their total offense was 425. So there you go. That shows you their offense, was very one-dimensional, and the Stampeders, shut the door pretty easily.
And just one more quick comment, letting Rose go and Waters go, and bringing in some new kids, right?
Mm-hmm. They're young, they're fast, they're enthusiastic.
Big difference,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, without a doubt.
And that was our big problem last year. We just couldn't stop the run, right? So good on Stamps. Listened to you guys tonight, and kudos to you guys for hanging out so long last night, too. I listened right until the very end.
That was the longest pregame show I've ever done in my life. So
you guys did a great job.
Well, thanks a lot for that, Brad. Appreciate that. Let's go to Janice. Is it Janice?
No, it's Denise.
Oh, Denise. I'm sorry. I had a Janice on my board. So, no. Janice, welcome.
Denise, as in Denise and Dennis Cadats.
Ah, Denise and Dennis Cadats. There you go. I love Dennis.
There's a long affiliation with Dino football.
Mm-hmm.
But I just said, I thought to myself, although this weekend started with adversity, that this was probably the best team building activity that could have happened, unscheduled, at not too much cost, because there are many companies that would be spending a lot of money to team build as much as what probably happened this weekend.
You know what, Denise? That's a great point, because even though no one enjoyed what happened last night and the players are sitting there eating popcorn, some of them were on their little Game Boys, their computers, their handhelds.
I saw that. I couldn't believe it.
Their Walkmans. But you're right. And hey, half the players stayed at the dorms in Regina. The other half were able to stay in the hotel. So, but they did do some team building and some team bonding. So you got to take the positive from it. So that's a great point.
That's what I think. I think it built the heart, and the coaches have built the skills. So that's all I want to say.
Denise, thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. Let's go to Steve. Hey, Steve, welcome to the show.
Hello there, my friend.
Been a long time, Steve.
Well, hey, all I can say is absolutely fantastic job you guys did last night from down at the Deerfoot Casino. I had the whole family here. We had chicken wings, and we had chili, everything. Set the big TV up outside, and nothing happened. Now, I got a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
First of all, with all that smoke, did you guys send it all down to the States and charge Trump 35% for sending down that?
Oh, they're already pissed at us for sending all that smoke down there anyway. So
anyway, all I can say is Stamps are just rocking, man. I love him. I can't say enough of what Dickens said. He's just the best ever since Wally, man. I mean, only years, 24 years I worked the games at McMahon Stadium, including Labor Day, up at, like I told you before, up in the booth there, and Don Leslie, he was my main go-to when I was there, hooking up all the Coke equipment and stuff. But something, man, I just think it's fantastic that they did what they did. I had another 4 people come over yesterday, or today, to watch the game outside again. I couldn't believe they came back, to be honest with you. Secondly, I'm really, really pleased that you and Sarah are friends now. You had her over for burgers and that. Is she going to have you over for taco poutine worm?
Hold it. Don't be spreading rumors here, Steve. Sarah and I are not friends. We're still colleagues.
You guys are awesome, man. Just awesome. I can't believe it. I love you guys to death. You have a great day, old friend.
All right, Steve. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's take another time out. We're going to come back. We're going to wrap things up. We got Bill. We got Mike. We got a couple of phone lines open. 403-974-8255. Getting a lot of texts as well. Like this one from Kurt. And Kurt says, says, after week 1, I thought the Stamps were a dark horse. But now they're a bucking stallion. Amazing turnaround. And yeah, that's, hey, we're still only 6 weeks into the season. There's a long ways to go. We don't want to get too overly excited, but this team is giving this fan base some hope. And hope is a good thing because the last couple of years have not been very good. And it was interesting talking to Steve there. And Steve, loves Dave Dickinson. This show last year, everybody wanted to run Dave Dickinson out of town. No one liked Dave Dickinson. And Dave Dickinson was taking all the heat. Now all of a sudden, hey, we're a 4-1 team. And Dave Dickinson is back in the good books. That's coaching. It doesn't matter what sport you're coaching in, whether it's the NHL, the NFL, Major League Baseball.
And you've just found a team with the right answers. Visit renovationsbyhearthandhome.com.
Sometimes great pizza leads to problems, like you don't want to commit to just one kind of pizza, or maybe you want an extra slice when the pizza's done. Tom's House of Pizza has your back with their all-you-can-eat pizza buffet. Monday to Friday from 11:30 to 2, enjoy all-you-can-eat pizza and salad for $11.95 with beverage purchase. Available in the pub at Tom's House of Pizza's McLeod Trail and Okotoks locations. Unlimited slices, so much pizza to choose from. Discover the legendary lunch buffet at Tom's House of Pizza.
It's the Midsummer Sales Event at Volvo. In Sweden, Midsummer marks the height of the season. And here in Calgary, it's the perfect time to embrace the road, the sun, and the spirit of summer. Experience refined Scandinavian design with the Volvo XC60. Lease yours from just $799 a month with $3,050 down. Offer available for a limited time. Visit Valentine Volvo in the Southwest, Volvo Cars Royal Oak in the Northwest, or go to volvocars.calgary.com.
You're listening to 770 CHQR AM and 107.3 CFGQ FM Calgary, Chorus Entertainment Radio Stations. Every hit, every tackle, every touchdown. QR Calgary 770 and 107.3 The Edge.
A big night for Vernon Adams and the Calgary Stampeder offense, and that means a big afternoon for Kids Up Front, thanks to Shane Holmes. Shane Holmes partnering with Kids Up Front in our Yards for Kids program. Every offensive yard during the regular season, Shane Holmes donates $1 to Kids Up Front. So far this season, heading into this game tonight, it was $1,500. Now we add $548 to the pot, so already over $2,000, $2,048 as a matter of fact, which is a good start to our Yards for Kids program on behalf of Shane Holmes. Hey, if it's your favorite, it's probably Shane Holmes, Calgary's favorite home builder. Let's take a couple of more calls as we get to the end of the fifth quarter call-in show. Hey, Bill, welcome to the show.
Hi, Doc. So a few comments. One is about the team overall. Putting a team together, of course, obviously it's part preparation and planning, but it's also alchemy. You choose guys who you think will come together, but you don't always know. And clearly, the Stamps have made better personnel decisions. They made good decisions, it's clear, in their drafting. I mean, you always try to do your best, but it's clear they made very good decisions in the draft. Also, turning over that many guys from one year to another, it's almost like, well, what have we got to lose? And so you have to be pretty thoughtful about the folks you're bringing in. And they brought in a whole bunch of young guys who are hungry. It seems that they are gelling as a team, which is something you can't make happen. You try, but you can't really make it happen. But it seems that it is happening. And in the past, as a long-time season ticket holder, I've criticized the Stamps for letting go of some really key players, and a lot of other Stamps fans felt the same. Like, how is it that so many of our ex-players were on other teams having great success? How did we possibly let them go? Well, this time they broke it. These guys are athletes. They're very, very fast. Our tackling on defense is excellent. We've got defensive halfbacks who are ball hawks, and on our line play, our offensive line deserves some big kudos. They give Vernon Adams time to complete passes. They open up holes for Mills. And, Saskatchewan has a pretty stout defense, and they were doing the job. Same thing on defense. These young guys were taking off and putting pressure on Harris. And there's a lot to be said for that. The other comment I have is not so much on the game, although that was wonderful. It's great to see them playing so well, and let's face it, winning solves a lot of problems. It's a broader comment. This should be, I forget the name of the new commissioner for the CFL. I think
Stuart Johnson.
Thank you for that. He's an TSN guy.
Correct.
This should be the CFL's moment, because as we all know, the feelings that Canadians are having right now are extremely nationalistic. We're rediscovering our pride in our country. I won't get into all the political stuff, but the CFL should be embracing this moment where Canadians are embracing everything Canadian. The CFL has got to tap into that, because the quality of the product is good. We have good athletes playing a really entertaining brand of football, and they've got to tap into that. This is their moment, and they really need to do this strike while the iron is hot. So anyway, yay Stamps, they're looking great. They're exciting and fun, entertaining to watch. And the CFL, you know what? We shouldn't have so many empty seats out there, because this is an entertaining product, and we've got to get past this notion that, a lot of the younger football fans have about how, the NFL is everything, the CFL is a second-class thing. You know what? If you hear NFL players who've come up here, they often say, wow, why aren't more of you guys, playing in the NFL? You're just as good. We've got to get past this, and I think the marketing from the league has got to embrace this pro-Canada pride that people are feeling.
Do you think just pro-Canada pride will put more seats, more butts in the seats? I'm not sure. I tell you what, I'm definitely pro-Canada. Love what Canada means, love what Canada stands for. But I think it even takes more than that, because and this is my own opinion, Bill. You can agree or disagree. The fact that is hurting the Canadian Football League right now is they're not the NHL. You cannot charge NHL prices. You've got more of a blue-collar crowd. You have to be very careful, very sensitive. Jay McNeil told me the story where he had a season ticket holder that couldn't pay for his season tickets until his tax refund check came. That doesn't happen for the Calgary Flames. They're not waiting for the tax refund check. That's the blue-collar crowd.
You're right, Jock.
So the price comes into play.
Yep, I think you're right, and I think I said this the last time I called in. The game that we had, that Stampede Bowl or whatever they called it, the crowd was electric. There was a buzz in the crowd, and I think that whole thing, like the Roughnecks do, come for the party, stay for the game. Mm-hmm. I really think that should not just be a one-off. I think they need to think that younger fans now, that's kind of the way you market to them. I'm an older guy. I've grew up with the CFL my whole life, and I love it. But if you're going to, bring that interest back, do what that Mr. Doman's doing, do what we did last game with you can't obviously have a Stampede Bowl every time. No. But bringing in entertainers, doing all that whole thing to create a party atmosphere. And, oh, yeah, by the way, there's really great athletes playing a great game. Yep. I think that's the way to go.
Bill, good call. Thanks so much, man.
Okay, thanks, John.
You betcha. A couple of more texts. Brad says, what a great day. Sitting on the deck, listening to your top-notch play-by-play team of the Stamps slam the Riders. Nothing better. Nothing better, Brad. That's a good text. Calvin says, great game. VA has taken this team on his shoulders, and he is beating expectations, especially when there were so many doubters. There's not as many doubters anymore, but I do get it, Calvin, without a doubt. Jonathan G. says, solid game, own the line of scrimmage, both sides of the ball. That is what wins football games. Back to Stampeder football. And then Wade says, fellas, we are back. We are back, without a doubt. The Stampeders are back. And then Gordy says, I think the Stamps should go to Regina for a vacation every road trip. Holy moly. Fantastic. Hey, the Stampeders have great success in Regina at Mosaic Stadium. We talked about it in the pregame show. They're now 8-1 in that building in Regina, and they have owned Trevor Harris. Against Trevor Harris, the Stampeders are now, Trevor Harris is only 3 12-2 against the Calgary Stampeder Football Club. So Trevor Harris doesn't like playing Calgary, and Calgary does love playing at Mosaic Stadium. Last call of the night. Let's go to Mike. Hey, Mike, welcome to the show.
Hey, good evening. I just want a very quick comment, just how I feel about being a longtime Stampeders fan. Beating the defending champs in Toronto earlier this year was great. Embarrassing Winnipeg was terrific. But beating the Green Goblins on the road, priceless.
I agree, without a doubt.
Hey, great job that you guys do every night, and thank you so much. I'm looking forward to beating Winnipeg again next week.
Well, yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves, but if it happens, I'm down for that, Mike. I'm down for that.
Great.
You have a good night, man.
Hey, thanks, you too.
All right. I tell you what, that was a good show tonight. You know, winning is good. Winning does solve a lot of issues, especially when it comes to the call-in show, because last year the call-in show wasn't that much fun. And of course, there were a lot of calls that wanted to run Jake Mayer out of town. They got their wish on that one. They wanted to run Dave Dickinson out of town. Didn't get their wish on that one, but now those people are probably saying, it's maybe a good thing that Dave Dickinson is staying put. Speaking of Dave Dickinson will join me tomorrow night on Sports Talk with Jock. As a matter of fact, not tomorrow night. That would be Monday night on Sports Talk with Jock. Dave Dickinson joins me after every single Stampeder game, and he does it for Tom's House of Pizza, serving Calgarians pizza made to perfection since 1963. That is a wrap for the fifth quarter call-in show. Thanks so much for you, the listener, for listening in tonight. Big shout out to our title sponsor, the Alberta Ford Dealers. Final score, one final time. The Stampeders winning big, 24-10. The defense once again looking great. Vernon Adams looking solid as well. Stamps improved their record to 4-1. First place in the West, tied with the best record in the CFL. The gauntlet continues next Friday night, a trip into Winnipeg for the rematch of the Stampede Bowl. The Bombers will be coming off the bye week. That's a 6:30 kickoff. Our pregame show is on the air at 5 o'clock. Now, the next home game for the Stampeders, that's when this gauntlet comes to a close, Thursday, July the 24th. The Montreal Alouettes are in town, and that is a 7 o'clock kickoff. On behalf of the entire broadcast team, everybody behind the scenes as well, thank you so much for listening. Have a great night. Have a great weekend. What's left of it? This is the home of the Calgary Stampeders. This is QR Calgary.